are the end of forever. Did we destroy ourselves or just break under pressure? Screaming 1,000 times, but drowned out by the night. How we lost out here, I'm just blinded by the light. setting, girl, this time I'm betting. You come alive and whisper in my ear. It's getting colder and I'm getting bolder. You be the heat and don't forget I feel. Can you feel it, girl? I'm gonna steal it. You got us down, it's like we're in a trance. Drop is coming, think this time I'm coming. Let's get on the phone and dance. Something's building, it's a picture, it's a rhythm, it's a context. It's been snapping at your heels, trying to feel what is up next. Everybody's on the pulse and dancing to a new groove. You can sit, you can lie, but you know your feet have gotta move. First cross the line, I'm in the mood. Hot wire, light the ground, turn me on and melt it down. Table tipping, record skipping, it's equipping us with more to say. It's a movement for the people, for the lovers, and it starts today. First cross the line, I'm in the mood. Hot rush the night. Hot wire, light the ground, turn me on and melt it down. Hot rush the night. First cross the line, I'm in the mood. First cross the line. I'm in the mood. Watch me. Oxbridge. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Man, I just do what I do. To know about you, I just do what I do. Check. That's the intro. See that? Yeah. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Yo, check. Let me flip this script. I feel privileged for all who can witness this. I am close to divine. Know the moment is mine, need no omen or sign. Oxbridge. Providing a back sound to all the squares that ask around. We getting it. My skills pay me. Trying to get a million, baby, with an adopted flow that God gave me. Nino. Tell whoever runners that they spot is temporary till I take it, it's mine. I'm selfish. Yo, will. Tell Miss I'm on my wealth tip. So when we cash out soon, I'm just investing. No yes men. I've been a legend since before mom and dad had me and was best friends. I chew through comp, don't test them. I chew on tracks, cause after that I bless them. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Listen to this rhyming exhibition. I'm something you ain't seen, like an honest politician. This ain't just head hitting. A lot of pinched nerves on necks are caused by bars that bless spitting. Wait, don't hate, I just move how I move. I can't describe what it is, I just do what I do. I am better than any rapper from here to wherever, and my legacy will harass my offsprings forever. I flow it right better than any, I'm the hottest. And trust me, that's not being conceited, that's being modest. I'm being honest, pop up my collar. School of hard knocks, I graduated with honors. I just do what I do. You see me? I just do what I do. I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do. Check. I just do what I do. See me? I just do what I do. Feel me? I just do what I do. I don't know about you. I just do what I do.
just do what I do. I don't know about you, I just do what I do.
You're my little secret, my little secret. And I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I...
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a sad day here in the LPL because we've only got 3 days left of LPL action. We are getting ready for the semifinals right now. It is 4 teams entering the arena today, and only 2 of them will advance to the grand finals in Nanjing, China, being held in the Nanjing Olympic Sports Arena. And as you can see, Team WE, one of the contenders, #1 in their group, taking on the challengers. Team OMG, second place, hot off of a win against IMA just a few days ago, hoping to ride that momentum towards another victory. But before we get to that, my name is Dom Romer. Joining me on the desk today is Barento Raz Mohammed. How are you?
I'm doing well. That was a grand and solemn start to the show.
It is. It's a happy day that we get to go. We finally get to see the resolution of a full 3 months worth of storyline coming to an end. But
That's true.
it's also sad. It's a bittersweet. We get the conclusion, but that means we have to wait for the next chapter to open up as well. To be fair, though, we're not there yet. We've still actually got to go through today's games. But before we get to that, it's been a really long week for us. It's day number 5 in a row, and we've gone through the LPL playoffs, we've gone through the promotion tournament, and we're really starting to see how things are shaking out. Of course, yesterday with the promotion tournament, we saw LGD play Young Miracle and defeat them 3-0 to reclaim their spot here in the LPL. And it is with heavy hearts that we also wave goodbye to Vici Gaming, as they were defeated by Dan Gaming 3-1, and that means we have a new team in the LPL next split.
That's the thing. You get mixed feelings because it's incredible for Dan Gaming,
Yeah.
players like Goong to really, and Chuchu, who had an incredible set to come into the LPL, and they all deserve it. But with that being said, Vici, they had long-term goals. Of course, they brought on world champions 3, including Pumandu in the coaching role. They had Bengi, Easyhoon. They just couldn't do it. They were able to get usurped by, of course, the LSPL team here, and that's a big theme, of course, is that OMG, because it's great to have this set and this conversation now, because OMG was in the same position.
Absolutely.
OMG last split in the spring promotion tournament, where they went up against Saint. It was an easy set for them. Then, of course, they moved on, since they were in the 6th place, up against Young Miracles, full 5 games. In an alternate reality, they would have been in the LSPL.
Yeah.
Because they were that close. And the risky choice was that they went into the offseason, stayed the course with the entire split. So it's just one of those situations. Every fan looked at that. Every analyst looked at that and said, well, you can't expect different results with the same, essentially, lineup. And so they did.
People were definitely worried looking at OMG, but now, look at them now. They are in the semifinals, taking on Team WE. After just a few months ago, they were a single game away from being relegated to the LSPL. Of course, that's our first matchup of the day with OMG versus WE. Later on, we're going to be seeing EDG take on RNG for our second best of 5 in the evening. But all our attention right now is turning towards Team WE and OMG, because, like you said, they were 1 game away from being defeated. They stuck with the same roster. They decided to invest in these players, and halfway through cross-conference, they started to pull together, and now OMG, they set out in the beginning to say, you know what, we want to avoid relegations.
Yeah.
And then they're now in the semifinals. Is it time they start realigning those goals and being like, maybe we can compete for the finals?
It's hilarious, because I suppose that goalpost has just kept moving forward.
Yeah.
Because I guess 2nd place, the moment they moved out of that scramble that was in Group A, being able to take 2nd place, they're like, okay, we'll just keep going. If you keep giving us leg room, we'll take that leg room.
Yeah.
And so they kept moving, going up against Aime, and my goodness, this is where time and time again this team hits perseverance mode. Went 0-2 in that best of 5 up against Aime, in that long, grueling 3-hour pause. In a remake as well, and they came out ahead. This team is incredibly emotional, and so it's nice to see them be able to get to this point.
Yeah, you could see that emotion demonstrated in the game when we got to watch Icon in game number 1 solo kill his opponent, then dance and taunt on top of the corpse, and then immediately afterwards when he got killed by a huge pick from Road, the taunting turned around and Road started dancing. So the first 2 games, after of course the remakes and the delays, really showed how difficult it was for OMG to get their minds back into it. I think their coach even had an excellent line about that as well.
Yeah, justice will prevail in a sense, because they felt like they were slighted, but they were able to get past that goalpost. But they have a new one. It is in WE.
Absolutely.
WE, it's fun because they stayed the course as well. The only change that they had was in between Zero and Ben in the support roles. So they kept Ben, and he's been performing incredibly well for the team. And WE stayed the course, which is, it's not surprising, because they were doing fairly well last time round. They were their goals were to take 3rd place, go on to World Championships. Unfortunately, everybody knows this. For them, they fell game 5 to Aime.
55 minutes in, Aime just scooped it away with them from 1 team fight with Amazing J's amazing teleport flank.
Yeah, and so now this year around, their goals set towards 1st place. They've seemed to be the team with their new acquisition in the coaching lineup with Home. They are looking for 1st place, which would be incredible for the organization, because this organization, WE, with how historic they have never been to an LPL finals, because they've reached the mountaintops in Season 2. Season 2 when there was no LPL.
Yeah, before the LPL.
Yeah.
Of course, since the inception of the LPL, we've been looking to see who the crown for the best in China seems to fit the best. Most recently, that has been EDG. But there are 4 teams entering, and the crown will only go home with one. And of course, with that crown is the ticket to Rio de Janeiro, to MSI, to compete against the remaining best teams in the world. So a lot is on the line here, not only in China, but also in terms of worldwide implications. Of course, that means we have to find out who does the crown fit. Is it WE? Is it OMG? EDG or RNG? They're all going to be playing today, so let's find out together. OMG, they are currently, I think, the least expected to take the crown based
definitely.
off of the sort of youth of the organization. We look at some of these players, and they have gone through some really difficult challenges, from relegations just 6 months ago to being a single game away from being defeated by IMA just 2 days ago, and yet still they persevere.
Yeah, and they have some tough shoes to fill. Remember, if you think OMG, you think Go going in the top lane, Loveling, Cool, Sanin, Big Pomelo, those massive names of when OMG were at the top in the beginning of the LPL, when they were clashing horns with EDG.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have WE. It's the same position, of course. Talmay, Clear Love, Messiah, Waze Out, like these massive players that these new players that you're going to be coming up here, they're trying to fill up.
They're trying to fill some big shoes. It's 957 in the top lane, Condi in the jungle, Shie in mid with Mystic and Ben returning in the bottom lane.
And so Condi, Mystic, both of them being showcased at the top of their position. See, like all of these players, incredibly strong team fighters, incredibly strong players, and they're going to have to go up against OMG.
Yeah, OMG, the young up-and-comers is Xiang, World 6, Icon, SMLZ, and 5. We say young up-and-comers. A lot of these guys have actually been around for a while, but now we're starting to see them really succeed at the top of the table, and it really bodes well for the future of the organization. If they continue to stick with this roster, they went from being a single game away from being relegated, now moving on to the semifinals, the very next split. What's the next stop? Worlds?
Oh, I mean, wherever it goes, right?
If we've got
Wherever
2 points of data and you just follow the line, that
Keep
curves
going.
straight up. Yeah.
It's never going down.
Yeah.
I don't project nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
Like it's seriously though, with how fan favorites both of these teams are, it's like essentially if you're in wrestling, you see both of them are basically faces. Who's gonna win if both of them are expected to win? So that's always fun to see. WE is a massive favorite simply because they have been the strongest team throughout the regular season. They've made little changes from last year where they were the 3rd best team, or at least perceived as the 3rd best team. So this banner right here, you might see that moving all over to Rio.
Yeah, and now we're going to take a look at some of the crowd because these organizations are enormous in China. These are some of the biggest and oldest organizations in the entire region. So we're expecting the studio to be completely packed with the number of fans showing up. And I'm sure OMG picked up a few fans after their performance against IMA just 2 days ago.
Yeah, that was character building. And a lot of people will love those characters. So OMG, definitely, they were already, whenever you have fan votes, depending on what series hits you, it's mostly, OMG's going to take it, even though theoretically some of these matches you're like, it's not going to be OMG favored, but the fans will always back them. And of course, WE is the same.
Yeah, you can see tons of signs out there, a huge number of people in the audience showing up for them, but of course, these young 5 players, as you said, trying to fill the shoes of one of the oldest organizations in professional League of Legends history. And this is a team, like you've said, they have never gone to finals since the LPL's inception in 2013. This is an organization that has never seen success since their initial debut so many years ago. 5 now years? 2012?
It's been some time.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to thank EDG for that split in the relationship.
Yeah.
Putting your name out there. Put a blast. But that's an OMG sign, and that's going to be great for both of these teams. And remember, the last couple finals in the LPL have just been RNG, EDG, just been going at it with each other. And so that if you're tuning in, please tune in because RNG, EDG later tonight. But that does mean LPL finals will look a little different. Either OMG or WE will be meeting those two.
Absolutely, and with these teams now prepared, you can see some big smiles on OMG's faces. We mentioned that they were a bit of an emotional team. We saw that show through when they played against IMA, and now they're going up against Team WE, who they've been a well-oiled machine comparatively. Like, we have not seen WE really trip and fall, but for at the very beginning of the split and really towards the end, they started to seem to get a little relaxed as they had already locked in their spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, you definitely see some relaxation moments, and maybe even 957 had a bit of a trip a little bit at the week 9, week 10.
Yeah.
But that's to be expected at some point. WE has been the most consistent team, which is why this barrier is so tough to hit.
Yeah.
OMG is a team that they're action-packed. They're high-impact players. All of them are incredibly mechanically intensive, with even Siang starting to grow himself.
And I think that's a great opportunity to talk a little bit about the styles for these two teams, because you look at the likes of OMG, and they're a very chaotic team. But interestingly enough, they thrive in the chaos of so much action going on, almost Game Talents-esque, in that the more risky, wild decisions you're willing to take, the better OMG seem to look. But then you look at WE on the other side. They are cold, they are calculated, they will take their time and set things up, and only take intelligent fights that they know they can win.
That's I would say that is a good comparison in the sense that WE is definitely much better in terms of how they utilize flank wards, how they move towards certain objectives. They are always incredibly disciplined. OMG, they're growing in that start. They're not as chaotic like as a Game Talent, but if they can get some mechanical outplays from World 6, being able to get key and crucial flash kicks on Lee Sin, then you'll see something happening, which kind of segues into Big Ben, because Lee Sin could be a priority between
We'll definitely be looking towards those champions, as now we've got WE. They've got priority for the first round. They are going to take blue side. And with a quick fizz ban, of course, respecting that super strong champion, along with 2 jungles and a couple of top laners, Kog'Maw falls through as a first pick for Mystic, and Kog'Maw has been massive for the LPL over the past week.
And definitely between both of these teams, Mystic and Ben, they'll love themselves some Kog'Maw Lulus, and 100% SMLZ, who has played that champion even when it was not in meta last split. So it's a good takeaway, and at the same time, you mentioned it, current meta, Kog'Maw Lulu has been the go-to bottom lane here.
It'll actually be really interesting looking through this pick and ban to keep an eye on the priority that these teams look towards, because there are so many different carry roles when you look at the like of WE. You've got Mystic, you've got Xie. Conde is on his Rengar, which is absolutely massive, whereas OMG, they've been relying a lot on SMLZ during the end of the regular season, but we just saw 2 days ago Icon put a whole team on his back and, like Atlas himself, carried them to the top of the mountain. So can he do it once again, this time against the likes of Karma, Kog'Maw, and now Condi on that Rengar?
Yeah, and that's it's going to be fun that the Rengar got picked up, but that was just a response to the Lee Sin that both of these junglers do thrive on. Condi is well known as the best jungler so far, the LPL split, Spring split. Meanwhile, World 6 has done such good work. You say he's a close runner-up, I'd put him as the second best. So the matchup here in the jungle position is super nice to see. So getting Lee Sin versus Rengar, I want to see what World 6 can do once he hits level 6, and if Condi can look to pressure out and get proper lanes shoved in. Because that Karma, yeah, sure, it could go to the support position. You might even expect it to, but Xie has picked it up quite a bit himself. So you might even just see it being, it is a definite flex pick.
Yeah, Xie so far has played it twice in the regular season. It looks like OMG are predicting that to go towards Ben. He has actually played it twice as well, so it really is 50-50 for where it goes. But OMG, they're hedging their bets. They're saying that's going bottom lane with the Kog'Maw. We also want to get rid of the very strong mobile mage in the mid lane in that Talia to limit Xie, just in case it isn't. Whereas WE, they're eliminating the other hyper carry on Twitch.
Yeah, Twitch is an interesting one. We've seen it from just a little bit, a tad bit, and it is a pick that SMLZ has shown in the last set that we saw him in.
Oh, interesting. They don't actually know, because that's a mid ban and a support ban with the Nami follow-up.
What I was interested in is if the Karma went towards the mid lane, then there is a slim support pool ready. Zyra is still up, but Nami does a good enough job in terms of making it so if you have like a Nami, Kog'Maw lane, if you do get pushed in, if you do get punished, depending on what SMLZ picks for himself, then you got the Nami to back you up with the sustain.
Oh my
That's what
God.
I'm talking about.
That's a jinx locked in for SMLZ for the second time in 2017. Wow, the only other person to play it so far this year in the LPL has been Imp on LGD, and that's a completely different story.
Yeah, I just, jinx. I feel like I have not seen, the only time I've actually seen it being played is through Deft, and you mentioned it, was 100%. Another one I'm pretty sure was Imp. But other than that, there was nothing.
Yeah.
And so this pick coming through, they have Lulu. And SMLZ is one of the tried and true traditional AD carries even when the meta was surrounded about these utility AD carries, he's playing Jhin, he's playing it in the kill lane. Or he's just going straight into the hyper carry mode.
Yeah, and taking a look at some of his stats on the champion, SMLZ has only played Jinx once in professional League of Legends history for him, and that was a loss. He did get a 4.0 KDA overall, so he can put up some numbers, but he's going to have to do it against the likes of Mystic on Kog'Maw and Ben on Thresh, a terrifying bottom lane. And then you've got the Rengar and Kled diving at you. It's a good thing we saw Icon pick up his signature Ahri because he's going to need to put up some work if he hopes to keep SMLZ alive with 5.
Yeah, that is a definite comfort pick. He's going to be the one that either looks for flanks or is just going to be looking to press up and give some SMLZ a lot of pressure, which is what Xiang has been doing quite a good enough job. So that I want to see how Xiang and World 6 play this through as the supportive positioning of round 5 and how much space SMLZ gets in these fights. I feel like literally the last time I saw this being played, I remember it now. LGD picked it up, and it was the worst Jinx I've seen.
It was really bad.
It was bad because they couldn't really get their combinations well and done. So I want to see how they're playing. How much practice have they had with the Jinx?
It's so interesting to see them break it out in game number 1. Of course, this is a best of 5, so losing this match isn't too bad. Of course, it does set the momentum for the beginning of the series, but we've seen OMG come back from an 0-2 deficit before, so they're very comfortable with that.
Yeah, but on the other side, you have Thresh being picked up by Ben, and he has outshined Zero, who is the marquee Thresh player.
Yeah. That's a huge statement. If you've got the new support, the new rookie in Ben joining WE, outshining Zero. That's a huge statement for him. We're going to be looking for him to follow up with Mystic in the bottom lane, who we know is an excellent AD carry, one of the best in the region, one of the best in the world. And with the rest of WE following up with some strong picks as well to support Mystic, we can see where the priorities sort of lie towards these teams. Of course, you've got the Kog'Maw on one side. You've got support from Xie and Ben to keep him alive. But then you've also got Kandi on that Rengar. And Kandi, I just have flashbacks to that one game where he was 10-0 and 7 at like 15 minutes in.
Yeah.
It was absolutely terrifying. He's taking that up against World 6, who he's going to have his work cut out for him if he hopes to keep up with Kandi.
And that's the big focus here. Kandi, if he smells a lead, just a small lead in terms of his 1v1 potential up against the enemy jungler, even if it's just based off level 1. So that's why
It's going to be spicy.
Yeah.
Yeah. As a result, though, we have loaded on the Rift. It's game number 1 of the semifinals, our first best of 5 of the day. Team WE taking on Team OMG. And listen to the crowd.
Good God, that man was excited.
Oh, we actually didn't get any OMG chance. All WE outshining Team OMG here. So perhaps the audience themselves, that 6th man showing up in numbers for WE. We'll have to see if it also shows up for OMG as we get to the fan vote later. But as you can see, we've got our masteries on the bottom of the screen. Looks like Warlord's Bloodlust out of Mystic. And Fervor of Battle out of SMLZ, plus Thunderlords across the other 3 from OMG.
Yeah, so what's surprising me is immediately, of course, it's Thunderlords on Lulu. You usually see a bit of protective of Windspeaker's Blessing. Not going to happen here. He wants to be able to combat that one. Whenever it comes to 5, if he ever gets those champions, like Nami, for instance, he will go towards Thunderlords.
And look at what WE are doing right here, setting up the very heavy leash for Kandi. He gets a very fast start, which means the bottom lane for Mystic and Ben. On a Kog'Maw Thresh, you would imagine, hey, prioritize the Kog'Maw, keep him safe. They're going to be at a push disadvantage early on in this game.
It's going to be interesting to see. It should be a level 2 advantage for SMLZ. Jinx, it's incredibly easy to be able to get that level 2 advantage, not just because they started out in the lane, but because she likely started Q. She's not, there we go, and she can just push up the back line very easily. Get the instant shove.
Getting a few hits onto Mystic to assert dominance. Let's see if he continues to shove it in to try to break this. World 6 is on this side of the map, and taking a look at Kandi, he actually went back and finished the large Raptor, so it looks like he's going for a full clear before a possible invade after this blue.
And World 6 is going to be really happy about the fact that he was spared in the level 1 portion of this one. That was just Rengar getting a good lead to the bottom side of the map. Whenever you see these small advantages, be it Rengar, be it Graves more so into the Lee Sin, teams will look to invade a little earlier on and look to track if they ever see that they have positive lane matchups and at the same time positive jungle. He could have done that simply because Karma into Ahri is awful for Ahri. Karma, especially that she has Deathfire Touch, you just get these trades. It's fine early on, but you come to a point where Karma will be able to get instant shove, harass, and poke constantly in the lane, and it will be able to help Condi out whenever he does look towards those invades on Raptors.
Yeah, and you would imagine that Ahri is capable of sustaining in an attrition-based lane, but as you said, it's so difficult with the constant chip damage that Karma is doing. Taking a look at the junglers, we've got an early recall from Condi. He's actually not invading, going straight for double longsword, and we're also seeing a matched recall from Xie as he teleports right into lane with a Dark Seal. World 6, though, doesn't feel too safe, despite the fact that the mid laner just went missing in the top. The jungle is still gone from the map. Decides to play it safe, not going for his Krugs. Condi, oh man, with those longswords, he was looking to catch Lee Sin at those Krugs. He was looking for a duel.
Yeah, but that's why you should be feeling playing safe if you're on. They don't really have a lot of positive matchups except for perhaps the bottom lane, but they can't utilize it all too much because Jinx and Skirmish is going to have a little bit of a tough time depending on how it's played out. But you look towards top side, OMG, essentially bleed out. Kled into Gragas. Gragas has a tough time once the items come through. And then Karma into Ahri is also a really tough one for Ahri. So you just have lanes, top side of the map for WE that works out for them and should help Condi out in just searching for and making those items advantage. That doesn't exist anymore because Lee Sin did get it back for himself.
They managed to spot out Condi as he made his way towards Krugs, immediately World 6 recalled and matched his items exactly. So he's slight tempo disadvantage because he did have to wait to see that Rengar complete the recall.
What this does mean, even though it's not an exact advantage, like he's seeking him out, constantly shoving him off of control ward, or at least pushing off of camps, he has him warded up. Control ward near the red buff, as you can see to your left, and of course just above him. World 6 is known. They know where he is simply because of that trinket.
So just trying to tag vision of that Lee Sin very early on. You can even see 957 is pulling himself down into the river in case that Lee Sin shows up for a skirmish, but World 6 looks for Scuttle, but finds Knife Cat instead as the two of them high-five in the river and make their way back. Meanwhile, Xie has been hard shoving in this mid lane. Not missing too many CS at all as 5 and SMLZ just continue to keep themselves occupied down here in the bottom lane. This is great for both of them. The longer this laning phase goes on, the more gold that they can get, the better poised they will be to transition towards those huge hyper carry status.
Exactly, and the only real problems we're seeing on the map is in the top side, Xiang versus 957. It's just a small bit of a CS advantage in favor of Kled. And Kled, now that he was able to get the Tiamat for himself, he's going to be a little bit more comfortable in skirmishing, comfortable on pushing in and trying to find those HP advantages. And so just to keep track on that one, because Xiang has to be afraid of possible dives, be it from just a 2-man dive with Rengar, or depending on how Xie is doing in this lane, that could be a 3-man dive as well. So OMG's recognizing that, and it's how they play through mid lane that really dictates how safe Xiang is from.
We just saw staggered deep warding from Icon and World 6. SMLZ and 5 have been shoving in bottom lane time and time again, so Ben is not unlocked to roam with Condi. This has been a huge strategy of success for them, and now they're heading down towards that bottom side, but Condi's already there.
Yeah, but Mystic's taking a lot of damage.
And the Zap goes in, flash charm onto Ben, that's exhaust, but it's still first blood. Meanwhile, World 6 flashes away from Condi, get away, tags onto the Dragon, smites to heal himself up, and retreats. Dragon will not be able to follow, and that's first blood OMG.
Really well played out of OMG to understand what was happening bot side. That one bit of an advantage Icon was able to get in back time. His Karma was nowhere to be seen. Just gives it a bit of a visit. TP was gone of Xie because he TP'd much earlier on, so they knew they had a number advantage. They checked him out. The only real scare was World 6, who ran into the Knife Cat and was able to just get him out of there.
Kept him busy.
Yeah, that smite too to keep him sustained and not get blown up by that dragon. Proper state of mind, they're focused.
World 6 pulled out a ball of yarn to keep Condi occupied while his team was diving bottom.
That's all you need.
Condi fell for it.
That's all you need. If that didn't work, get that laser out.
Absolutely.
That's all you need. That's all you got.
However, that does mean we got to see Xie get some great vision along with, 957. Onto this top side of the jungle, Xie walks forward, immediately disappearing from lane. World 6 very intelligently just pulls that bramble back away. So That is a very comfortable advantage for SMLZ. He's got first blood. You can see it looks like he is going for Blade of the Ruined King very early on with that Jinx. Icon also has that assist. And OMG playing a very intelligent game. They're keeping the bottom lane of Mystic and Ben locked down so that Condi is the one looking to make all the plays. But now that he's unlocked, they group up and start setting up for a pick.
Yeah, OMG recognizes this though. They're playing around it. They can't contest these wards. Thankfully, that one still stays up. But they were in for a skirmish. If anyone looked for Condi when he was clearing that, then even Kled moved up from the top side of the map.
Yeah.
So that would have been WE taking the win. Oh, here we go.
That's the cask being used, but Xiang walks right back into the violent tendencies. Not a very good trade there. He's Gragas, so he should be able to heal up, but he did start double Doran's cloth armor.
That's a worst case scenario though, especially since he's low in mana. Gragas is great in terms of sustain in the lane, but if those trades like that happen around, you gotta start to eye Condi and where he starts to move from this point forward. He doesn't even need Karma for this.
Yeah, he's level 6. Xie has teleport as well. He's currently sitting just outside of vision on that bottom side. 957 is about to pop off of Skarl, so this is a great time to set up a dive. Xiang tries to play it out. Here's the dive. They go forward. Xiang takes the hit. That's 957 resetting aggro. Skarl is going to be hopped off of, and they don't even have to back away from the turret. A clean dive from WE.
Yeah, the fact that that dive ended while Scar was moving out meant that none of them take actual damage. But that means OMG are trying to respond with this Earth Dragon.
Yeah, but this is table scraps. This is first turret going over to WE on the top side of the map. With Condi and 957 sharing that side of the gold, looks like they have a very strong top lane. They've got that ticking time bomb on a Kong bomb. WE are going to be feeling pretty great.
And that's what's really worrying. Just take a look at what 957 is doing now. So that wave is going to stick right there for just a little bit. Gragas has to reach out to be able to pick it up. So 957A should feel pretty happy that he got that first turret gold. That is nice to say the least. And he's going to come back to a wave, push that out, and now Icon's going to have to start feeling a little bit scared. He's going to be feeling that pain because once that ulti comes back up from 957,
the Kled starts going missing.
He's definitely going to be looking towards that mid lane turret. And not only that, he has TP advantage, so he can look towards the bottom lane as well. There's already a flank ward that might die, but that doesn't matter. Condi might just look to set up for it.
And that's exactly what you pointed out up top, Raz. That wave is now pushing back in. 957 has got a phage as well, so Xiang is trying to break it before it can freeze. Luckily, though, 957 does have that Tiamat, so it will passively push over time. But like you said, that just unlocks the Skarl and Kled combo even more. And with that first gold and the first turret onto the two of them, top side for WE is looking pretty strong.
Yeah, the only reason why it was pretty relevant that he didn't fully push out the wave when it was the tower was dying is that Gragas couldn't hold on to that wave for a little bit and freeze up. So what 957 wants to do is keep this wave constantly pushed. I mean, he doesn't have a choice in the matter, as you said, because he has Tiamat. But he wants this constantly pushed. Rengar should look to play top side. He's playing bottom side to see if maybe if there is an opportunity, but he's just trying to clear out. If he plays through top side, that is free vision into that red side jungle.
And look at this, OMG has actually got the faster rotation into mid lane. Xiang pushes his wave out and ducks in, but 957 is pulling attention.
Yeah.
Eventually they have to answer that Kled, and that's going to open him up. So in a few seconds, we're about to see 957 unlocked, and there he goes.
Exactly. So it doesn't matter that the Graggy was taking up control at that point in time, because eventually that time bomb, if WE played it cool and calm, you have to go top side. So now this is an opportunity where WE will 100% have numbers advantage for a little bit, depending on where Kled goes. He's already rotating towards the mid lane. Sure, Xiang has TP, but that's 5 seconds of him just not being on the play if and when it happens. So what OMG are doing, they're just backing up. They can't contest. They can't concede. They have to concede, I mean.
We are still seeing an advantage for that bottom lane as SMLZ is sitting on the first blood, so he does have a slight stat advantage over Mystic, but we know it's Mystic. He's not going to be too shut down by any sort of difficult laning phase, especially on this Kog'Maw. So it's a very early priority from OMG to look towards that bottom lane. Might be hurting them here as WE pivot. They put some priority on the 957 and Condi and are quite heavily rewarded for it.
OMG's mentality in terms of picking up the Jinx, not so much just trying to abuse Kog'Maw in laning phase, more so just scale along with him.
Yeah.
Because that's what's really scary if you are the Jinx, is that once you start to get items for yourself, as costly as they may be, then of course you start blowing people up into the like 30, 40-minute points of the game.
Yeah, the 3-4 item breakpoints.
But she does have a decent lane in terms of the individual matchup. And of course you have Lulu into Thresh, which is always proper for you unless the Thresh starts to go mad. That being said, Lee Sin's looking for something.
Yeah, World 6 makes his way down there. Very favorable trade. He shows himself up with the minions. That's Flash knock up onto Ben. He drops the box nice and early, and they're going to fight it. The Super Mega Death Rocket misses. Sonic Wave misses as well. Is that Shie? The whole team from WE is showing up as even 957 gets down there. Condi is split pushing up top. Icon without that teleport is too late to respond.
Yeah, WE were just trying to save their bottom lane, use double teleport for that entire engage. So OMG should feel a little bit happier about all of that. They made the play happen. They didn't get the kill because the Jinx rocket just missed. I believe the flash did go through on that entire point. It did. So it was a dodge out. But they get 2 TP. So they can look to rehash that play with the amount of time given to them.
Absolutely, and there's a huge amount of vision on this bottom side of the map from WE. They've only got 2 wards on the top side, a control in River and then another ward on the Raptor push for World 6. And OMG, seems like their vision is just paltry by comparison. They've got a few wards on this bottom side of the map, but we saw them try to make a play. It was by running down a lane and trying to catch a Kog'Maw Thresh against a double teleport team. It's just not going to happen.
It's going to be easier now, but with how Kled is playing this game through, only going top side when he has to clear out that wave, and hell, he's going to miss out that wave right now simply because it took a little bit of time. So he's able to play and look for skirmishes, look for team fights, even without double TP. So OMG still has to play this out a little bit more passively, right? The only thing that OMG can say for themselves is that Icon, he's getting some good looks. He had moments where he was looking towards bottom lane, so that's nice to see him able to get those roams across.
Yeah, the dive very early on for first blood.
And on top of that, World 6 is level 9 already, so he definitely has kick. And so those plays can be made time and time again. They definitely timed up Ben's flash. So they're not going to be looking for Mystic if they do go towards this bot play once again. It's going to be on Ben, so Ben, of course, won't have the ability to save anybody. Can't save himself, especially without flash.
Yeah, we do see Blade of the Ruined King finish for Mystic as he's now returning towards the bottom lane, able to clear that very quickly. SMLZ will pick up his own before returning towards that bottom, but WE still prioritizing vision on this bottom side to enable Mystic and Ben to be nice and safe. Even Condi's showing up to harass Icon away.
Yeah, and all of this focus is towards these towers. It's all about the towers right now because the actual dragon, the next dragon is going to be Cloud Dragon, not really any bit of priority. WE, if they had a proper dragon to play off of, they didn't have to look for a risky dive at all or a risky play around it. They might still go towards it just to see if they can re-roll that dice.
Yeah, they're setting up for Cloud Dragon right now, but they are just inside of vision. World 6 is going to try to sneak forward. Scuttlecrab is already secured. He sees that it's being started, but the rest of his team's on the other side of the map. A hook pulls him back in. Flay catches him as he's dashing out. He dies, and 5 follows suit. Icon and Xiong had no opportunity to follow that up, and Condi is set to die. They're even dropping the Kled ultimate. SMLZ, you poor guy. Oh, man, he never stood a chance.
All right. What do you think is the proper decision in this play, Mr. Dom?
From OMG?
Yeah.
At best case scenario, it was 3v5 if WE were there. I mean, we saw Mystic and Icon and Xiong were on the top side of the map. Drop a ward, back away?
Yeah, back away. That's it. They should be happy that was a Cloud Dragon. They should feel happy and say, okay, we can play this defensively. We don't have to poke our heads out of this river. So what was World 6 doing?
Vision.
It just made no sense at this point for OMG to look for a steal, maybe look for a fight. There's no fight happening. Gragas does not have TP. So you're saying, oh, we're going to come in for a 4v5?
Yeah.
Right? It's not happening. So OMG made a crucial mistake. They lost their tower in the bottom side. And what WE is going to be doing at this point, they're just going to be looking mid.
To be fair, that was a really clutch play from Ben, sitting just outside of vision on the corner of the dragon pick, then nailing the hook over the wall.
That's true.
Great setup, but you have to expect this sort of thing from WE. We know they are excellent mechanical players. Now they find themselves at a 2-turret advantage, 4,000 gold ahead as we get closer and closer towards the mid-game. That Kog'Maw is unlocked. He swapped top right now to get more gold, while Shie is continuing to keep Icon busy in the mid lane. OMG, though, are set to press down bottom and answer back with a turret of their own.
Yeah, this is a good response coming out of OMG, especially since Jinx can just burn through these towers. She has a Blade of the Ruined King, and of course, machine gunning through it. So they're going to try and look for a race. OMG, or at least WE, are just not in position to respond to that. They have to look to defend, but Kog'Maw and Thresh are just fine just slowly pushing this forward.
Yeah, they're bringing a large minion wave top. Luckily, some vision has been set up from OMG Xiyoung on that top side of the map. SMLZ is doing great damage. Jinx is so excellent at sieging. Even with the minion wave cleared, there's no response. A little bit of disrespect from WE ends up costing them a tier 2. Mystic is trying to answer back, but Kog'Maw, great though he is at killing champions, not so much as turrets compared to a Jinx.
They just lost so much off of just disrespect. Sure, you don't expect the Jinx play to come through. All right, Five,
Flash
I see you.
polymorph, yeah, perhaps taking a page from Dan Gaming yesterday.
Maybe, just maybe. Xiyoung, though.
Oh, he flashes back onto the turret as Cask was used to clear that minion wave. Icon was spotted roaming up there, so Ben and Mystic are going to fall back nice and safe. But this is WE, as we said, not quite respecting that turret siege, and definitely OMG not respecting the recalls as Kandi leaps over, and what the damage!
An actual balloon popping in the mix. That guy's gone.
Yeah, this is semifinals, guys. You have got to respect your opponents. These are the best 4 teams in China, and these are some silly mistakes.
And thankfully for WE on this one, they are given the amount of time to just be hammering at that turret. OMG were trying to position to flex and go topside, or at least look towards it. They didn't make the proper decision and got caught off here. You can even see Lulu's corpse as it vanishes. Magic trick.
Respawn.
But yeah, you can see it. They could have done it, but now this is WE setting a rep around this mid lane.
Yeah, 957 is on the side. World 6, not sure if he spotted him, trying to clear out those minions with Ahri, but if you aim for Kandi and not the minions, that's going to make it tough. Mystic is prepped, SMLZ is there, and looks like WE decide not to pull the trigger. They decide to fall back with the minion wave and not risk it. They're only about 4,000 gold ahead when it's said and done. In terms of raw stats, it's still very close.
Yeah, so that's a smart play coming out of WE. They had 957 looming around that tower, just around to the right side to see if he can get a dive across. But it was looking too early. They're in a position where they could just
teleport. Now they're going to go for it again. Teleport to answer from Xiyoung. He's going to collapse onto the turret. Just getting some good chip damage, even dropping Kandi's ultimate to see if anyone is separated from their team right for the picking.
Yeah, this is a little bit worrying for OMG that they've decided they put themselves in such a hole to just defend. So it could just go on for a little while. And so you have to look towards side waves. OMG's bottom lane is starting to push in. Oh, here we go.
We do have the Ardent Sensor online for Xie along with that Athene, so despite Mystic only have Blade of the Ruined King and Zeal, he is going to do damage and just shred through anyone he finds. But on the other side, SMLZ's got his own Blade of the Ruined King. You can see Icon finished his Morellos very early on. We're starting to get some tank items on Xiyoung. So they decide to stay mid. They've got bottom pushing. They've got top pushing. OMG actually have got a side wave advantage here.
Yeah, so right now it has to be on WE to look to clear up their sideways, but they're not going to have that opportunity if they have to defend this tower.
Yeah, Ben's over the side. Another excellent hook. Nails World 6 from outside of vision. He dies as the fight breaks out. Ben flashes back. 5 looks to be the initial target. SMLZ is trying to kite it out, but heal is not enough. Xiyoung goes into the back, but SMLZ is running. There's no one there. It's only the 2 carries of OMG left, and another hook will miss, but Bear Trap on a rope doesn't. Flash used from SMLZ to break it, and it's 21 minutes in. 5 versus 1. WE are making a race towards the Baron.
Yeah, they're going to be able to do it and shred it to pieces. That was a great hook coming out of Ben. They just didn't see him coming because they don't respect that little crevice in the Raptor camp. And so WE is soaring ahead here.
Yeah, SMLZ had his ultimate, but here's that fight. Ben starts it with a hook.
It was a beautiful play. And at this point forward, they're just going to be chased down, OMG, because the Kled is on the case, and if he gets bear trap after bear trap, you're just burning through.
And this is that excellent fight. Icon tries to go for the outplay, but he eats an empowered Bola just as he tries to Spirit Rush away. So excellent setup from Kandi. Baron was picked up by WE. In the duration of that, we saw the Super Mega Death Rocket hit a full health Mystic, so it did minimal damage. However, Ben did die to the Baron, so he will not have that buff. OMG decided to set their sights on the next big objective on that Ocean Dragon. And they will now be 2 dragons to 1, but they have to defend for the next 3.5 minutes against WE with a Baron buff.
Yeah, this is a big problem for OMG, to say the least. Not only are they incredibly far behind on gold, not only are they battling up against Baron minions, but Jinx just does not have flash. She doesn't have sums. She didn't die in the last fight, but she is definitely going to feel some pain as WE have zero fear in terms of diving.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely see the difference in the damage that SMLZ versus Mystic was doing. The Ardent Sensor Athens plus Blade of the Ruin King from Mystic was doing so much, whereas SMLZ was just busy trying to stay alive instead of actually kill anyone. Icon tried to go aggressive for a kill, but Condi just put him right back in his place.
Yeah, no, he didn't expect that. I believe he had flash at that moment. Died, nonetheless. Didn't expect that bola strike.
Yeah, he's able to find some damage onto Condi, but with all of the tier 1s broken, WE are now setting up for a tier 2 in both mid, and 957 with teleport and charge is prepping top. Icon is there on the minion wave, but true damage is only going to do so much against these empowered Baron melee creeps. SMLZ gets up there, he's able to clear out the wave, but Icon takes so much and has to Spirit Rush to safety. Immediately, they turn back onto the turret with the chip damage they landed and break it down.
He had to Spirit Rush away from the execute damage coming out of Cogmal Thief. That was a little bit too close for comfort, but that means he backs away, and these towers going down. WE was able to get the bottom lane tower. They didn't have the push.
Another excellent hook from Ben keeps Xiang occupied, but that just buys time for Condi and Mystic to get some damage on the final tier 2 turret. Minions are crashing onto the inhibitor turret bottom, and 5 members of OMG are trying to defend against this. And they walk forward, 957 pushes them off and then turns right back around. He is having a great performance on this Kled. And with Mystic to back him up and Xie doing this huge damage, they can continue the siege.
There's nothing. Oh, here we go.
Xiang tries to fight. Mystic is actually caught on the side. Sonic Wave and a Polymorph. He's kicked back in, but he flashes back to safety. Meanwhile, 5 is being dived. He goes down, and SMLZ is trying to fire across. Does he do enough damage? That's going to be a kill onto Xie. A big rocket finds it. Icon turns onto Ben. Doesn't have his Spirit Rush, but Mystic gets that kill. Icon is so close. He's almost got the Spirit Rush. Flash, Spirit Fire, almost has the cooldown. It's right there. Even the Orb of Deception to catch up. Condi's there. He has to know. He misses the charm, and Mystic survives to the minions. Finally dies to the last tick of Ignite. So close, but that is the ace from WE.
Mystic is a god in that scenario. The fact that he was able to turn it around, he does a lot of damage, so you have to watch out. WE groups up, and that was OMG's desperate last chance to get the game back for themselves. But WE at least even out the play.
And you can see Condi on your screen smiling big after that, but it all started with this fight.
That
Xiang
was
goes in.
beautiful coming out of Xiang to burst the man, and immediately World 6 kicks him out, but Mystic has Flash, and so WE respond well. They dive all in on this play, but just take a look at the damage SMLZ is outputting at this moment in time. Of course, AoE damage, and you see the 1v1 coming out of these 80 carries. Unfortunately, SMLZ locks himself into that animation for his W, so he just gets blasted by Mystic's auto attacks.
Yeah.
And then take a look at this. This is just art, so I'm just gonna keep it silent. He hides in the bush, and then he just rolls him down.
The tiniest of side steps.
Yeah,
That's like Teemo's eyebrow width of distance. So very small, but Mystic, even inside of the vision from OMG, is able to sidestep that as Icon, getting a little overzealous with the charm, misses. And that will cost him an ace. Now, Baron has fallen off of Team WE, but they find themselves 10,000 gold ahead with all of that gold from those kills. Gwynsu's is finished from Mystic. Locket of the Iron Solari has been ticked over for Ben. Ludens is picked up along with the Haunting Guys from Xie. This is a massive Team WE right now. And while OMG have insurance with a Jinx of their own, she's sitting on 2 items. Oh, Icon tried to put up huge damage in that fight, but disabled by a pick early on, effectively limited his influence. This is becoming more and more difficult as the game goes on for Team OMG.
Yeah, to say the least, it's all up to WE to just finish off this game because this is a very clean victory for them. The only difference, of course, we've seen games come back from this point, so it's going to be about OMG finding their ways to stick in it. We saw the last team fight, how OMG, at the very least, stopped the push going onto this tower. They protected the tower, and for them, that's a victory as is. Even though they lost the preceding fight, they still traded. And so OMG is going to be hoping for those picks, hoping for those looks, time and time again. World 6's flash, or at least World 6's ward hop kick is up and available.
Yeah, Condi sneaks in, and that buys time for Mystic to free fire onto it. They even use 957's teleport. Another hook goes out as Condi races back around. And WE, as you said, it's all up to them to close this game out. They just continue working away at the turret, using ultimates, using teleports to get onto those crucial structures. while the rest of OMG are trying to clear out the minions in time. Another charm misses from Icon.
The good news for OMG is that their top lane is pushing in, but they're going to lose this tower.
Yeah, Condi's tanking in the front. World 6 dashes around, but they have secured the turret. 957 is there, but it's 4 versus 5. Mystic is making up for it, though. What is the damage, Kog'Maw? He continues to chase forward. A double kill, and that's going to be Xie following up for 4 members dead as OMG try to kite back and find themselves 1 versus 4. Icon, it's time to put your team on your back once again.
Oh, it's far too late for that. 4 members of WE and a wave as small as it is, they're going to be able to take this one.
Icon's got the Spirit Rush, but does he have enough to get the damage? He finds Ben, but that's the support. WE turn onto the Nexus, fully empowered by that amazing setup from the rest of his team. It crumbles, and WE take game number 1.
Yeah, obstacle for OMG to say the least. WE are on point this set.
They are looking so very strong. You can see Xiang looking a little defeated after that. Perhaps a little flabbergasted, whereas big smiles out of WE. You saw Condi grinning ear to ear just a second ago. 957 with a pretty big grin himself. And Mystic, Mr. Solemn himself, he's trying not to smile, but you could see him holding it back.
Oh yeah, he's going to be laughing when he gets to the back. That's what's going to happen. Take a look at this massive goal lead coming forward for WE. And it really started to go in their favor the moment that top lane skirmish happened. Just that 1v1, that's all it takes. If Gragas just loses one trade, suddenly he gets dove 2v1. Suddenly that's a tower for him. Then that gets pushed forward into Vision in the red side jungle. It just kept snowballing up against OMG.
And it seems like such an intelligent decision from OMG. Alrighty, we're going to pick the Jinx and Lulu into the bottom lane, keep pace with the Kog'Maw as time goes on. We've got Icon on his signature Ahri. Just don't lose top lane. Don't let any of these other lanes spill over. But then Condi shows up, breaks top. Look at how little damage he did, but how influential he was in setting up for his team.
And that just showcases the communication coming across WE, because that was one small misplay, just a 1v1 misplay coming out of Gragas.
Yeah.
And that snowballs into a massive lead where Icon, sure, he's in a bad matchup as well going up against Xie, but he was able to even that out and neutralize. But then the pressure is going to be coming where Kled doesn't even need TP anymore. He lost his TP when he used it defensively bottom lane.
Yeah.
But then he just kept roaming. He never lived in that top lane anymore. In fact, he was just completely, he cut that umbilical cord. He moved on. He was a free man.
He was. He would just push out the wave, come in, pay his bills, go home, and just continue roaming around the map. That man is a free traveler.
Yep.
And this is a huge statement from WE. We thought this would be a much closer matchup after seeing how OMG played in their set against OMG, but while it was very slow and patient early on, WE took, what, 2, 3 convincing team fights, and from there it was cake.
Yeah. When OMG played against IMA, that was a set that it was a tough start.
Set,
it was a tough start, but then you saw them drawing it back in with incredible, confident plays, individual players really coming together. WE, they're not. I mean, they have some great individual talent, so you have to combat that, and then you see some crisp teamwork and how they play and communicate with one another. So that's how it just. This is going to be a lesson for the OMG to say the least. First game's a lesson, and if you're learning, if you're in school and it's already exam time, let's just see.
So this is the first mistake of the game. World 6 tries to look for a Dragon Steel, and Ben, just outside of vision, look at this, nails the hook.
But you know that's a Thresh on the enemy team, and you know that's a Cloud Dragon open, and you know that you are behind in this time in the composition, that WE is grouped up for this dragon. Can leave the dragon alone.
Yeah, they dive as a collective unit for SMLZ, even being so kind as to give that kill over to Mystic. You could very easily tell the priorities for WE. All right, we've got a Kog'Maw. Set up lots of vision to keep him safe if they dive. We turn it around. We go top.
But like, this is when you start to question World 6's positioning at this point, because he didn't have Gragas. He wasn't going to have Ahri at that play. So what was he looking for? Is he going to look to smite steal a Cloud Dragon? It was just him looking to see where they are, just based off of just curiosity, perhaps.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, I'm just going to give him what's behind this? Oh, what's sick that I got hooked?
What's behind door number 3?
Yeah.
Death!
Don't look at door
Death
number
and
3.
destruction.
Don't check any of those doors if you don't have to. That's not the game show you want to be a part of.
Absolutely. But I mean, that's the difference that we're seeing. When OMG played this sort of cheeky style against IMA, sure, game number 1 and game number 2 was a little bit difficult, but they were allowed to get away with these mistakes because IMA, not as clean at communicating as WE, not as crisp in moving around the map as Team WE. But now you take a look at this team. Mystic is going to get the MVP at 8-1-7. Very solid play in lane. Huge damage. 41% of his team's damage.
Yep. And so it's always tough to go into these MVPs because you think, oh, every one of those players played incredibly well. And we mentioned Condi, we mentioned top lane in 957, but Mystic did well in lane. It just there were a few mistakes that were made, but he was in a tough lane to start with. And then in those team fights, you saw the confidence come through, and you saw him moving up. This was a great play, simply based off of Ben's hook, and they just move up. And that's just the damage coming through Kog'Maw. The man is incredibly safe. Even gets blown away by the cask, and he just walks up. Easiest play of his life.
Yeah, you can see how much they're empowering the team. Xie using the shield to get him forward, again empowering him with another one. This is just after the Ardent Sensor has been completed, so he does huge damage in that fight, empowered by both the the Thresh and that Karma. So a huge setup from WE to, again, put all of their I guess, prowess into Mystic and say, we've got a Kog'Maw. We know it's Mystic. He's going to carry eventually. We'll just wait for it.
Yeah.
Oh, look, you're trying to fight us. Kog'Maw's online. Let's go.
And they had a lot of pressure points, so Kog'Maw was essentially, I wouldn't say a couch potato, but that is an AD carry who's going to be incredibly comfortable at that point in the game when your Kled is incredibly far ahead, right? When your Thresh is just getting those fantastic hooks, so the position in the fight's always going to be in your favor. You're running up rather than trying to duck and dodge from anyone trying to pick you up.
Yeah, it's really going to be interesting to see if OMG can pull it together. They were able to do it against IMA just 2 days ago, but this is a much higher bar that they need to make it over. We'll have to see if they can do it in game number 2. We'll be right back.
Noticed the note on the door. I was expecting to see you. I had a dream we'd be together forever. I hoped, I thought we'd always be in each other's arms, and time would pass us by. And I really need you. I know there's a choice in everyone. I know there's a promise of a way out. It's not just anyone. It's all so clear now. It was you. You made it happen. You made it alright. I know you gave me the reason I'm alive. I was alone, and for the very first time in life, I needed someone to comfort and hold, comfort and hold me. I was afraid of the future without you here. I always hoped you'd be there. I always thought you'd be there. And I really need you. And I really need you. I know there's a choice in everyone. And I know there's a promise of a way out. It's not just anyone. It's all so clear now. It was you. You made it happen. You made it alright. I know you gave me the reason I'm alive. I know there's a choice in everyone. I know there's a promise of a way out. It's not just anyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're about ready to get into game number 2 between Team WE and Team OMG, two of the largest and oldest organizations in the history of the LPL. However, only one of them will advance to the grand finals in Nanjing, China in just a week. That's going to be determined at the end of this best of 5. And with game number 1 going over to WE, they are looking like a well-oiled machine. Of course, at week 9, week 10, we saw them looking a little bit maybe relaxed, but it's good to see them now that we're in playoffs playing at the top level that we know they can get to.
And you have to expect them to be relaxed at that point. RNG was in the same boat. They knew they locked themselves in for first place. Not so much WE. It was a little bit close. In fact, week 10 was a little bit back and forth, but they knew that they were in the playoffs nonetheless. So the only battle was for first place. Now that they're in the playoffs, and now that they're going up against OMG, you saw that last game. They picked apart small errors coming out of OMG. Tiny ones. Small bad skirmish, we're bringing the fight.
And it really did seem like the vice jaws closing on to OMG in a trap, as it was OMG's plays that got turned upon them. World 6 walking forward into the Dragon Pit, all of OMG grouping as 5 onto an Ardent Sensor Athene's Kog'Maw.
Was that even a play, though? When I look at that, I don't even know what Lee Sin was thinking.
Sure.
That's him, like, that's a solo queue play where he's thinking, maybe I can steal this Cloud Dragon. No,
And that
not.
creates such a terrifying mentality for OMG, and that they were even just trying. They were even attempting, and WE bopped them with 3 kills in the bottom lane and then 5 kills in the mid lane.
Yeah, so I think that the last game, Thresh, I'm not saying ban the Thresh, but Ben was playing on point. He's probably going to be feeling a little sad, and as if that trophy was ripped away, because MVP-wise, that man was a beast.
Yeah.
His hooks were meaning a lot. His hooks were making plays happen. If there was one small error, like a Lee Sin walking in, yeah, hook him. And if it was OMG looking to press up into a mid lane tower, they just didn't respect the hook coming from that crevice.
And that's exactly what we're talking about with WE, that they look like a well-oiled machine. Ben lands a hook. As 5, they move in. They blow teleports. They blow ultimates just to take a turret, then reset, buy items, come back and do it again as those cooldowns refresh. And OMG, they looked good in their final set against Aime in that final game, but they're going to have to play way up if they want to beat how WE are playing this best of 5.
Yeah, so the adaptation here is going to be pretty key when it comes to OMG. There's some individual players like Xiang who's going to be looking back at his play on the Gragas and wonder how those bad skirmishes, like when he threw out ulti, didn't amount to much, and it actually amounted to him getting chunked in HP. That's just an individual play where he was like, oh, I'll play better next game. But then suddenly, do they want to give up Kled versus Gragas? Do they want to have these bad matchups for Xiang? Or are they going to actually mend that and pick ban?
And that all starts here in pick and ban for game number 2. OMG with side priority have elected to take blue side. WE get pushed over to red, and immediately WE ban those 2 power picks. That's Fizz and Kog'Maw taken away, whereas Nautilus is taken away from 957, along with Kandi's Elise and Talia still being stricken from WE.
So that's lighter jungle focus. That does mean Graves is open. I wonder if World 6 goes towards that or the Lee Sin. No, it's going to be that Graves. That's smart because you don't want to get outright bullied. Lee Sin has that level 6 potential, but Graves is actually just very impactful in how he's able to condition the enemy jungler. And then when he gets level 6, that's just execution damage coming through.
Yeah, but that means that Rengar is still open. Despite that, though, looks like Kandi will look towards that Lee Sin as Ashe is picked up for Mystic, so still prioritizing that bottom lane very early on, even though it is blind. That means the support is open for WE. OMG have a chance to pare down that support pool by 1 if they were to pick it here, but there's not too much you can do to slow WE's roll so far.
Yeah, this is where OMG starts to second guess who they're gonna pick up for their bottom lane, because knowing that initial Ashe ulti, that enchanted crystal arrow on top of maybe Kandi's focus, can really demolish you. They don't want to pick up a hard carry outright. Sure, Kog'Maw has been banned. I'm sure we're not going to be seeing a Jinx again, but it is smart for them to go towards that Varus themselves.
Varus now picked up for SMLZ. He gets to take that into the bottom lane of Mystic's Ashe. We know he's very talented on that champion. He's played it quite a bit. It's actually his about 6th or 7th time since getting into playoffs, including regular season. Looks like they are going to take away Karma from Xie in that last game. He did a great job of keeping Icon locked down in that mid lane, despite the fact that he was on Ahri. But WE are actually prioritizing Kled for 957 before their support.
Yeah, that's what's surprising, because at this point, OMG is going to say, well, we'll just ban out Lulu. We're just probably going to ban out Nami as well. Or Zyra. Lulu and Zyra is what I want to see out of OMG in terms of bans. Okay, Malzahar, that works as well. That's been Ben's special.
That also means that there's a trade-off, as Shie's pool is relatively untouched if they do decide to ban out Lulu, if they do decide to ban out Nami.
That's fair. And I think what's interesting is that WE is really confident in the support champion pool that Ben has, that they can actually hold out in terms of the picks. We could even see an Ashe Thresh perhaps, so that maybe OMG is going to second guess the bans that they output. So that's just really 957 saying, pick me back that Kled. I want to see what I can get for myself.
Perhaps now throwing a spanner in the works, as that is Thresh banned away from 5. Even though WE have next pick after this, they're perhaps trying to confuse OMG with this ban. They've got 12 seconds left for the final one. Do they continue to target Ben or swap over to Shie? Is Syndra still open?
Yeah, and remember Icon, even though that's a karma for them, that's generally doesn't go to that champion at all. That's not his champion. So the flex is not going to be a thing on OMG's side when they have the karma pick. It's likely just going to go to 5.
Okay, so that was the Syndra ban. Immediately, LeBlanc picked up for Shie in the mid lane against Icon. The Assassin taken up against Icon, the Hitman. This could be a very bloody lane if Icon tries to meet it head-to-head, but we still have to see OMG round things out with the top lane.
Yeah, I want to see what Icon goes towards, because he can actually just hold on to that Karma, because it is a good matchup, a really good matchup. People have just gone towards Karma into LeBlanc, very much so. You itemize well to it with magic resistance, you just shove out and make it such a difficult lane for it. I think UNB has made it a special for himself. In fact, Shie has as well.
It is a bit disappointing, though. When you look at those two mid laners, you want to see them go off on huge assassins against each other. You want to see the outplays. Ryze is certainly a champion that could try for that. Not quite as spectacular as the likes of a Zed or a Talon or something, but a Jace could be a great answer. And with both of these mid lane hovers, seems like OMG might be sending that Karma down bottom.
And this is where styles look like they're clashing here, because that's a massive win rate on the Jace, and Icon loves that champion. You could have actually went towards the support pick, but you know what? Why would they? Just put that Karma into the bottom side of the map and give him a 5's hand. That's going to be a lot of pressure coming out of the bottom lane. That being said, the caveat to that is, what is WE going to pick up for Ben as he gets the last pick?
Looking now to round things out, the final support he gets to pick for himself. Nami seems like a huge champion that's left open with all of the confusing bans from OMG, as they ended up being a little scattered by WE's own interesting set of bans. But Nami now rounds it out. That's Nami, Ashe for Mystic and Ben in the bottom lane. Shie on a huge champion on that LeBlanc with his Talia and Syndra banned out. And then we're seeing Kandi on one of his signature champions with that Lee Sin. 957 gets back on the Kled. WE seems like, despite the crazy order in which they've picked this, they've got priority picks. This is the pick of the litter for them.
Sion goes straight back into that Gragas pickup, as you mentioned, just knowingly into the Kled. Maybe he plays it well this time around. It's for the composition, because they've had some prime backliners of SMLZ and Icon. I am surprised by Ben going towards that Nami pick, even though that is a pick that he has gone to very often when he's given the opportunity and chance. But Zyra is a champion that would work well with the Ashe pick and would really look to bully out that bottom lane. Maybe get poked, but the all-in potential once you hit 6 is pretty massive, and you get that strong team fighting. But it is a Nami. It's not like I hate the champion.
You can still definitely follow up with a bubble after the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and then time your tidal wave to hit just afterwards, but it's going to be a little difficult against the likes of Karma. And we know that SMLZ, very capable on this Varus. He's going to sit nice and far back away from that minion wave if he feels that he's in threat. I think the fun thing to watch, though, is the junglers. That we are seeing Graves versus Lee Sin from Kandi in World 6. And it's, in fact, Kandi on Lee Sin and World 6 on Graves, not the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, both of these champions, or at least both these players, have made a massive name for themselves on the Lee Sin. It's funny because when OMG made that shift between Shui Shui and World 6, the champion pool didn't change.
Yeah.
It was essentially the same Lee Sin pick, but we saw a lot of girth under that man, and we saw a lot of movements and understanding of where he wanted to be. A lot of his focus went towards looking to invade. So it was nice seeing out of World 6.
Yeah.
And to the opposite end, Kandi made a name on that Lee Sin, so he's going right back on it. He's going to showcase what he's got.
One of the best junglers in China right now, trying his luck once again against OMG. We've got a huge kill threat composition out of Team WE, but will OMG be able to hang on? They are down one game in this best of 5 as WE look to be playing at the top of their game. Hear the fans chanting, OMG repping it up, trying to be the 6th man for the crowd. And the WE fans, perhaps feeling a little comfortable, not quite as loud as they were in game number 1.
Oh, I'd be intimidated by that last guy.
Yeah.
If he was beside me, I wouldn't be chanting.
You'd
I
be
would-
like,
well, I'd
dude,
be-
why are you yelling?
No, I mean, that man would punch me if I questioned him. That guy has a lot of passion.
He certainly does, and hopefully that passion will translate towards his players. The very emotional team OMG, they really need to step up if they want to match the well-oiled machine that is Team WE in this game. 4 members of WE are sitting in this brush, perhaps predicting a late invade from the Gragas Graves, and Xiyoung is actually pulling down.
Yeah, so the fact that Jace is not moving towards this does mean that World 6 will not have this push. Maybe they go towards it.
They drop the sweeper.
All right.
That's Xie backing up a little bit. World 6 is still hanging out there. He's got 7 seconds left to make up his mind. Icon is being pulled there. Ben is just outside of vision.
They're coming. They didn't see
There
Ben.
they go. Now they see him at this point, but Xie's already there. The chains goes wide. Xie.
Sadness.
Huge miss there.
That's
That
what
could have
that
been a
is.
potential killer, at least a summoner spell, but now this is WE making their way to lanes. But take a look at Mystic. He's all on his own on the bottom. They're actually turning back around to find 957. He's going to start lane at a massive disadvantage.
Oh, no. He's
Red buff
losing
is
that.
even going to pat him on the way out as he burns his health potion right away. Icon keeping Xie busy by shoving in that lane very early on and just gets a huge trade onto him, seeing that Xie started off with the ethereal chains.
So this is pretty
huge
massive.
win for Team OMG.
Yeah, this is a. We expected this to happen, especially since we saw the Thunderlords. Graves into Lee Sin is really tough for the Lee Sin, especially with OMG. They were definitely going to be looking to take up that Raptor camp and deny out of Condi. In fact, Condi, I remember when he had the Graves pick himself, when that champion got a bit of the buff of the, I guess it was the itemizing for him. He would do this so often and just completely demolish the enemy jungler. Now World 6 has a champion for himself, is able to push him out. It was a little worrying because they didn't see Ben. It was very close. But they didn't get vision on him, so they didn't have a tip-off in realizing, okay, this play is happening. So for some reason, Sport is right in the mid lane.
And now this is what we see from OMG, realizing that Condi might try to go aggressively back in to invade and try to get a 2-buff start. World 6 makes his way towards his own red buff to protect it. So this is going to be a 3-buff start from Team OMG's World 6. Meanwhile, Xie has been missing a lot of shots onto Icon, though he is keeping even in CS. And Xiyoung, up top, is having a grand old time.
And it was all based off of the damage that Kled took really early on, especially since he started Doran's Blade. He only had that 1 pot to his name. So Xiyoung is definitely feeling a little happier comparison to the last game.
Condi, though, trying to affect the game still. Looks for Icon. I'm pretty sure that Ethereal Chains just teleported.
Just took a little jump.
Yeah.
So you know what? I'm making up the difference.
Catches that minion wave as it heads back. There's blue buff now from World 6. Condi's on that side of the map, but there's nothing that he can do. He will pop Scryer's Bloom to spot it out, and he's actually heading over for Invade, but World 6 has got his own Smite. Should be just fine as long as he clears that out in time, and Condi will just focus on vision on that top side of the map and try to keep pace in that way.
Yeah, so Condi losing out a bit of experience just based off of the fact that he lost 2 camps early on definitely hurt him. He's in a point where he's cleared it all up except for Krugs, so he doesn't know where he wants to be. Thankfully, Mystic being on Ashe does mean he gets a bit of a heads up as to where World 6 is at when those Hawk shots are placed, so he knew where World 6 was, but he was going towards the blue buff so he can easily take up that Scuttle Crab.
And now that means the bottom lane for Mystic and Ben get the opportunity to shove into SMLZ in 5. They're overextended a little bit, but still feeling very safe because World 6 is on the other side of the map. Condi, though, looking to head top, and there's already a very early control ward. And now World 6 is spotted roaming around mid lane.
So that early on point makes it so Condi has well enough protected 957 from that early disadvantage that he's had, just based off of the control ward that he was able to put there for himself, and also at the same time the Scuttle Crab. So that just means that with 957, even though he is aware of where Graves might be, he's going to be able to take a little bit more aggressive in trades. So he's at a CS advantage that we kind of expect that in this lane, even with this the kind of a disadvantage that he's had earlier on. What that does mean is that Xiyoung has TP advantage over 957, so if some random crazy play happens.
He did use his teleport very early on to get back in.
Yeah, he needed it. So that's it's going to be okay simply because you shouldn't expect a play to happen this early on. But that's going to be a little bit more safety coming on for OMG, knowing that they have that safety.
And now take a look towards the bottom side of the map. Mystic and Ben are shoving in because they know they've got help from Condi. The bubble catches 5. They're going to get a lot of damage, but that's heal and exhaust. Ignite traded over. Will they be able to burst? Mystic down. He heals. Auto attack gets first blood from SMLZ as he sidesteps onto the minions. World 6 shows up as well. Ben's got flash. and that's going to miss the slow. So they do trade flash for flash with those supports, but huge advantage for OMG's bottom lane.
Yeah, off a play Mystic and Ben were going for. They just did not realize how much damage was going to be traded back, so that was great from SMLZ to really trade that on. Mystic blowing flash late, so that's no sums for Mystic, and of course a death to his name.
Ooh, World 6 misses the end of line. That's actually his full combo. He's still 2 levels up with a longsword advantage. Kandi's got flash, dashes in, but Ben is there as well, and World 6 scares him away. They've even managed to pull 5 towards that side as he gets another great shot onto Ben.
He didn't get the kill, or at least the damage off of his end of the line, but he still gets the kill on the Grump. So that's so much experience being denied out of Kandi. Kandi's at such a difficult point. He's level 3 to World 6's level 5. So this is what you really have to worry about, and with the bottom lane play really going on WE's head, yeah, OMG, much better game for them. Just 6 minutes in.
Now he's continuing to invade as he heads towards the Raptor camp. She has pushed under turret, so he has to choose between CS or helping his jungle. That's level 6 picked up. Spike for both, but level 6 to level 3. Look at how much damage that smite is doing this early as he's keeping pace with his mid lane.
What can this guy do? What can you do, Kandi? Every camp is being ripped right under you. At this point, usually Lee Sin's look to trade. We've seen times where Ben 4, I believe, in last play, or at least last set, he finds himself in that tough position. I know you're a LeBlanc. Get out of here. You can't send 2 people at me. That he would look towards getting enemy Krugs, because that's just not a point where World 6 would be looking to pick up.
With the presence that we see bottom lane, 5 is now unlocked for vision, roams towards mid, but is spotted out well in advance. And we're still seeing a deep ward line from WE, so despite being at about a 1,200 gold deficit, they're still maintaining vision in this game, so they know the plays are happening. The question is, when the play does happen, can they respond appropriately?
Likely won't. And so the point was hidden with the bottom lane, right? If their bottom lane was winning, if Mystic and Ben were able to get that kill or win out in that trade, then Lee Sin actually could have went towards challenging enemy Krug. He wouldn't be this far behind in experience. Level 6, level 5. That being said, 957 chasing that man like a gremlin that he is. Get out of here.
Again, Clay getting that bonus movement speed, running towards enemy champions, tries to tag him with the violent tendencies. And like you said, it's still even in that top lane. Xie now gets blue buff to keep up with Icon. He's actually gone for a Gunblade first. Icon seeming to hedge his bets. He's got the Serrated Dirk and the Tier, so going middle of the road between the scaling and damage build from Jace.
We've been seeing that a lot out of Jace's in the mid lane. Will likely go towards the Yomu's Ghostblade, keep onto that Tier, get the mana pool to be able to just utilize Shock Blast time and time again. That's just something that we have here for himself. He's going to be feeling a little bit confident because even though he has Serrated Dirk, we kind of want to see him go towards a Hex Drinker as well for the lane, so he just doesn't get outright bursted out in this by CA.
There's still a lot of pressure on Icon in the mid lane, considering how he played against a Team IMA. He's a huge emotional foundation for the team. You can see when he's popping off, he's really popping off. But when he falls behind, it affects everyone on Team OMG. Though now SMLZ in 5, the silent bottom lane, they're doing a lot of work down here in maintaining that kill advantage for a little gold. But Kandi and Xie show up just to get some harass. He's popped back. Now that's a follow-up from Kandi. He's level 6. He's got his own flash, and the second Ethereal Chains means WE get a kill onto Icon.
Really well played from WE. CA and Kandi were fishing for it. They had proper control wards just so they know that there is no follow-up coming out of OMG. And so Icon just did not have a clue where Lee Sin was. So he thought he could just look for that trade, but the moment he did, he just gets locked down by Ethereal Chain. And of course, the other one's going to be coming to hit it up, second chain, just so Kandi can get the execution damage. So really well played from WE, just playing around with vision. They have complete control of the right side here of this mid lane. So really Icon had to be afraid of that, had to be cautious. And that the fact that he wasn't is now going to bite him. He doesn't have flash, he does have exhaust. With CA taking over to this mid lane, he might just get blown up.
And this is exactly what you talked about in terms of Kandi. He's at a huge deficit behind World 6. What can he do? Hard farm or try to affect his lanes? Well, he shows up mid, he gets a kill for Xie, getting him that assist. And suddenly, he's only down a single level behind World 6. Still about 22 jungle creeps behind, but that's probably just a Krug or two. In terms of overall distance, Kandi is catching up. And despite being down, making a case for, again, being the best jungler in the league.
And this is going to be a problem for World 6, right? Just to hit on that point, what is World 6 going to do? Go topside? It's going to be difficult for him. It's a possibility.
Continue to hard farm, turn into a late game hyper carry?
I mean, that's an option, but he doesn't want that to happen because that gives WE a lot of free space to move around. So you have to expect perhaps he looks towards the bottom lane. Varus, who is level 7, does have his ulti.
Later the Ruin King as well.
Exactly, so that could be a point of focus for him. If he can just get that one ulti coming off, then of course World 6 does have the damage and execution based off of his collateral damage to make it work for him. So that could be a pressure point. In fact, that could even free Icon.
Oh, no! Oh.
You lost it. You lost your right to that blue buff Icon.
World 6 doesn't want to risk it.
I can't believe it.
10 health, so close. If he had survived just a little bit longer, that would have been a finished Caulfield's Warhammer. And that would have been enough damage to finish off that blue buff. So already that kill paying itself off. Kandi's still back in his mid lane.
And remember, Icon does have a tier.
He does.
He wants to be able to stack it. In fact, he wants to be able to free himself from this lane. Not having that blue buff to be able to impact this matchup is going to be massive for him because this bottom lane could be well enough in WE's
he is
wheelhouse.
primed to be unlocked right now. Take a look at the vision from Team OMG. They are so set to get something happening bottom. There's no wards from WE. It's all been cleared out or timed out. The control wards have gotten away. But Kandi makes his way down there first. He spots out 5 bubble and arrow misses. They're even using 957's teleport, which is canceled. But Kandi actually did not show himself. I don't know if they saw the Sonic Wave or not.
They are going to be well aware. That was a major misplay coming out of WE that the bubble came out first. I would have much rather seen Mystic throw out his ulti because auto-attacking, then throwing out a bubble.
Or the melee range tidal wave, so there's nowhere to flash.
So 5 is just going to be, he's going to be a little bit more aware of the play happening in front of him. So now OMG are going to be looking to push on this tower.
They've got a massive minion wave and huge damage with that Graves and Varus. They break down the first turret of the game, bringing it to a 2,500 gold advantage.
And the reason why that's popular, or at least possible, is because they have TP advantage.
Yeah.
957 blowing his TP means that if a play were to happen, Xiang will be able to double down on that. And that would be at the very most a 5v4 play, because Xie would have his own TP, but then Icon would roam down. OMG sees this as a major power play, especially since Mystic does not have ulti, and so they take down that tower, and now they got a dragon for themselves. Really heads-up play coming out of OMG.
Now 2,000 gold ahead from Team WE as they head back towards base to pick up some more items. There's the Warhammer finished from Icon. And 2 more daggers along with the Zerker Greaves for SMLZ. So they're transitioning rather well. But with that Varus unlocked, Xiang's going to go for a quick shove and stay top. This is a very common play in the LPL to swap for that top tier 2. Late recall from Mystic as he catches the wave. They don't have teleport from 957, but they do from Xie. Do they defend that top tier 1 for what we know is soon to be a shove top?
Yeah, they're definitely looking to move towards it, so they know that this is going to happen. Sending Ashe bot would be awful in the sense that, A, they got the second back, so then it would turn into a trade. All right. Just whisked right by him. And then that would mean WE would be really slow to deploy. So they're just looking to defend on this. They even have Ashe Arrow, or at least they had it. So they could have looked for a play if they trapped them in this 2v2. They're just going to have to wait for the next Enchanted Trizzle Arrow.
Yeah, instead it's just the 80 carry and support, so not a hard shove. World 6 and Icon do make their way up there. There's a control ward in that brush that will spot out this in advance. Xie just trying to tag World 6 for some damage. Focus on getting that vision. The more knowledge you have, the easier it is to execute on the ensuing play. They do have that teleport advantage for Xiang. It's about 60 seconds away from 957. Window of opportunity for Team OMG.
Yeah, so this is really good for OMG in the sense that Jace has maximum level of freedom. This man is basically sporting the American flag right now. He's able to push up this wave, and with how much vision control put up to the topside river, he can always look to hide, and Xie will never know where he is, that he's either looking towards topside play with Graves, or if he's looking to fake into just sitting back for the wave. So right now, Xie is in a tough position, knowing that the pressure is being torn away from him.
Yeah.
That being said,
right now Icon's just playing back. He's catching these minions so close to finishing off his Yomu's Ghostblade, so going to prioritize that. But that's Xie finishing off his own Gunblade. Meanwhile, top lane, SMLZ in 5 with that slight minion push advantage have been working on this turret. They're chipping away at its health with each and every wave. And with World 6 still staying on this side of the map, They might try to break it down rather soon, but again, Condi is there first.
Yeah, so Condi always has to stick around here in this area. A, to contest the wards, but B, he knows that OMG is constantly looking for this play. World 6 will never look bot side, unless, of course, if he's completely shoved out. This is a power play coming out of OMG.
Yeah, but they do have WE has their teleport back up. So if a fight were to break out, they can answer in kind. As Xiyoung doing the standard top lane play, pushing the minion wave, ducking out of vision, pushing the minion wave, ducking out of vision. He's going to have to answer 957 soon. And again, the minion wave crashes. World 6 shows up.
Lee Sin is in the area. I was wondering if he was backing. He was channeling it.
Yeah, Xie is finishing off his blue buff on that side of the map. He's got his own teleport ready as well, so he's allowed to roam. Icon trying to hold on to this minion wave. He's finished off his Youmu's. He used it to get back into lane, but like you said, he's got that shove priority, and it's playing all around that top tier 1 from OMG. If they can find WE unprepared to defend it, they take that turret.
But that was just a major, honestly, hats off to WE to defending that, like, to just defend that play. Oh, get out of there.
Oh, that's the cask. For relatively low damage on a 957, but like you said, they are defending. The recall is being finished from Mystic and Ben.
They're going to be charging up. They might just lose the tower for this. Depends if SMLZ sticks to the lane he is going to. So that's going to be pretty worrying. OMG has the ability to be able to pick this tower up for themselves.
This is a bait. He's on top of a ward right now. They've swept out all of the vision from the rest of OMG. They know Icon's still in the mid lane. So, yeah, SMLZ just goes for the ward instead before turning forwards. They've got those teleports ready.
And Ashe has Enchanted Crystal Arrow too, so if he fully commits to this one, it could be a long distance play.
Yeah, it seems like OMG decides to let it go though. The
Okay.
turret's finished off. Mystic and Ben decide to swap towards mid, perhaps looking for a kill on Icon. The arrow goes out, and he's actually hit by it. There's a tidal wave to follow it up. They've got a lot of damage. Bubble as well, and they get the kill onto Icon. You can see that heavy sigh. He should have seen that coming.
Yeah, that was max CC coming out of the Ashe Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Perfectly timed. Really well set up play. They even conditioned him, so the only way he was able to get out of that position, of course, was just behind the turret because he was found in that bit of a crevice.
In between the wall and the turret.
Exactly. So that arrow was going to hit, unless if he flashed. So just didn't flash.
Now we do see Team WE using that pressure in the mid lane to turn it into a vision advantage bottom. Mountain Dragon is up in 60 seconds, and the bottom tier 1 is up to Xiyoung to defend it. He's using that Sunfire, but Kled is already tanking it. They reset aggro. 957 still holds on to it, so they are fine to keep diving this. They get the kill and get right on out.
And just take a look at how much damage 957 took, and he still has Skarl available for himself. So yeah, easiest dive for WE's life. They pick it up for themselves, and they're going to remain pressuring top side, so really heads-up play from them. They're still behind, but they're contesting, and that's nice to see from WE.
And OMG, they invested so heavily in the top tier 1, WE seemed to feint it, saying, oh no, we're not defending it. Just kidding. We're going mid, we're pushing top. And look at all the vision from OMG on that top side of the map. That is useless. The only person up there is Icon. Xie is going to continue to keep SMLZ occupied in this mid lane. He has finished his rune on, so he's scaling up nice and comfortably. Mystic is making his way up there as well. And Xie looks for an assassination, almost finds it. Needs a Chain of Corruption, though. The snare is popped. That's actually Blade of the Ruined King as well, as SMLZ goes hard to protect his support.
Yeah, that was a good response from SMLZ, or you would have seen WE just go towards Dragon, right? Because that's just going to be 100% backing. Now that CA, he's going to have to back himself.
Yeah, and now OMG, again, it seems like they are slow to the punch against Team WE. Yes, they have the advantage in this game, but it's WE setting up the plays, responding, and moving in advance. Mountain Dragon has just spawned. They've already got vision all over this side. They're pinging on wards for 957 to teleport to as well. Xie's got his own teleport. Enchanted Crystal Arrows off cooldown, and WE look to set up for this side of the map.
Yeah, WE's in a great position. Just take a look at where 957 is currently. Ooh.
Yeah, there's the arrow. That's teleport from Xie to get in as Rift Herald disappears. They've still got 957's teleport. He was sitting just outside of Vision topside.
Yeah, perfectly played right now. OMG cannot look to contest this Dragon. If they do, that will be a fight being enabled by 957, who will have that TP ready for him. They're going to be pushing in, but those are wards in the red side jungle of OMG.
As a unit, though, OMG are able to break through before Xie and the rest of WE can respond. Again, 957 has to duck back. That's teleport started, and he's going bottom now. He's going to flank right on in. Here comes Kled. Gets into the back line, he finds 5. He already has no flash, and he will pop over the wall. Excuse me, that's no heal. Xiang gets into the back onto Mystic, though. Gets a good pop. Tosses the cast, but Mystic dodges. He turns onto the tank, trying to get in, and the damage is enough. This is WE turning the fight and answering back.
OMG couldn't do anything off of that. They were trying to get a counter flank TP play out of Xiang, but he was isolated. OMG couldn't push in to really help him out, and now they're going to try and respond by taking this mid lane.
Yeah, they're trying to call the bluff from WE. You burned too much killing our tank. Do you have enough to finish this off? 957 actually completed his recall. He was at low health. They don't have Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They don't have a lot of wave clear. And with the Chain of Corruption missing, OMG now will swap towards that dragon.
Yeah, that's a big key point there, is that WE doesn't have a lot of wave clear to their name.
Ooh, Kandi looks for the insect. He's found World 6, but Xie is now in melee range of the Graves. That's a lot of damage, and they follow it up. 957 gets the kill with some help from Dragon. Kandi will give his life, jungler for jungler, but WE continue to chase forward. Icon turns it back around. He assassinates the support, but Mystic gets the arrow. He tries to heal through the damage of 5 and will die, but this is going to be 4 members dead, the unofficial ace for Team WE in game number 2.
Great response, and it was all off of Kandi getting a key, crucial kick onto Graves. He ended up dying to it, so it looked like a trade, but that was WE saying, all right, we've got him. They just barreled in forward and got the team fight for themselves.
Yeah, very bloody skirmish as the teams trade back and forth, but despite being down 2 turrets, WE are only down 1,000 gold. So if they manage to clear out those standing gold eventually, they'll be right back up. Here's that kick you talked about.
And Shay doesn't have a lot of HP. In fact, he messed up with the chain, so he had to back away, but the rest of WE was ready and geared for this entire fight. So just take a look at OMG. They're trying to pick themselves up a kill off that. And 5 gets a really a key Q, so you get Jace following up on that. But that ain't going to happen as soon as Mystic uses his ulti too. So that's just going to be followed up. She is far too healthy along with 957, so that's damage just being piled on.
Absolutely, and we're seeing huge damage from both of these teams. You've got LeBlanc, Ashe, and Kled against Graves, Jace, and Varus. Not to mention 5 did a huge hit in that last fight. Interestingly enough, we're seeing Ben go for the Mikhail's Crucible to keep someone safe if they ever get caught by a Chains of Corruption, delaying that need for a Quicksilver Sash. But OMG rush down mid lane, 957 is top, and again, WE find themselves just a little slow to the take this time. OMG get their first calling the bluff of WE, and they take that turret.
And this is a good difference between the composition. OMG, they can actually look this. Once Icon gets damaged, the fish!
Yeah, he had to flash over the wall and even drops the tidal wave to escort him away.
All right, Nami gets out well and clean, even though there was an attack happening.
So that's the trade. 1 turret for 1, but the Mountain Dragon picked up for OMG. But as you said about those compositions.
Yeah, so OMG, they have a pretty clear focus on poke and just around Siege as well, along with just Jace and Varus. They can find that pick. They can really take them down. So WE, who doesn't have a lot of wave clear for themselves, they're going to definitely struggle in dealing with that. They want to be able to... The only way they can actually push them off is looking for flank plays off of either LeBlanc.
Yeah, WE seem like the type of team comp that's going in. They've got Kled, they've got LeBlanc, Ashe, and Lee Sin. Xie's keeping Xiang occupied down here on this bottom lane. Doesn't have his teleport just yet, but he has excellent wave clear. And with Xiang with no cask means that slowly but surely, this turret's going to take a little bit of chip damage.
Yeah, time and time again. So he's going to be able to take it a little bit. That's WE looking to respond by just clearing vision top side of the map.
Yeah. Setting up vision around that Baron. OMG, however, respond with some wards of their own. The wave up top is about neutral, and the wave in mid is about neutral as well, so they're comfortable meeting in the river, dropping wards, and backing away. However, Xie is going to continue working on that bottom tier 1 turret. He's going to have his teleport ready at the same time as Xiang is. So this is overall a net advantage for WE if they can hold this position as Xie just keeps on chipping shots at it. Wave after wave, it's auto after auto.
And here's what worries me when it comes to...
That's a Zanya's. That's a misclick from Xie. You can see the look of panic on his face. He doesn't have flash, and Xiang turns in. This could be a huge mistake. Xiang follows up, doesn't have the Mimic just yet, pops right on back around and loops into the turret, but a flash from Xiang gets the kill. Huge smile on his face as Xie gives himself a bit of a forehead scratch. Big mistake.
Yeah, take a look at your inventory, Xie. That's not Gunblade active that he used. That's that's Zanya's. Unfortunate for him to make that misplay happen for himself. So that was a play that WE were able to look for. That should have been tower after a while, but that one misplay puts it right into OMG's court. And so you're going to have to... I'm still really worried for OMG once they look towards these sieges, because they need a lot of QSSs for themselves. It needs to be on Icon and World 6, because A, the flank plays coming out of Kandi and CA, but also the Mystic's Enchanted Crystal Arrow. If they ever get tied up in one CC chain, if they look for these sieges, then they will get popped out. So I do want to see like QSS being built on more carries here.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's the case. Perhaps 5 could go for the same route as Ben and look for a Mikhail's Crucible
That's possible.
as well. But again, that item very important early on. You can see now the clone from Xie spotting up bottom as WE. They decide not to trust that bottom lane to Xie once again as 957 with teleport heads down there. So bit of a swap in the 1-3-1 setup from Team WE. Even though it was only a single mispress, it did cost them that entire setup that they had built for themselves, the entire bit of momentum. Now that allows OMG to start pressing forward with vision on this top side of the map and control the river around the Baron.
Yeah, and it depends. I don't believe OMG can hold this. Reason for it is now LeBlanc is getting that top lane shoved in. Someone's going to have to deal with it after 2 more waves. So once that happens, that means that LeBlanc is able to roam. That's why I like LeBlanc top more so than Kled. Either way, either can do this. But now,
Sonic Wave finds 5. That's the arrow. It goes in between. Kandi still tries to force the fight. They turn on to World 6, but they don't have the burst. That's a flank from SMLZ. They get 1. 80 carry for jungler. He flashes in. That's exhaust immediately. Cask pins him to the wall, and he dies to 957. Xie is continuing to loop around, but they've lost Mystic. It's up to Xie at 957. He's unused correctly this time, but Xie is all over him. Tosses out the barrels. 5, firing these shots onto Ben. And with 957 and Xie, they've got more than enough crowd control to turn this fight around. Xie leaps over the wall, has to dodge the follow-up damage. Actually doesn't get the ethereal chains, and with the tier 1 still standing, it's a 4 for 3 in favor of WE.
Whoa, that was a bit of a skirmish, I'll tell you, because 957.
Skirmish, that was a full 5v5 team fight, Raz.
Yeah, I was wondering where 957 ulti went, because it got canceled out by Xiang, and even Mystic utilized his flash to get an assassination. So he ended up dying because he used it offensively.
And this is what we're seeing as a result of that. Mid-tier 1 and bottom tier 1 are going down. Finally, that standing gold is being picked up. Here's the fight.
All right, just take a look at Mystic from this point forward, because he really moves in to get an assassination off of World 6. So his flash is down, and so, yeah.
Flash, melee range, Varus. As you said, the charge from 957 is denied by Xiang, so it turns into a skirmish between those top laners' support. But WE are able to stall it out with Xie on that Zhonya's.
Yeah, so there's no more damage coming out of Xiang in 5, of course. And 957 able to get Scarlet back for himself. That's a lot of HP regain. So that's, yep, they're just going to clean it up.
Now taking a look at the gold, now that those turrets have been taken, this is what we expected as WE finally clean up those neutral objectives around the map. They're 1,000 gold ahead with those 4 kills. Taking a look at CS, it's rather even, about a 20 CS lead as the arrow misses, but they're still going in. That's 957 chasing up, but they have to catch up to a Jace. Bear Trap is going to be lanced out, and they are going so hard to kill him, blowing everything they have. 5 members of WE show up, and they get that kill.
And that's pretty key. WE, they're going to go to Baron. OMG needs to be able to stop this. And if they do, that could be a fight being followed up once again from WE.
Yeah, huge priority from WE to target that emotional rock for OMG in Icon. They duck just outside of vision, but they're still right there. And, perhaps going a little bit too soon. That's the tidal wave in the choke. Chain of Corruption onto Xie. He drops his onions, but they've already assassinated SMLZ. Xie is fine and is going to walk away from this, but he might decide to continue chasing as 957 are a little split with this. They managed to get the kill on both the carries for OMG. Now they're going to turn onto the Baron itself.
CA doesn't have much HP to his name, but no one's going to be looking to contest this.
Here comes the rest of OMG. They're still at rather high health because of that Ocean Drake. Xie's around the side along with Mystic, so the carries are nice and safe. World 6 is level 14 with Spike, so he can match it. They tag Xiang, and they're getting a lot of damage across as they continue to chase it forward. So much crowd control. As Mystic finally gets that kill, they are just working their way through these kills front to back, time after time.
Yeah, they're not going to go to Baron because their job is already done. They're too low in HP to do it. That was a beautiful bubble coming out of Ben to get the kill onto Xiang.
With the recall from WE at low health, though, that means that OMG turn on towards that dragon. Kandi and Ben are still sitting over here at the Baron. Mystic walks his way around, and with all of OMG on the other side of the map, they have no idea. There's no vision. This is a huge play from WE as they set up for the Baron, and it is the long con. World 6 is like, wait a sec, we've got no wards. They're not even bothering to clear this one out, as finally 5 will show up in time, even the blue trinket being used, but Baron is already picked up, and WE are out of there. The Italian job is successful.
Yeah, it's gone. The only other blue trinket on their roster was on Icon, who was going towards the Krugs. That showcases they had no idea that play was happening.
Yeah.
That one hole in their vision completely exploited. They expected WE to back away, go back to base off of that entire skirmish back and forth. But Mystic, he went back, and that was it. So the moment they come back onto the map, they're able to immediately demolish that Baron. Great straight-up play coming out of WE.
And take a look at the score lines from WE. 7-0-4 from 957. 2-1-12 on Xie. His only death was because he did Zanya's instead of Gunblade. That single mistake did cost him a temporary tempo advantage, but WE immediately follow up. Again, this is the well-oiled machine that we were talking about. They have got a composition that goes in one direction, in, and now they've got Baron to back it up.
Yeah, now what I'm afraid of for OMG is that WE, Kled, he's massive, as you said, and he has GA for himself. So once he actually bullies that top side, Gragas is nowhere to be seen there because he doesn't want to deal with it. He's looking to see if he can make a play happen with his team or look to defend if they get jumped on. But Kled, all he has to do is shove this one out. Keep shoving if he can, unless if he has another item for himself, and then look for a dive, look for a flank play, and with the GA that he has, and now a finished Randuin's Omen, they are ready. They are primed, set to push forward the Baron that they have for
Yeah, they've topped off some big items all around. Void Staff from Xie. He's got another NLR. You can see the Phantom Dancer picked up for Mystic and another BF sword. They have got so much going for them. Setting up side waves. Top will push in eventually with the turret equals. But WE now swap down towards the bottom. They've got a big wave down there. Xie will have to protect it because there is a lot of wave clear from Icon and SMLZ without that Baron buff. But they're just playing the 1 and 4, running back and forth between mid and top to look for an opening in OMG's defenses.
Just take a look where Kled just getting that mid lane pushed out, so Gragas had to deal with it. And here comes the
Attack arrow.
dive.
This is the composition that goes in. SMLZ is taking so much damage. He's destroyed by Xie. World 6 gets left behind. He's going to make it onto the turret, but they continue chasing 1, 2 turrets deep, and that's 3 members of Team OMG dead. 2 versus 5. Team WE are about to take this set 2-0.
And they make it look easy. After taking down that Baron, they know what to do.
Yeah, they're continuing to push on to the Nexus turrets. 5 and Xiong are sitting on the fountain. There is nothing they can do to stop the roll from Team WE. Game number 2 will go over to the older organization here. And with very happy faces, they're going to take their headsets off. And Raz, we're 1 game away from a clean sweep.
And it's just that fast. That is a mighty big wall in WE. And so OMG, they have to double check what happened in that game. They have to really understand like that. They were in it for quite some time. In fact, their early game was incredibly strong. It was much better than the last game. A, because of the composition, but B, they really did play towards World 6. But all it takes is that one play.
And that's exactly what you talked about in the early game. World 6 ahead, but what's he going to do? He ganked it several times, but just wasn't able to make anything happen. And you can see OMG had a lead for a portion of the game. They could just never grow it. Anytime they try to play, it was WE stymieing it, stopping it, and responding until finally they found their core items, they found their momentum towards the back half of the game.
And what I wanted to see from OMG is more pressure into the bottom lane, impact that matchup, utilize Varus' ulti to really get this game going and pushing forward to you. They weren't able to do that very convincingly, and so WE were able to stall it out. They even utilized the Ashe very effectively to move towards the mid lane, get that ulti off, and really get the lead for LeBlanc. Just get the Jace locked down.
Absolutely.
And so that was just them adapting within the game, knowing that they're far behind, but they were able to make small picks time and time again to regain control.
And WE are just running rampant over OMG in this series. Take a look at that gold damage. The fact that Xiong did almost twice as much damage as anyone else on his team. 5 himself was second place. That does not bode well when the carries, the Jace, Graves, and Varus did the least damage on their team because of how W played it. Anytime there were to be a skirmish, WE would dive in as a collective 5-man unit. They had these excellent fakes. They had these excellent plays. And this is the communication that we talked about. WE are playing at a 10 right now. And OMG, we got to see it 2 days ago when they played against IMA, but they need to bring it out here if they want to bring us to game 4.
Yeah, we have seen WE in the regular season fall behind. There are definite plays when Condi has gone really far behind in the jungle. There was that one Gragas game. It happens. But they're able to understand where to cut losses and push forward, right? That I think that it was incredibly played from Condi to start to move towards bottom lane and get the Ashe going. That dive, or at least those plays happened. I think it failed at one point. But it worked in a sense that they were always still focused. And then it was difficult for Graves to find any lane moving for him. So I just wanted to see him go towards the bottom lane, which is a prime CC spot, and it could have moved Jace towards him as well.
And that's exactly an excellent word that you bring up, focus. WE, it seems like not once during this series have we seen them without a focus. They always have a goal. They are always moving around the map with an objective and an intent. Whereas you look at OMG, their objective is, their focus is sit and wait, scale with Kog'Maw as goes on. It's much more of these ethereal concepts instead of we're going to go for 20 CS and try to skirmish here in mid lane, or we're going to set up vision around Dragon, see if they're taking it or back away. And it's this lack of direction, this lack of clear focus that is costing them against a team like WE that is so razor sharp in how focused they are.
Yeah, and I think there was still a major improvement when
Of
it came
course,
to OMG,
yeah.
right? It definitely...
They had an advantage in the early game.
Yeah, so that's something to build off of, even though they know going into Game 3, they are at match point, set point. But just take a look at that. That was really well played from Condi to be able to knock him in. And so the rest of WE are there to follow up, even though it wasn't the cleanest follow-ups. They were still there, and they were going to be able to move on to the 3 members who were just trying to finish the job on Condi. And so you just see plays like this where 957 is constantly moving with the team. So that's why I think that he is the player. No, it's Xie.
Yeah.
I don't agree
Xie
with
gets
that.
the MVP, 4-1 and 12. He died once because
Yeah.
he pressed the wrong button once. That's really exceptional. And though he was missing a few chains, he kept Icon locked down in lane. He was doing huge damage in these fights.
And here's the thing is that I think WE played around him incredibly well. As I mentioned, Ashe coming in for an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but also Lee Sin coming in as well in one of the skirmishes that Jace was having. So he got locked down once, then it turned into a second chain, an immediate follow-up from Lee Sin. So there were times where they utilized CA to regain control of the game. That is nice. I think that right now we see 957 is definitely playing very well towards the team advantages that he's had. So there is definitely a case for both players. And so I guess I'll
So,
give it
Raz,
to CA. Yeah.
we are one game away from WE 3-0ing OMG.
Yeah.
This is set point coming up in just a few minutes. What does OMG need to do to turn this around? Because they've been in this position before against IMA, and heck, even in that game where they did turn it around, game number 3, they were down for the first half of the game. It was Icon pulling himself together and pulling the whole team onto his back to turn it around. Do they have to look towards Icon once again, or is this a whole team growth they need to show?
It is a team growth. The reason for that, I'm immediately going to point towards jungle mid support synergy. I think that Ben is moving really well with the team to get wards down, constant control, and I really like that coming out of Condi and Ben. This game in this set, I think it's a little worse. It was good game 1 that we saw 5 moving just a little bit towards the mid lane along with World 6, but we didn't see that coming out of game 2. And with the early game advantage that this team has had, we want to see more vision control. We want to see an actual focus around what they're looking to control around. So that's one mistake, and that's something you can move on to game 3.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can recover because, again, their backs are against the wall. And I've got to agree with you. World 6 and 5 have just been a little bit slow to the take when you look at the likes of Ben on his Thresh and of the damage that he was doing in those late fights. But backs against the wall for Team OMG. They have got one more chance to turn things around. They have to reverse sweep Team WE, the best team in Group A, if they want to continue their run in playoffs. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to what could be the final game of this best of 5. A single game of League of Legends separates Team WE from a trip to the Nanjing Olympic Sports Arena Gymnasium in Nanjing, China for the LPL Grand Finals. This is the semifinals. They've gone through 2 games against Team OMG, and they are not slowing down at all. This is full steam ahead from them, and this team is looking like the team to beat so far. And you know, OMG, they've been in this position before. They reverse swept IMA just 2 days ago, but IMA is on a completely different caliber when you compare it to how Team WE are playing right now.
Yeah, and that's the worrying point for OMG is that sure they've been in this position, but up against an inferior talent of IMA in that point. WE is just outright outplaying them. Hey, I guess game 1 in the early game. This time around, it's just been throughout outright team fights. So that's why focus for me is going to be in pick ban when it starts with the Kled priority, because Kled's has been outright being picked up by 957, and even though he had that tough early start, just TP'd right back into the lane, was able to impact that early on. So there are 2 options for OMG here. Either they just don't pick themselves the Gragas into that lane matchup because how free those flanks have just been coming in from WE without much response, or they ban the Kled. So they have a few options. They could, and if they decide they're going to pick into the Kled, maybe you can
something a little more than the Gragas that we've seen Xiang on. He did better in game number 2, but it's still nowhere near enough to keep up with how 957 has been playing.
Yeah, so if they have the opportunity to go to a Renekton, that is also fine. If they have the opportunity, let's say, to go towards a Kennen, perhaps, they need to pick something proper for the lane, and that's been kind of tough for OMG throughout the split. They've only recently found times and moments to pick priority matchups for Xiang. But primarily he puts himself into these tank tops,
and we're seeing WE are so prepared in this. They've banned away Shen in every single ban phase so far before even getting into the picks, because that is Xiang's most played champion during the regular season. So already that respect towards the top lane, prioritizing that for 957, and then following up with a priority for Mystic on those huge carries of his Ashe, of that Kog'Maw in game number 1. Now WE, they have got side priority here, or excuse me, OMG have got side priority here in game number 3. Blue side could give them a huge priority pick if they manage to go through. Maybe they pick Kled away themselves, but that could also mean that a lot of things will be open for WE on the opposite side.
That is a real question. First rotation, you have to believe it's going to continue on with jungle focus, especially since World 6 was able to attain them such a strong advantage with the Graves earlier on. So depending on if the junglers do go through, how many go through, because Elise has been a constant ban here, that we could see the Graves pick up. And if Kled isn't outright picked up, then maybe they go towards it on the second part of their first phase. But there are a lot of options here, and so little time to communicate or really talk about those picks.
I feel like it's going to be really unlikely to see WE pass over that Kled on a first phase, knowing how big a priority it's been in game number 1 and game number 2. You can see Icon looking a little nervous before getting into this one. He was the man who pulled his team together in game 3, 30 minutes in, on his signature Ahri. Now he needs to do it again, whereas you look at the likes of Team WE, like we said, they are a well-oiled machine. They are playing with focus, and they are playing to win. So Icon has got one hell of a task ahead of him if he hopes to bring his team on his back once again, or if the rest of OMG will be able to pull themselves together and support their star mid laner.
Yeah, I want to see what their focus is, because here's the thing, it's kind of turning into a tough spot for OMG, because if they try to keep him up, they had the Jace for him. Jace was an amazing pick, high win rate, and you give Icon Jace, he does beautiful things. The only problem is he just got dogpiled on in the mid lane.
And now OMG with side priority have elected to take red side on this. That's immediately a Kled ban. That's a Rengar ban. Those are series specific against 957 and Kandi, which leaves a lot of bans open for Team WE. It's Fizz and LeBlanc now banned away from Icon and Xiang. With their next ban, we'll see what they decide to go for, because that Kog'Maw is still open. Let's see if they are banning away the Renekton. That means that Shen is still up along with Kog'Maw. A priority pick for Xiang versus a priority pick for Mystic.
Now that does mean that Graves is still up and available, but both junglers do have a deep enough pool to even be fine with that and pick up a Lee Sin. With how badly beaten Kandi was last time around in that matchup, pretty sure he would want his hands on that Graves though.
Yeah, we'll see if that's what he decides to go for. As you said, the jungle pool is relatively open. That means Elise is up as well. But WE are set to prioritize that Kog'Maw once again, putting everything in Mystic's backpack and saying, all right, we'll just sit on your shoulders as you carry us to victory. And with the Talia ban away from Xie, OMG, what do they go for? Is it top lane? Is it bottom lane? Supports, AD carries? There's so much left open.
I would expect them to go towards like an Ashe Lulu. The Lulu to take away from WE, but an Ashe would do well in terms of just going towards that pick potential. That being said, you said it. Shen was open and available with how often it was being banned. Now Xiang gets his hands on that, especially now that you know that you don't want WE getting their hands on Shen and Kog'Maw.
Yeah, it is his most played champion, a whopping 9 times over the regular season, 78% win rate on that Shen with OMG, so he has been instrumental for them. But with that priority, do they look towards jungle or the bottom lane? As you said, they are red side, so they can save counterpick for Icon. Looks like World 6 is going to pick a champion.
I would expect
going through, yeah.
Graves.
You can see that. That's not a Janna. The hand going
Yeah,
up means that that was a misclick despite the timer going out. So we're going to go ahead and remake and find out what that champion was. Bit of a mistake from OMG here in the finals. Could be a sign of the nerves getting to them a little bit.
Perhaps, but we've seen this time and time in the regular season. For the audience out there, if you haven't been along for that ride, been seeing a constant pick ban remake. These happen. So I guess it really does harken the question of what they're looking for. Because there are a lot of options. I would say Graves, given the power of being able to push into the jungle matchup, doesn't matter if you have a weak mid lane matchup, you can still really prop him up with the range that you have for yourself. And it really does help in piling on damage onto the Kog'Maw later on, just throwing out collateral damage. So that option is available. You wouldn't want him to least for yourself. So
there are still so many picks left up for Team WE. I mean, that Lulu is still up. Karma, Nami. We saw Xie on that excellent champion in game number 1, that Karma. And again, they could look towards that. He had a great performance on that Assassin LeBlanc in game number 2, his single death aside. And WE, they still continue to look focused. They are here. They are ready to play. OMG looking a little bit shaken. SMLZ, though, signature flat face.
yeah, he doesn't smile. He doesn't frown. It's just nothing. And so it's a pretty key point. Momentum is massive. WE going 2-0 up against OMG. It's not even they smell blood. They're the one who cut them open. They know that blood is gushing.
Absolutely. Just jabbing in, finding openings. Icon, hands on his eyes. That's not a very happy looking mid laner. He is the bad boy of Team OMG. We've seen what happens when he pops off, but we've also seen what happens when he starts to slip and fall down. He's going to have to show some real mental fortitude here if he wants to pull himself together against WE, because it seems impossible at this point. It is a nigh insurmountable task.
The reason why it's difficult for him, we kind of hit onto it, it's just that he's just outright getting bullied by WE. Their jungler, but also their AD carry. It happens time and time again. If he's in a position where they are getting shoved in, or at least like their side lanes are getting shoved in, he can never really walk into make any play happen.
It's such a scary position when you look at the fact that you had such a strong pick composition from WE that was so punishing in that previous game. And really, it seems almost deliberate. Take game number 1. All right, it's kind of even. Let's just demonstrate our team fight prowess. Okay, they're going to win it with us with team fights. Then game number 2, they come at you even more aggressively with a composition that runs forward. Now in game number 3, you've got to be prepared. Are they going to run at us? Are they going to try to play the smart game? I don't know how to respond to this. They've already shown proficiency with 2 different styles of play. And OMG find themselves backs against the wall, scrambling to respond. How do you pull yourself together?
Whew, that's I would say immediately I would think of jungle. It's very
How do you pull yourself
difficult.
together? You immediately pull yourself together.
Immediately just stand up. Okay, no, it's in the jungle role because World 6 had a lot of control early on, right? And so there were difficulties, and I think it's ranging. It just comes off of the fact that he, in comparison to WE, he's not communicating well with his mid laner, and that's also the same, and also towards his support as well, because there are times where they have pressure, but they don't immediately look towards it, like, for instance, an objective towards Dragon. First game, they didn't have that control, but they didn't know, they weren't completely focused on what that next play was.
Alrighty, so we've gotten back into picks and bans, as you can see on your screen. Looks like that was a Karma pick for Team OMG, and then the jungle follow-up just after. That means that Lulu and Lee Sin are the answers from WE, as once again, they have a very strong composition. Now the Nautilus to follow it up from 957. And WE, they look so strong with that pick and ban already.
Yeah, I'm interested. I'm surprised with the the Elise pick coming out of OMG,
Yeah, you
right?
mentioned you wanted to see a Graves.
Yeah, I didn't want to see an Elise. The problem with the Elise pick, sure, you can take early game advantages and look to dive a little easier. So, of course, you can maybe, if they get early leads, then it's going to be easier to just completely look to dive, push forward, and make it a hard life for Kog'Maw. So that's a positive. The negative is if you're even or fall behind on the pick, that it's incredibly difficult to find a diving source to get on top of the Kog'Maw. And so front-to-back team fights are incredibly difficult. That's the one problem with the pick.
Yeah. And we've seen how difficult those front-to-back team fights are in game number 2 when WE just ran at them.
Yeah.
And OMG struggled to respond. They play the much more sort of chaotic style, those much more chaotic team fights that they saw success with against the likes of IME a few days ago. I keep mentioning it because it was such a great series to see OMG pull themselves together. It really was the hero's journey. Backs against the wall, but now getting back in. That Nautilus, I like that ban away from 957. We know that his Kled is still open, so we'll see if they decide to ban that Kled away for the next one, or if they leave it open instead. Because we know there's going to be counterpick for Xie in the mid lane. How do OMG continue to flesh this out? They still need to look for their AD carry. They're saving counterpick for Icon. They've got Shen. They've got Karma. Do they go back towards the Jinx, or do they look towards maybe a Twitch?
That's a good question. I think the Twitch would be very interesting, right? Because they already have the Elise for themselves. Maybe this is a plan that they've already constructed. Because you have to think that they've had these discussions before if the Kog'Maw goes through first rotation, right? Because we mentioned the Shen, B, the Elise. That must mean that there's a bot lane priority, recognizing that the Kog'Maw is something that they can pick apart.
Yeah, shut down.
Yeah, so really, I wonder what that AD carry is going to be, because you said the Jinx already did come out. Do they want to scale with it? I think that would be a bad idea.
And we've already seen how WE want to play around that bottom lane by constantly focusing and setting up vision. Looks like that AD carry is Caitlyn, though, as Syndra is banned away. Kled is still open, but they've locked in Gragas for 957.
The reason why I think the Caitlyn went through, probably WE recognized that Twitch composition was already in wakes. It was happening before their very eyes. They just banned the Twitch. Ain't coming out. So the Caitlyn is an SMLZ special as well. I guess he just has a lot of specials. But Caitlyn, when he's on the pick, he does a lot of work. It's going to be a bit of a scaling. And as I say that, a hover over Kassadin.
Yeah, this is Icon's chance to counterpick into Xie's Vladimir in the mid lane. He's had a tough time in lane for games number 1 and game number 2. Started to pull himself together just a little bit, but it is do or die for OMG as, again, they lose this set. Their playoff run is over. And he is going to fall back towards Orianna in the mid lane. Just 2 days ago, we saw him move forward aggressively when behind, taking Ahri, taking Zed, taking matters into his own hands. Well, now he's on that Orianna. He's playing for his team, and it's time to see if OMG can go toe-to-toe with Team WE.
Yeah, this is him playing towards the composition, as you said. They have a sheer amount of shields and protection on top of that. So shields, of course, they protect the same thing.
Meanwhile, that Twitch you can see banned on the bottom left. So WE respecting the potential hyper carry answer from OMG, reading that pick and ban very early on.
Yeah. Said that earlier on, and the thing about that is that the Twitch, it showcased a lot of success with SMLZ, is that he made a lot of plays on that pick against IME when he's had it. So that's something you have to be afraid of. Caitlyn is a close special, so I like that coming out of him. But they have to worry about the Vladimir. When Xie is on Vlad, you got some problems.
Yeah, it's going to be real tough. But this is game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. The final decider for Team WE. A single game of League of Legends will determine whether or not they go to Nanjing, China to participate in the grand finals, or if they have to play another few sets to finish this set out. Whereas OMG now find themselves in the exact same position. They have got to reverse sweep, and it all starts here with this game. This is their way to get back in the driver's seat and reclaim momentum in this series, because Team WE are looking unstoppable.
Yeah, that forces. This is going to be a tough run for OMG. I mean, they've done it before. We talk about it. It's there. It could be done.
It can be.
But it's too hard. Like,
they need to do it.
Yeah, it's far too hard. This composition, too, is of comfort for WE. So let's see how it starts off. I want to see how that bot lane priority comes apart. I want to see the Elise do work early.
Elise and Shen, they are so set to dive. They can't dive mid lane, as that is a Vladimir. Maybe they can go bottom against the Kog'Maw Lulu, but Condi, we saw him prioritizing vision on that side with Ben in games 1 and game number 2, so we're expecting them to see that coming. A lot of the onus is on OMG, whether or not they can pull off this laning phase.
And the Orianna pick into the Vladimir is a good pick. There are a few counter picks that he was hovering the Kassadin maybe, the Cassiopeia as well, and then he goes towards the Orianna that does have the range, can push him back, can build Morellos early, and so that early priority is going to mean a lot because that also means that Orianna does have access to that bottom lane if the shoving, if mid lane is tended to well. So good comp coming out of OMG. But yeah, I wonder what Vladimir's going to be picking up for himself because if he's coming to clean up in those team fights, 1 kill to the man.
He's going to be popping off. You can see World 6 bouncing up and down rather happily. He's actually rather excited. And Conti, legit hand on face. This man is bored. He's in game number 3 of the semifinals in playoffs.
Impress me.
And he is exactly like the Roman emperor. Give me a show. Show me what you got.
Anything.
Show me what you got.
Oh, geez. What is this reference of?
It's a silly little show called Rick and Morty.
Oh! I've seen a few episodes of that.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I feel so I'm out of touch. All right.
And it really is a challenge because this is the huge organization of Team OMG trying to turn this around. And again, they've already made so much progress. Just a few months ago, they were a single game away from being relegated to the LSPL, then returning into Spring Split with the exact same lineup, swapping out their jungler Shui Shui for World 6 and seeing such immense growth. They've already achieved their goals by avoiding the promotion tournament.
Yep.
Now they find themselves in the semifinals, and it's an opportunity for them to move their goals forward, but just taking a look at the way Icon is looking, at the way the rest of the team of OMG is looking, it seems like they might have already checked out.
And that's the thing about, I would say, the coach of OMG, because he's had these interviews come across, and he discussed about we have lost. This is still a growing moment for our team, and so just pushing them forward time and time again. If they lose here, sure, that's a loss for them.
Yeah.
But the fact that they were able to come this far, as you said, still a massive
It's
improvement.
a win. Yeah.
So
yeah, even if they lose, it's a win.
But they still want to win, everybody.
It's a win for their heart, of course.
It's just one of those points where they're so far behind. These guys are hungry.
Yeah, it's a question towards the mental fortitude of the team. We talked about their perseverance. They played an 8-hour best of 5, so you have to imagine they're still a little bit tired, but it's time to see if they can pull it together because Team WE are looking very difficult. Icon, I don't think I've ever seen him look so shaken.
I think he's just calm. I mean, looking at this guy, obviously he's calm.
Well, yeah,
obviously
SMLZ never
calm.
makes faces.
Yeah, you have to really calm yourself
He's in
down.
the zone.
Yeah. You have to calm down because it can get really emotionally
Charged, yeah.
If you find yourself at this point, once again, in another 2-0 deficit in the series.
So we do have a slight delay as we did have a pause getting into game. We're going to try to get this figured out as quick as we can. And hopefully we'll get right back into this. You can see the fans are here for OMG. Again, these are huge organizations. And they have got so much to go with. All right, so we did just hear from some of the officials. We did have a bug as the players entered into the games. Literally, World 6's Elise got pushed out of the fountain before the 15-second gate came out, so we started running out to place wards before anyone else had left the fountain.
Oh, that's a little unfortunate.
So the officials quickly called it. We're remaking it. We're getting right back in.
I mean, I hate myself some spiders too, but that's a little unfortunate that you'd get into the Summoner's Rift and your own teammates are shoving you out.
Yeah, you can see Xiang's having a bit of a chuckle about that. And now we're going to get this remade right quick, and everyone will be back onto the Rift in just a few moments. But WE are looking so strong. Just after this best of 5, we've got Team EDG taking on Team RNG. Do you think either of these teams are looking at this match, looking at WE already, preparing for the inevitable finals?
Yeah, 100%. Even though their focus should be on their own set, this is the beast you have to be able to take. And they're betting that WE is going to be able to take this set out because the top 3 teams of WE, RNG, and EDG, everyone knows that those 3 teams are the teams you have to respect, and WE very likely, I mean, even before this series started, to be able to go into the finals. So you have to expect some prep starting from these teams, but EDG and RNG, no one knows who's going to be coming out of that one alive.
It's really been a big question because the crown is there. The question is, who does it fit? Is it EDG, RNG, or is it going to be WE if they look after this series and advance on to the grand finals? cinematic view of the packed arena and now an excellent shot of the Rift lets us know that we have remade the game and we're getting into game number 3 between Team WE and Team OMG. Backs against the wall once again. Can they reverse sweep the kings of Group B as the fans cheer quite loudly to support their favorite teams? Huge chanting there.
right.
Yeah, they are excited for their teams and rushing out onto the Rift. It's Team WE and Team EDG. Taking a look at these masteries, fairly standard. We
OMG, my
do see Wind Speaker's Blessing for Ben in the
Oh.
bottom lane and Warlord's Bloodlust
Yeah.
from Mystic. So we will be going for that sustain and safety in the bottom. And looks like OMG, or Team WE are putting that bottom lane priority onto the Mystic scaling.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see how this lane matchup works out. There should be good amount of pressure coming out of 5 in this lane. So Mystic and Ben, if they get pushed away from the wave, they have to worry about 5 maneuvering around you. But that's just them retaking control. So Poke is in favor of OMG here.
Yeah. As you said, taking a look at the jungles, we did have buff start from both of them. World 6 heads now towards the bottom side of the map. Kandi's going to be matching it in just a moment as Mystic takes a little bit of punishment. He's got that Warlords, so he should be able to get some health back. No problem as time goes on. It'll be a little bit difficult for the first few levels, but as time goes on, it'll slowly increase in strength. And as a matter of fact, we see the blue being skipped by World 6. He's immediately racing over to Kandi's jungle, looking to put him down right quick. Loops around the backside. They're even bringing 5 in as well, so already prioritizing this Elise. He's found Kandi. It's blue buff versus red, but Kandi gets the smite and level 3 lands the Sonic Wave and gets out of his own jungle. So that's a lot of time wasted from World 6.
Yeah, it was a bit of a coin flip, but it was nice to see World 6 looks to aggress in there. Reason why it worked so clearly was because 5 and SMLZ were pushing up, so immediate communication, recognizing that this bottom lane is taking control so quickly. So, yeah, World 6 can move in. But that was nice defensive warding. So, World 6 was caught out on the ward moving in, so he could not take that buff clearly.
Now returns towards his own jungle. Kandi continues to clear on his own side of the map while 5 and SMLZ keep shoving in bottom, trying to get that favorable trade against Mystic, trying to force this Kog'Maw to miss CS. Anything they can do to put down this massive hyper carry from Team WE. But the scary thing is, he's not the only carry. Xie is on that Vladimir as well, and we've seen what happens if Vlad can pick up a few kills early on.
Yeah, he can. But the problem is for WE is that they can't really take control very early on in that mid lane and bottom lane. Both lanes should get shoved in.
Ooh, look at this.
Okay.
957 supporting Kandi on the immediate invade following the answer back. You coming into my jungle to steal my camps? No, that's not how this works. I go into your jungle. I take your camps. Look, I even brought backup. Brings the whole biker gang.
It's a big commitment bringing in the big old Batman. Oh, wait a second.
A lot of trading down bottom. That's Exhaust and Ignite. Pix is ready. Auto attack. Flash.
No way.
Ben is now ignited. He's going to have to be careful. Shields himself. Doesn't have any summoners. Lands a glitter lance onto SMLZ. Almost has the cooldown. And here's World 6 making his way bottom. Volatile Spiderling turns from Mystic. Misses the cocoon. But they get first blood. He's going to dive at Auto. Repel. And he makes it out. And that's going to be the chance for Kog'Maw to try to turn around to World 6. But 2 kills for OMG very early on.
Yeah, really well played from OMG's side. That was WE taking up a proper trade, but Ben follows up way too far. What was he doing there? So down goes World 6, and he's able to just follow up with an easy kill.
Yeah, massive trade for WE, trying to answer that aggression, but that's first blood onto 5, another kill onto World 6. Tragically, nothing on SMLZ, but he does have that assist. Only 1 assist, though. And with that, we're going to return back towards lane. Pickaxe versus Longsword and Boots from Mystic, whereas Kandi continues to invade on the top side. If you were going to gank bottom, I'm going to go back into your jungle and take your camps.
This is incredibly troubling for WE to pick themselves that scaling bottom lane and have that much trouble. Sure, they were losing out in terms of just outright CS and pressure in the lane. But then now immediately losing 2 kills, that is going to mean a lot. That just means that SMLZ and 5 are going to put that much more pressure on the lane. 5 is already putting in a lot of vision. So you can see from mid lane to the bottom lane, that entire red side jungle is lit up. World 6 is going to be able to just run roughshod in this side of the map. What that does mean is that Icon, if he's pushing in this lane once more, because he has a sizable CS lead for himself, and he has himself a good back time. He's going to get back to mid lane first. Possibility here. He just shoves in, and he moves and rotates toward the bottom side. He's level 5 currently. He should be close to level 6.
Luckily, he is against Xie's Vladimir, so he should have a lot of wave clear on his own, but you see World 6 now invading into Kandi's jungle, trying to get some experience back after that first blood that he was able to acquire with the likes of Five's assistance, but it looks like Icon is content on just controlling this mid lane, keeping an eye on Kandi, trying to absorb some of the pressure that he knows is going to be happening so that his bottom lane can continue to farm here. And there goes some more harass from Mystic and Ben, but it just doesn't answer to the huge stat lead that we see SMLZ opening up with that pickaxe.
Yeah, but that's just going to be WE on a 2-minute time limit because blue buff should be coming up fairly soon. And with that being said, Icon has already been shoving in this lane quite excessively, so they should be going towards the bottom side.
World 6 is hanging out in Tri-Bush. Spots out Kandi, continuing to focus the bottom side. Kandi is down there on top of a ward, so they knew this was happening, but just pushing Mystic and Ben away from the minions, pushing them away from the turret, make them feel unsafe. Delay this late game Kog'Maw as much as you can.
Because they are unsafe. This tower is not only getting chipped down, but take a look at Orianna already moving down to the lane. She was just cheating there. She was just walking up down to see if she can make movements. This tower is essentially going to be going down.
Yeah, that's actually a repel used by World 6 as he takes some big damage from World 6. Sonic Wave tossed out and misses as 5 eats some damage from the Glitter Lance. The mid laner's return as she is able to clear the wave and get back in. But this is OMG pressing the advantage. Turret has lost his extended defenses. They're going to try to break it down. It's only got a few hundred health left. SMLZ gets in, starts popping some damage onto it. Sonic Wave on. It's now or never, and they decide to give it up. The first brick goes to OMG along with those first 2 kills.
Yeah, it wasn't even a decision they could make. Kandi was level 5, naturally. Nowhere near level 6 along with World 6, so there was no way to make a play to put him out of that position. Xie was looking for a flank. Immediately, Icon met him because Icon had the movement first. So they were chained down. WE had to give up that tower. So this is a good look early on once again from OMG.
Yeah, they're even using that priority from Icon to pressure down into the jungle, so Kandi feels unsafe taking his red buff. World 6 pops over to the Dragon to escape from the rest of WE's collapse, while Mystic will continue to catch the CS, so just delaying the jungle, delaying the bottom lane. OMG find themselves ahead. They are pushing the advantage. SMLZ goes for Zerker Greaves and a dagger. This is a turret pushing build, and he's going for the next tier 1 up top.
Yeah, what's important is that Kog'Maw and Lulu are sitting bottom lane for, I would say, no reason. They need to look to match. I guess they're afraid if they do match, what will happen is that they would find themselves in a similar position, just cutting losses time and time again. But SMLZ being here along with his team does mean they will be able to look towards this next objective. So this top lane tower is also on a time limit.
OMG are accelerating the pace of the game. They've got 5 up there. They've got wards on Kandi on this side of the map. World 6 is even going to be up there. Take a look at how much priority World 6 is putting towards that duo lane. 50 CS to 16. He's a full level down right now, but he's more than making up for it by getting this Caitlyn ahead, by putting that Kog'Maw down. You can see Mystic is continuing to shove bottom as the blue buff is being passed over to Icon. Again, just prioritizing that duo, prioritizing these buffs. Xiong clears out his own blue so it can't be invaded. And OMG, they're actually taking an advantage here. They are taking the initiative, not off of Icon, but off of SMLZ in World 6.
Yeah, Icon right here, he's just been doing a good job in following the play. And the play is being dictated by World 6 and by, of course, SMLZ. So this is a nice change up from OMG to just make it very difficult for anybody on WE to respond.
Yeah, and here's the turret race. Mystic gets a big minion wave onto the tier 1, but that's going to be Xiong defending as much as he can. He's able to clear out some of the wave and buys enough time for OMG to push first, but that's still a huge minion wave bottom. They could try to look for a tier 2, though it is being cleared out rather quickly. And the first tier 1 goes down in favor of OMG. WE are struggling to keep up. Finally, they knock it down, but the rest of OMG are now rushing mid to deal with this Vladimir.
Yeah, so tempo is clearly on OMG's side. Xie is feeling the burn, doesn't have any members of his own team to help him out in this instance. OMG's already moving onto this tower, while Kog'Maw is still at base. There is no response coming in from
This is a cannon wave as well. Xie will try to clear it out, but there's so much damage that he's taking. 957 is there. Hemo Plagues onto the wave. It's everyone to clear out as much as he can. It's chunked down to half. They finally get a lot of damage, hitting some more onto Ben, but not committing to the dive, just focusing on getting this CS lead, this neutral objective lead. With Mountain Dragon on the map, they could decide to fall back to it if they want to back away, but Mystic and Ben finally show up to defend that tier 1.
At this point, all OMG needs to do, get the shove off once again and retain control of these side waves. They still have pressure here.
Yeah, now you can see Mystic starting to get some chip damage onto SMLZ. Condi dashing back to keep them away from that minion wave. Recall from World 6. He's finally got his own level 6. Significantly less impactful than the Lee Sin, though definitely a huge early game from him, as there is massive priority from OMG to take that early game advantage. And finally, we're seeing that focus we wanted to see from them in game 1 and game number 2, and it comes out razor sharp in game number 3 and catches WE completely off guard.
Yeah, it's easy, a little easy because WE's composition is definitely harder to make active. That being said, SML's even getting chased.
Yeah, he doesn't have a turret. He's way overextended looking for this minion wave. They're going to try to kite this out. They've got Condi as well. That's the dash, but Shia will be able to heal up. They get an execution to punish a very lazy SMLZ.
They needed 5 to be there. They needed a full 3 members on that side of the map because all they need to do, shove out that wave and then look towards mid. But now with him being dead, that's WE retaining control and now going towards this Earth Dragon.
And characteristic WE, you give a finger, they're going to take the whole hand. A minor mistake resulting in something bigger as they rush in. Flash damage onto World 6. They've got the cask. He goes up. 957 holds onto it. Gets popped back in, and 957 has died as Icon has got a lot of damage. Condi follows up onto World 6, and Xiyoung tries to stall it out. Flashes away, but Mystic is firing across the back. Condi eats a huge amount of damage from Icon. Xie continues to chase, trying to get into the back line, but is snared by 5 at the last second. Xiyoung misses the Shadow Dash. They get damage on the Mystic and turn it around. OMG win the fight. That's Flash from Ben as well. Not enough damage from the volatile shot from Mystic in his death. Icon gets Condi, doesn't have enough, on the dash over the wall. Ace in the hole.
No.
Xie dies. Now they're going to push down towards mid as they continue chasing. Not enough mana for the dissonance. He's empowered. The auto attack just outside of vision, and that's enough. OMG are 6-2. They're pushing on the tier 1. They are retaking control of this best of 5.
WE had that one moment, that one window to retake control. They went for the dragon. They thought, okay, we'll take this team fight. But SMLZ already respawned, already went back to the play, and so OMG just took control of the game. Once again, that's outer tower mid lane down, and now OMG takes this dragon.
You mentioned the early CS advantage for Icon. That was a very early Morellonomicon. That is what was doing all of the damage in those fights. And just take a look at some of the damage that he's going to do as Xie tries to force the fight with 957.
That was really well done from WE. Just taking a look at this, Xie doesn't do that much damage out in the team fight. So you take a kill, man, you can even look towards taking Xie, but the moment he flashes away, just back off. You can even see Caitlyn taking the long trek forward, and see OMG, they're just kiting this out. The moment SMLZ comes back and rejoins the fight, yeah, Mystic's dead. 100% Xie is going to get chased down with a level 7 SMLZ. He's going to be able to get a lot of damage to just get that ulti. Wait.
There he goes.
There we go. Gets that Q. If he didn't get the last Q, then that
would have been close.
Yeah, he would have survived on that one.
But you could see the damage that Icon was doing. The command attacks and the dissonances onto Condi, onto Mystic, onto Ben, and chasing them down one by one by one. The map is now completely opened up, and OMG have got tempo, but they need to keep pressing it forward. They're against a Kog'Maw Vladimir that will accelerate as the game goes on. They actually get a little bit of damage on that top tier 1, and with this recall, we do see Zeal and another BF sword from SMLZ, so he's starting to get pretty big. Taking a look at the items from WE, they're getting closer and closer to some breakpoints as well. Protobelt almost done for Xie, Mystic working on his own Blade of the Ruined King, and as we get towards the 15-minute mark, OMG have got tempo. Do they sit on it?
And when sitting on it, it's not so much, they can't really go towards an inner tower and look to immediately siege that, because at this point, WE has the ability to look towards getting these flank wards up, and it will pay off with 957. What OMG can do is just take apart the entire enemy jungle. Just go in there, be able to take contest once you get shoves out in these lanes. Right now, they have Caitlyn mid, they have Shen top. You can be able to look to go towards blue buff. With that being said, we are already seeing a solo take on this Rift Herald. Xiyoung should be the one who takes this. It's going to be easier for him to skirmish up against 957.
Yeah, this is inside of vision of Team WE, so Condi shows up just to scare World 6 back off. Yeah, you could even see 957 was already pulling himself up there nice and early so that he could flank. Makes his way back down towards the minion wave that Icon is split pushing with that blue buff. And now that things are slowing down a little bit, the vision is being reset around that dragon, just taking away the jungle camps from Condi, keeping WE locked down. They cannot let the pot of this, the lid of this pot start to boil over, because it will become too much to handle. So OMG, good job keeping the handle on it for now, but they need to maintain this presence.
And just to hit on the point that I was making where they were going towards the Rip Herald instead of pushing towards blue side jungle when they had shoving top and mid lane, I believe that is a mistake. They need to be utilizing Cocoon's pick potential with Elise, of course. So she needs to be able to look towards that. They just wanted to get the Rip Herald. It took a lot of time, and now they reset position. Now with all that time being spent, they're probably going to be looking to regain control of the Dragon side, with Ocean Dragon being in the next one. OMG has been the best team in terms of prioritizing these elemental dragons in the LPL so far. So that's just been a flavor for them, especially with the composition that they have here for themselves. If they can take control, it'll be very easy.
They're pushing up mid lane right now as they catch some damage onto Mystic. They've got a full minion wave crashing into the turret with a cannon. 5 is in front, and there is a bit of wave clear coming through, but they are burning through its health so quickly. A huge turret taking build, and the shockwave to follow it up. OMG have found Mystic and destroyed him along with that tier 2 turret. They find WE completely unprepared.
Yeah, and they finished the job before Xie could even get a flank off. You could see him taking the long trek from topside to look for a flank, but the perfect shockwave from Icon to just stop that from happening.
They're continuing to push here against this inhibitor turret. They've got Xiang waiting just outside of vision with Stand United and Teleport. They didn't even need it to find that kill. And looks like they're going to prioritize vision on the top side of the map. Still no huge objectives. There's no red buffs, no blue. That's going to be spawning soon, I believe. He's sitting on top of the Icon right now. And red buff is really the only thing besides that Rift Herald, so just taking everything they possibly can.
Yeah, they look like they might as well just give the Rift Herald towards SMLZ at this point in time, so they can just reset pressure. That's 1 minute and 45 seconds on the next Elemental Dragon, so they can just reset and then go towards that and regain control. They already have a lot of wards pushed into the enemy red side jungle, so that would, utilize the wards that you already have on the map. That would be the most effective and efficient strategy.
Meanwhile, we're seeing some big items from WE completed. Proto Belt for Xie, so he can finally start clearing out these minion waves to try keeping pace with Icon. Down 40 CS, though. And Blade of the Rune King finished for Mystic, so he's going to start shredding through, hopefully with some protection from Lulu, that Ben. And huge presence from OMG. They have camped Mystic so hard. He's 0-3, the most deaths on his team right now on that Kog'Maw, just delaying him as much as possible. We know as time goes on, he can get big, but OMG are continuing to push the pace of this game. They've got Dragon in a minute. Like you said, already lots of vision on that side of the map as 5 goes in just to continue punishing Mystic. And then Baron 2 minutes after that. So the clock is ticking, and OMG are continuing to run the pace.
And they have clear objectives in mind this time and this game, which is a definite change up from last time around. It's going to be a little slower pace since they're not contesting these major buffs from WE. They're not going in towards the red buff. That being said, actually, look at...
Yeah, they're going in right now, Raz, as they are dropping wards all over. Mystic and Ben, they see them duck past the vision of Team WE, and they immediately back away. If they manage to get picked, it will be a problem. Xiang heads top. Spirit Visage first to deal with Xie, along with a Tiamat to clear out these minion waves as he will try to defend this top tier 1. But here comes the collapse from Icon. It's spotted out by Condi in the river. And SMLZ is once again split pushing bottom. Could be a vulnerability, but right now it's working out for them. World 6 looking for a pick, trying to find someone, but instead just going to steal away the red buff as Ocean Dragon spawns.
Okay, this is great from World 6. They're already doing exactly what they should in terms of contesting the camps here, and they're going straight to Dragon. It's going to be incredibly easy for them to do this because, of course, the fact that Xie is in the top side of the map means that he has no way to help his team push in for vision. So these are just Dragons getting conceded by WE so they can get proper vision for themselves and maybe look to trade and have a better chance of maybe the team fights going forward.
Yeah, and take a look at SMLZ's build, going for the BF Sword, Zeal, and a completed Runan before finishing off the Infinity Edge, before completing the second Zeal item. He is going straight for minions. He is going straight for turrets, relying on that damage from the Mountain Dragon that he got a little bit earlier on. And now with his red buff, he is primed to continue firing across, shoving to the bottom tier 2. WE see it coming. They've already got 957 down there, and they're even bringing Xie. Xiang ducks out of vision, again, with Teleport and Stand United. Will this siege see the same success that the mid one did? And no, it will not. Flash engage onto SMLZ. He dashes back. Shockwave will only catch Mystic. They're still doing massive damage to him, though. and SMLZ walks it forward. That was a lot blown as WE do not hesitate to break this open.
Yeah, WE is in such a bad position after that. I wanted to see a flank play happen, but that was just unexpected nonetheless. So Mystic, incredibly low. They have to back away from this. So the next wave coming in for OMG will be the one that they get the tower on.
Yeah, it turns out the siege will be successful. Mystic at full health, though, now sitting under that inhibitor. And with Xiong working on the top tier 2 with his Tiamat, he's going to do some damage as well. That's another turret broken, and OMG are 7,000 gold ahead. They are down 0-2 in this series, and they are pushing WE into the ground, denying this late game composition from ever taking off.
Yeah, they have no answers here. The one answer they used has just been completely exhausted. Now 957, he's being positioned towards topside because Shen is making his move, getting that shove across. And so he has to go topside, but he's needed in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Xiong even holding on to his stand united in that skirmish. Such faith in his team to survive the damage. It's 4 versus 4. The trap line has been set up. SMLZ is working on the turret. There's no big objectives now that Baron has spawned. They want to play the turret game instead, running back and forth, shielded by his team, healing up off of these minions. You can see how much that headshot gave him from them. And just continues to work back at it. There's no answer from WE. They tried to break it once, it didn't succeed. Do they try again?
Yeah, they should keep going at it. Just take a look what Shen did. He moved away from the top lane, so because there was a massive wave pushing in topside. Here comes a flank here from Gragas.
Yeah, that's the TP ward. He's got to cast back off cooldown, but they see it coming. Meanwhile, that's the turret going down, so they do not have that to fall back on. Condi goes in, immediate repel. Cast finds SMLZ, knocks him in. He doesn't have flash, so they have the damage. Condi goes in and kicks him back, and Hemoflake pops it. That's going to be up to Icon to do all the damage, but he's backing away. World 6 is doing work in the front, though. He's killed Mystic. Xie died. Ben has fallen. It's 4 versus 2, and OMG are turning onto the inhibitor. They don't have a minion wave, but they have got a massive advantage over WE.
And that was all off the fact that Icon got a perfect ulti and was able to blow up the entirety of WE off that. So, yeah, that was a good flank play from WE, amounted to nothing. They are too far behind at this point in the game.
And this is OMG doing exactly what we asked. Here comes that fight again.
Yeah, so you can see the flank play coming through. The kick also hits, but World 6 immediately pops up. You can see SMLZ gets locked in his Q animation, so he gets popped, but immediately 3 people get locked into Oriana's ulti. And from this point forward, Icon is completely safe. Kites back to Vladimir, who's always a massive threat in these fights, but not able to do anything.
As I was saying, this is exactly what we wanted to see from OMG here in game number 3. It's not up to Icon to put his whole team on his back and go 1v9 against the likes of WE with such razor focus. It's up to the whole team to step up, move as a unit. World 6 has been setting SMLZ and 5 up for success. Icon has been keeping Xie locked down and supporting his team, and Xiong has been doing excellent work now that he's on his signature Shen. OMG have sharpened their blades, and they are ready to go toe-to-toe with Team WE.
It reminds me of game 1, actually. Remember game 1? One small bad trade by Xiong turns into a turret, turns into a constant looks and threats of dives coming in from WE. This time around, Ben overreaches, dies in the bottom lane, really early on in the laning phase, off of a good trade from WE. Like, the WE makes a good trade and he overreaches and it's over. So then SMLZ 5 brings in World 6. They get tower after tower after tower, and they have no answers from that point forward.
They're working on the top tier 2 right now. They've got super minions pushing in, and this is without a Baron buff. 24 minutes in, they continue to push advantage over advantage, just popping that glimpse of the Void buff. You can see the shots SMLZ is doing. He went for rapid fire cannon for even more turret take before finishing off that IE. Super minions are now rushing in from the bottom as the headshot alone onto 957 is massive. Once again, the trap line is set up. Vision around the Baron will slowly expire from Team WE, and they are running out of time once again.
Yeah, and just it's a game of time right now. OMG, they don't have to do anything with how these super minions are battling down in the bottom lane. So they could do this for however long they'd like. Xie is not going to be a part of these battles.
Yeah, the top tier 2 now falls. Xie is trying to answer that inhibitor wave. The super minions crashing in, but OMG just duck out of vision, perhaps setting up a bit of a pick. But WE decide not to fall for it. They're playing nice and safe. They have no ways to check this other than going into the pit themselves. Blue trinket from Mystic, blue trinket from Xie, but he's on the other side of the map. SMLZ continues to keep the minion waves pushed in. Excellent side wave control from OMG here in this game number 3. They're 9,500 gold ahead and are running rampant over WE.
And so if you're WE, you have a few options. One of those options, of course, Gragas has flash and cast. that is something that is incredibly important. We saw it a few times before. It didn't work out because Flash was available for SMLZ. They were good casks. It didn't amount to much. Now CA has had it, but no, OMG is going directly on Baron.
Yeah, Baron being started by Team OMG. They are forcing the fight. They are going to try to force this game wide open. Mystic has his Runans, though, and Zanya's is finished for Xie. They can do damage. Xie is racing forward. They've got a brief window in which he's not there. WE immediately get in, get vision, and back right on up. Xiang is still in the front, though. His team isn't there. Tanky though he may be, he has to respect the Kog'Maw, who decides to stick on the wave.
And let's take a look at this. OMG can't stick around. Pings are going to the bottom lane because there are still waves crashing into WE's base.
Super Minions now getting onto the Nexus turrets. A huge minion wave up top being answered by Xie, battering away. OMG now swapped towards the Cloud Drake to maintain this momentum on the map. As you can see, 957 rolls up just in time to clear out that ward. 3 elemental dragons to 0, and the advantage continues to grow for Team OMG as they're running W around the map. But still, we're seeing OMG respect the team fight, playing back and forth as they saw 5 members of WE grouped up. And now things are going to reset. Infinity Edge finally finished for SMLZ. He's even got an Executioner's Calling. He's primed to fight that Vladimir. Morello's well done for Icon. He's got a Lunans and a Haunting Guys, and we're seeing huge items from Xiang as well. This man is tanky.
He is. And WE, they're known as being the turtles. They're the shell. Sure, they're behind in the composition. You can question it because, of course, the laning phase, they got exploited based on just being constantly pushed in. But they know what that one battle is going to be towards, and it's going to be towards Baron.
Yeah, they're playing around the vision. Kandi, though, smells that something is off, gets a ward just in time. But look at how much damage they did with 3 members in such little time. That's Mountain Dragon and a huge gold advantage for OMG.
Yeah, but they got pushed back, and that's all that matters if you're WE. That was really solidly played from Kandi to recognize that it is still possible. So even though OMG went for a cheeky, use the plant to blast yourselves on top of the Baron and try and finish it up, nah.
Now we're seeing OMG return back towards the mid lane. The bottom inhibitor has finally respawned, so well defended from WE to hold on to it. But as you said, the turtle has now fully put itself inside of its shell, just sitting back, trying to scale up as time goes on. OMG are doing everything they can to break it open. Now moving down towards that Bear inhibitor while Xiang brings a minion wave top. They are waiting patiently for this multi-pronged threat to really manifest itself. But 5 members of WE are here. You said WE 957 has got the flash body slam. Who's he going to look for?
Oh, it looks like it could be now.
Yeah, Xie flanks. They manage to get the locket. Cask is going to knock SMLZ back, and Xie is forced to turn around. He's taking so much. That's Wild Growth using Xiang in the back. Shockwave on top of him. They have got tons of damage. That's a huge amount of damage. Xie tries to heal up, but it's not enough. 3 versus 5. They've got a minion wave coming up behind them. It's up to Mystic. Can he turn this around with some help from Ben and Kandi?
You gotta believe that's pretty much it. OMG, now they're gonna go towards the top lane tower, take the inhib as well. That'll be 2 inhibs down, really well defended. With flash down on 957, that's gonna be a long time for them to look for another play if they have another opportunity.
Yeah, here come the minion waves from bottom. Looks like they're swapping back in as Kandi tries to catch the minion wave mid. Ace in the hole finds Mystic. They are clearing out these waves as Ben gets annihilated by Icon. Kandi is trying to look for an opening, trying to find a way in, but OMG are on the Nexus turrets. They're turning onto the second one as the first has already fallen. Xiang so tanky, soaking these hits. 957 is finally back up. Kandi goes in for a huge play.
My God.
I cannot believe that kick. He was able to kill 3 with that follow-up from Mystic. They are scaring OMG back, and with the Nexus itself bare, they win the team fight. They chase OMG away, and they are allowed a new lease on life.
That was such a great comeback. Incredibly played from Kandi. Now they're going to be looking towards a Baron, very likely.
WE are taking everything in this. Recall from Xiang. WE are turning onto the Baron. Mystic is going to try to get back into this. Their Nexus may be bare and undefended. Xiang has got teleport. They're pinging onto it right now, but he's not going to use it.
No,
He's going instead to try to steal the Baron, try to stall this out. He's rushing in, gets right into the back onto Mystic. Shadow Dash is going to stall this out, but he does not have enough damage. Kandi is holding on to his smite. It's going to be a miracle steal if he can get it, but decides to leave with his life instead. WE win the fight off the back of Kandi's incredible kick.
Just take a look at the man. He had a clear focus. I believe he even executed World 6. Yes, he did.
Wow.
And so there goes Mystic. He follows him up, even heals just for the speed boost. And they just run them down. 2 inhibs lost. They were already going right onto the Nexus turret itself, but WE, incredible comeback play to make it work for themselves.
Yeah, the clock has finally ticked over. Mystic is fully online. Gwynsu's is finished. Abyssal Scepter for Shie. Kandi is getting super tanky, and we're seeing 957 now able to protect that. Though it's still a huge gold advantage for OMG. Like you said, 2 inhibs down. Bare Nexus. They are now 5,000 health away from bringing us to a game number 4. But standing between them and that health pool is the whole team of WE.
Yeah, WE have just showcased that they can win a team fight if executed properly. That being said, SMLZ does not have flash. Cask is going to be up and available. Dragon Kick already is, and Kandi's in position.
Yeah, he's ready to flank once again. World 6 spots him out and just forces him to dash away as he tries to clear out this vision. It's still Baron buff for WE to support these minions, but with super minions crashing in bottom, super minions crashing in top, and OMG battering down the door up front, you've got to start wondering, can they do a miracle defense once again?
Yeah, they can. They look towards these flanks. 957 is up in front. So the big question now is whether or not OMG are going to consistently look to challenge this, because it is a very scary move. You will have to look to play it perfectly, especially with SMLZ not having sums available for himself, so they back away.
Kandi clears out that minion bottom. OMG looks like they're not going to go for the inhibitor. They're just going to go straight for the end. They escort the minions forward. They've got super minions coming in from the other side. They just need to play the endurance game. This is a war of attrition. Wear WE down. They have got time. It's still 2 minutes left on that Baron, and you can see how quickly they're moving back and forth. Xiang getting a few hits onto that turret. Xie doesn't even do damage to him with a fully charged shot.
Yeah, Xiang right now is in prime position to deal with the magic damage from both 957 and Xie with how much magic resist he has. No one knows how to just push him off, especially with waves constantly coming in topside and mid. This is great positioning from OMG. They should then pivot towards mid and take that tower when they have the opportunity.
Yeah, they keep swapping back and forth, waiting for a mistake from WE as Icon trying to sneak forward. Gets a bit of damage onto Kandi. You can see how far back Mystic has to play because he's so important. They see him dealing with the minions top immediately. They rotate onto that final inhibitor turret and start chipping it away. Baron's only got 60 seconds left, and with them backing away to deal with the minions, the final turret for Team WE has fallen. All 11 are gone. It's all up to Mystic. It's all up to Xie to keep themselves alive.
They're going to be moving with this next wave. It's all going to be on WE's decision. Do they want another? They definitely don't want their third inhib going down.
Defense. They're targeting Xiang right now. They've managed to get the polymorph, and the tank has been isolated from his team. Huge mistake from OMG. They find themselves 5 versus 4, but this just buys time for WE to survive. Breathe and relax. They're not out of this yet.
Yeah, there's nothing OMG can look back to. Dragon is coming up. It is up. It's an ocean dragon for themselves, but they want the game. They don't want it. That's not going to help them push it forward. So what WE has done, they've bought themselves time. Inhibs are coming right back up. So now they can look towards finally going on the offense with the composition, looking to actually scale in their favor.
Yeah, and they have been accelerating this game so much against WE, starting from minute 3, minute 4, where we saw World 6 really gank bottom, pop off by getting that kill onto Mystic and Ben, and then the very swift execution from OMG, the razor-sharp focus that we wanted to see from them in this set, finally rearing its head. But WE, perhaps taken a little back early on, have finally got their own focus as well. They've defended all 3 inhibitors. They've got lots of vision around to keep themselves safe. They do have time to start moving out onto the map, creeping that vision forward, because Baron is coming up in 3 minutes. Elder Dragon, 5 minutes. And with those sorts of timers, OMG have got the entire map to play with.
Yeah, you got to believe that the next focus is going to be that Baron once again. WE are in prime position to look for these fights. I don't believe they can look towards getting proper flank vision or like flank wards because they're just constantly getting pushed in. So the real issue now is that you have to be a little creative, right? Kandi on the Lee Sin. Gragas, of course, has his flash up and available for himself, so he doesn't even need to be in a flank position. He can just catch him out just up front.
Yeah, he's currently sitting on a flank to keep an eye on any sort of potential movements from OMG. They've got a nice forward set of vision moving around the map, but once again, it's a 1-4 split push. Xiang on a signature Shen is going to start working on that. Meanwhile, 957 feigns forward. SMLZ has got his summoners back, but 957 has got his own flash and cask. If he can catch that Caitlyn, if he can catch that Orianna, it will be massive. So you can see him being pulled back and forth between one inhibitor and the next. They manage to catch Xiang as Icon rotates around. Xie still holding on to his Zhonya's. He's very tanky, but that means it's a temporarily 5 versus 4. OMG are breaking the inhibitor, and Mystic can only sit and watch, firing these long-range shots to try and defend.
Yeah, very costly from Xie because he didn't have vision over that wall. Gets completely popped out. So these are Nexus, or at least inhibs, going down once again. WE already defended them earlier, and it took a long time. They had that hope of looking to poke their heads out of their own base to look to play offensively. Thankfully, it's just one inhib.
Yeah, OMG are currently sitting bottom, trying to protect SMLZ for when that red buff comes up. But with the vision that WE set up earlier, they know they have a brief window to push out top, to get vision mid, to prioritize that defense. OMG are now racing bottom for the second inhibitor of the game, but Baron is up in 60 seconds. We can see Elder Dragon going to be in 3 minutes just after that. The clock is ticking for OMG. If these neutral objectives become contestable for WE, then that is a huge, huge terror. If this Kog'Maw is ever allowed to leave his base, it's terrifying.
So there is a flank ward, though. The battle is going to be in the bottom side of the map.
There are pings on it right now. Teleport's ready for 957. Trap line set up by SMLZ.
Here it
He's waiting.
goes.
That's the teleport. 957 is pulling the trigger. Condi looks in, gets the Sonic Wave, dashes onto a trap, but that's
No.
957 kicked in. SMLZ dashing back there, trying to keep the carry up. Mystic is
Dead.
firing across. SMLZ is dead. That's Xiang getting a tank on the Mystic, but he's not got enough. Mystic does so much damage. He's dead. Meanwhile, Icon is running away, trying to survive with World 6, but 3 members have died. Everything was thrown by WE, and they are victorious.
That was great trap lines being set up by SMLZ. Not good enough. So 957 was able to get a proper flank. Of course, he didn't hit the body slam. Didn't need to. Instantly able to pop SMLZ. Take a look at this. So it was a little difficult for WE to move forward, but it's this man right here. The kick comes through. SMLZ gets a lot of shielding, but not good enough. He's able to get completely blown out, and Shen is going to die for his sins as well. Because Xie has just been zoning these two people out, gets the kill on Karma.
Now WE are turning onto the Baron. World 6 is there. Flash Smite. He's got a single Mountain Dragon to his name. Icon with the Shockwave finds Condi. World 6 goes in, but Condi, son of Baron, has taken that buff. World 6 is dead. SMLZ respawns, but WE are on the map.
WE may still be at a deficit, but that gold deficit means nothing anymore. They have been outscaled. OMGs have been outscaled completely, and now 957 and the rest of the team are going to start pushing back. They are now finally on the offense.
Alrighty, Super Minions pushing down mid. You can see huge items from Mystic. He's finished off that Quicksilver Sash. Only 500 gold behind SMLZ. Xie, in the meanwhile, is at 15k to the 15k of Icon. It's even just about everywhere except for in that top lane. Xiang has been doing work, but now he needs to defend with his team as Mystic with Baron buff, 957 with Baron buff are pushing in multiple lanes. They are finally starting to crack some turrets. 38 minutes in, WE have held on to the aggression that OMG have flung at them.
Now, here's the thing. Xie has a lot of gold that he can go back to and purchase. The problem now for OMG, they have no time to rest. Elder Dragon in a minute, so the Baron buff still on WE. They still have waves pushed in that OMG have to push back out, and they have no way to retain vision of that Elder Dragon. They need to contest it. They need to be able to get on top of it, but it is such an uphill battle for OMG to take control once again.
They are trying to get vision around that Elder Dragon. Like you said, 30 seconds before it spawns. Mystic, absolutely massive. He's getting so close to level 18, not quite enough to take over just yet, but 4, 4, and 5. His early game means nothing at this point because he is full late game Kog'Maw.
Ooh, good thing for OMG is that the Super Minions are still doing work mid lane, so WE need to be able to push this out first before they take control. OMG are already in prime position. They've already put down some key wards, so it's going to be all on WE to be able to clear that out first and foremost.
That's recall from Mystic. He finishes off his Frozen Mallet and races back out of the base. Xiang is split pushing top. He's got teleport. He's got Stand United. Massive tank, but he needs to be with his team. A shield can only do so much against this humongous Kog'Maw. And now 957 matches him on that top side. The teams are skirmishing over vision, trying to see where the opponents are, and continuing to move back and forth between the Ward line and the Elder Dragon.
And how, with time going forward, with time going by, that's 957 getting ever so close to his flash as well. Condi is doing the same. So if they buy time, they're going to be in prime position once again to constantly force out these flanks on SMLZ.
Condi's looking for vision around the backside. trying to respect this, but the inhibitor is now pushing. OMG have gone bottom, and WE, they just have to push through Xiang in order to break down a tier 2. They've still got Baron buff for another 60 seconds, but they are using it to get themselves back on the map and continue to reset this vision. Rabadon's now finished for Xia. He is massive.
Yeah, that's a massive spike. He was sitting on a lot of gold, but he didn't have, of course, the space in his inventory to be able to pick up that. So that's pretty big to have, I guess, 40 AP instantly into Rabadon's death cap.
Yeah, it's a pretty big spike.
Blasting one to that. All right.
Yeah, things are now slowing down just a little bit as everyone is just skirmishing over vision. A single team fight could decide this game, could decide this series, and you see how respectful OMG are being. They managed to take a huge early game advantage, but a miracle defense from Kandi and Mystic kept them in this game, kept them still one team fight away from advancing to the finals in Nanjing. They're turning onto the Elder Dragon right now within vision of the rest of Team OMG, and they are rushing forward. It's going to be close as it's down to half health. Xiang is there. World 6 tries to get in. He's got level 15 smite to level 17. Cocoon goes wide. 957 flanks. The fight is chaotic. They're dashing on the Mystic in the back, and the AoE is being spread across. Mystic is doing so much, and WE are winning the fight. SMLZ is dead. Icon is dead. World 6 is dead. Xiang is running for the hills, but it's 5 versus 1. Can WE end the series right here and right now?
They're going to try. They're pushing up. That's 40 seconds to 50 seconds of death timers, with Xiang the only one up and available. But that man ain't going to do anything.
Yeah, Ben is holding that recall. Kandi gets in with the rest of his team. 40 seconds for Icon, 30 for SMLZ and World 6, and Xiang. Recall, cancel, Blast Cone. He's got some distance, and he's going to look for the TP to try to get out of this. Polymorph is not going to stop it. Ben doesn't. Okay, so this is the big defense from Xiang. 15 seconds now from SMLZ. 5 is back up as well. WE have cleared out the inhibitor. They're pushing forward. They're going to try to end the game. Right here, Xiang is there. They're getting damage onto the Nexus turrets. Mystic is doing so much. They have to deal with the Kog'Maw. Turning onto the second one. There's not enough time. SMLZ is trying to stall this out. 5 flashes back. That's the time. SMLZ is back in. Can they defend? Kog'Maw is dead. I cannot believe it. OMG are winning the fight. They are trying to keep themselves alive. Trying to keep themselves in this series. Kandi eats a shockwave, he resets it, and OMG, I cannot go any higher with my voice. He takes the fight. Kandi, oh my God, they have to kill him. He's dashing around, trying to play for it, but he is going to die. OMG have defeated Team WE on the Nexus and are now racing back.
Yeah, 40 seconds death timers. That is all these inhibs are up and available. OMG are in prime position to just push this for the win.
They're trying to stop the recall of Ben right now. It's 20 seconds, about the time it'll take for them to rush across the map. They don't even need minions.
For it.
SMLZ is dead, so it is currently 4 versus 1. They're going for the Nexus.
That's it. That's actually the game.
Mystic is up in 10 seconds. Ben is trying to stall this out. The inhibitor falls, and they continue to go forward. Redemption. Mystic is up in 3, but they're turning onto the Nexus, doing a lot of damage. Mystic is back up, but the Nexus has gone down. The knockup is trying to stall it out, but OMG win game number 3, and backs against the wall have demonstrated that they can pull through.
And what a back and forth ending to that. You have to constantly respect WE. They were so far behind that game, but that one fight, time and time again, OMG found it so difficult to push into WE's base. Instantly Baron for WE. Instant shoves. They moved towards it, and honestly, yeah, they thought they could get the game just a hair off. Safer position, obviously, now that you look back into time, you're like, maybe that wasn't a good idea.
Yeah.
At that time, they were hyphy, and they had a lot of attack speed. Really good from Xiang to stall that out, really chunk down Mystic, so once the rest of the team came forward, it was an easy job to clean that back up.
Yeah, clutch Shadow Dash, and 5 to follow him up with a huge blast as well to save his Nexus, to save his team's playoff run. 10 weeks worth of effort, plus the best of 5 2 days ago against IMA, all on the verge of losing their Nexus, being fired upon by a massive Kog'Maw, and yet they're able to hold, they're able to defend. And take a look at that damage. Icon on that Orianna, we didn't see him step back and take a more passive role. He stepped forward, but on this control mage, he is demonstrating massive depth on this champion pool.
Yeah.
And here's this fight again. Xiong tries to hold on and finds the clutch dash taunt.
And so just take a look at all the autos that were really missed here. Mystic, of course, was taken down half HP, just completely focused on. And so the rest of OMG comes up, and there it was a massive skirmish. It was a massive fight, but no Kog'Maw, no damage, and they're able to get blown up. So this was an incredible defense coming from OMG.
Yeah, that's a huge respawn from Icon, getting the clutch shockwave. Of course, Condi tries to finish it off himself, but just does not have enough to close it out. That Nexus so close to falling, but just not quite close enough.
Yeah.
Huge play from Team OMG to turn it around. And we saw that from minute one. They came in and they were ready to play. And once again, we see OMG coming to life.
Yeah. And I don't want to alarm everybody. Reverse sweep? Like,
Yeah.
honestly, that's
Very
one of the
could be.
that's one of those questions you have to ask yourself, because we saw this happening up against IMA when OMG went up against them. So it was a tough set immediately coming in for OMG. Going into game 3, they immediately have that renewed focus. So this team's been through a lot, and they're not defeated. They don't just outright lose. Now, that was still very worrying as the game went on, and they couldn't get onto the Baron. They couldn't push forward any team fights, and the scaling, of course, of the Vladimir and Kog'Maw was really starting to shine through, and the proper flanks from WE to really hold it back into this game. Aces to WE. Problem now is that composition was very greedy. I warned you guys. I was going to talk about this after the game. Now, I probably wouldn't have touched on it, because if, like, WE... No, I probably would have touched on it if WE took the win. But don't pick like that much scaling. That's been an issue with WE throughout the regular season, that they went all in on the scaling composition, that maybe they looked, oh, if we can pick one kill, we can push it through, but if they just play it naturally, passively, we just would lose through lanes.
Yeah. Well, they did have the safety of turtling, of being able to sit back with that Kog'Maw, with that Vladimir, and you saw how close it was. They managed to get a few hits onto the Nexus turret, but not enough to the Nexus itself, but not enough to actually finish it off. So certainly it was greedy, but they were able to sit back and play defensive, fall back to the turtle style that we know, before finally getting the chance to close the gold gap by winning these clutch fights. And OMG, they're still alive.
Yeah.
They are still kicking.
And I'd be shaking even if you win that game, right? Because they needed to win that game, and it looked like it was a very clean 20 minutes. Like, at every single point of this part looked very clean for the side of OMG. And then you get to these random skirmishes.
Yeah.
And yeah, they could look at that. That's a lot of excitement. Team's emotional. You gotta be. Anyone would be emotional in that way. So this team being able to dig themselves out of that hole, which is a 0-2 start, and take this game, great momentum shift.
Yeah, they are now 1-2 in this series. As you said, this could be the beginning of the reverse sweep. Of course, that's still only game 1 for them to win. They've got 2 more to go. That's Icon going to be getting the MVP for massive damage. 40% of his team's damage, 210 gold to damage efficiency. He did huge work. And again, we say it time and time again, he is the emotional rock for his team. When he is relieved, when he is playing well, you can see all of the team playing well around him. SMLZ was huge. World 6 was huge because they were enabled by Icon's emotional state.
Yeah, I think the best thing about this is actually just his key shockwaves in these fights, right? Because a lot of these fights were still question marks. There would be times where he would have his sphere out for quite some time, and the moment that WE would push forward, then they would just get completely demolished by his shockwave. And even early on in the game, he was able to take control of that lane. It is a positive lane for Orianna. So you set it up to succeed. Finally, it looked like he was in a proper spot in the game, and he really just kind of just knocked it out of the park.
He pulled through. Excellent performance from him. We have to see, though, if he can do it again in game number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, OMG, they've taken game number 3, and they are on the verge of trying to come back against Team WE. Can they pull it off, though? All the pressure is on their shoulders for a team that is just trying to go as far as they possibly can. And we're looking forward to see if they can. We're going to go ahead and get ready for that game number 4 in just a few. into game number 4 between Team WE and OMG, as once again, down 0-2 in this best of 5. OMG have found a win in game number 3 to regain momentum in this series. 2 days ago, they did the exact same thing against Team IME when they found themselves down 0-2 and were able to reverse sweep, advancing here to the semifinals. Now they need to do it against a much higher caliber of opponent in Team WE, and they are looking like they are on fire. So close. A nexus worth of health away from losing to Team WE, but they were able to turn it around. They were able to win despite huge plays, and the question is, can they do it again?
I'm not going to be able to answer that. That's something I can't do. All I can say is that WE coming back in this set, or at least coming back in this game, when they were so far behind early on, is definitely worrying if you're OMG.
Terrifying.
If you're OMG, you had that massive lead. You have massive push potential in both mid and bottom lane, and somehow this team you're going up against completely blasted you and almost won this game. Yeah, that's a little touching. I think WE immediately will just look towards their pick and ban and not make it so high scaling, low push. That's going to be the biggest change that they can make.
Yeah.
Hopefully they keep mentally charged here.
Yeah, they'll have to. As now we get into game number 4, Team OMG and Team WE. As OMG with pick priority have elected to take blue side. Kled banned away from 957. Talia again banned away from Xie. That's now Kog'Maw taken away by WE. They don't want to risk that going over to a blue side for OMG. And the Fizz to follow it up. The final ban from OMG will be Kandi's Rengar, so 3 target bans from OMG. And WE just sort of removing power picks.
Yeah, what that does mean is Graves is up and available still. Shen is up and available still. What is W going to look towards? I don't think they pick, or at least they don't ban the Shen. Maybe they leave both open so they can go towards these trades and maybe give Kandi that key and crucial Lee Sin. Nope, they're banning that Grave.
Yeah, getting rid of the Graves, but that means Shen goes through, as you said. If they do prioritize that Shen for Xiong, that will mean that a lot of power picks fall on over to WE's side, the likes of Lee Sin, which has been huge for Kandi in this series.
There we
and
go.
It is a Shen priority once again.
Remember that OMG still has to be afraid of 957's Kled, which was kind of reigning terror in the first 2 games. And a Shen is a good response to that easier lane to deal with, and you have a better chance of being able to protect your backline when those dives come through. So Shen, proper pickup. WE is going to give it off to them. But now what is their response? Because remember, they had the opportunity of trading either one. But they denied themselves from both Graves and Shen.
Yeah, it turns out it's going to be Ashe first for Team WE. Again, prioritizing a huge champion for Mystic, and now Kandi taking away World 6's Elise after that performance in game number 3. Definitely worth a counter pick here, but that means that Lee Sin falls over to World 6.
Yeah, I was wondering if WE would go towards the Lee Sin themselves, but no, it's going to be Elise, so that's a lot of pick immediately in their composition, which could transition very well going forward, knowing that OMG, they could go towards another hyper carry comp. They could go towards another Caitlyn again with the top lane being so strong in the Shen. Wonder what it could be. Think they should take away the Karma immediately, just thinking that? Oh, but that would be a good pickup.
Yeah, LeBlanc counterpicking it away from Xie, Icon the Hitman. That's very early and leaves the bottom lane completely vulnerable, but it is locked in. Icon is taking matters into his own hands here.
And you got to believe WE picks up Karma here because it is a proper flex pick. It's good into LeBlanc. You can pick it up for the bottom lane. It's going to be a Nautilus instead.
957 gets to take that champion in the top lane. That's been huge for him in the regular season. Whenever he's not on the carry, that seems to have been his go-to at 11 picks, tied with Maokai, who has long since fallen off. So WE, they've got so much pick. You mentioned the Ashe, you mentioned the Elise, but now they've got a Nautilus to follow through with it. We still haven't even seen the support. That could be Ben taking Thresh.
Yeah, hooks upon hooks upon hooks. So I wonder what OMG is going to be worried about, because they're not going to get their first hand on the support pick. That is my immediate worry. That Karma could go over to WE, and that could still be a flex. And another worry, of course, is the Thresh, as you mentioned. They already have enough pick in their composition. They can empower that a little bit more.
And it's actually so surprising to see OMG put such low priority on their bottom lane with this pick and ban, going straight for top, jungle, and mid, and now banning away Xie a little bit more with that Jace ban. SMLZ was instrumental in that last game. He was the tool that OMG moved around the map to take turrets, and WE, very respectful of that. Ban away Varus, ban away Caitlyn. Now we're going down the tier list for AD carries. What's left?
Yeah, there's still Jin, I suppose. Zyra. Zyra's been a big pick 4 or 5 throughout the split. I wonder what WE. I mean, Karma's still open, which is I'm still surprised about that. So I wouldn't be. I would be surprised about a lot of things, but I want to see what WE look to prioritize in this phase.
Now looking towards the next one, that's Malzahar banned away from Ben. So it's time for the
Is
second
it Hook
pick
City?
for WE. Just picks on picks on picks, and Lulu's not even in the game. As that is
There we go.
Thresh locked in. Ash Thresh for Mystic and Ben. This guy is a terror on the champion. You saw how badly he messed up World 6 in game number 1. Now he's back in the exact same champion. He's got Condi on that Elise to follow through whenever he goes for wards and invades. No way.
No, I'm not going to
That's
respect
not
it just
even-
yet. What I do know is that WE. Now this one I have to respect. No, okay. WE. The amount of pick potential that they have here is very worrying if you're OMG, because that's a lot of. Everyone can start the fight here. If one hook misses, another one comes through. A cocoon, an ash arrow. If WE ever gains control of the map through one lane or another, then immediately these objectives should be able to just get completely gobbled up, because OMG will have a tough time contesting for vision.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage, but they're all about flanking, all about coming in from multiple directions at once, as Lucian is locked in for SMLZ. Bit of a smile from 5 as he gives support Galio a hover, but decides to lock in Nami, and OMG pick down the line for themselves. Very comfortable champions for these players, and we know that they can put up good numbers. Karma will fall all the way to the bottom of pick and ban for game number 4. But still a huge champion for Xie in the mid lane.
Yeah, obviously WE doesn't want to. I mean, it's not going to be a flex pick at this point because they know they have the Thresh. So they're going to pick up the Karma anyways, because it was always good into the lane up against LeBlanc. So they're just going to pick proper lanes here, which is immediately a level up from last game.
Yeah,
a level up where they can actually pressure point one lane, and that is going to be mid lane.
We'll have to see if they find success. As with our compositions loaded, locked and loaded for game number 4.
Yep.
OMG, they've taken game number 3. They're clawing their way back up, but now they need to do it against a huge pick comp from Team WE. Can they pull a rabbit out of a hat 2 times in a row? Or is WE going to shut them down and show that the rabbit was actually under the table the whole time?
Oh, where's that rabbit going? I'm just going to have to. They can't chase it.
Yeah.
Oh, that is the weakest handshake I've ever seen.
I mean, these are massive organizations. The coaches have got to have a little bit of respect for each other after games 1 through 3. So I see what you did. Clever pick and ban. That's
Yeah.
all you get.
Yeah, I want a deeper handshake.
Mhm.
In fact, grasp hold of it. Show him who the alpha is.
Yeah, the alpha handshake.
You're losing this game.
Yeah, Icon looking like he's recovered significantly after game 1 and 2. You can see World 6 giving him a pep talk. Xiyoung supporting this as well as we get into game number 4 between OMG and Team WE. Number 1 in Group B versus number 2 in Group A. And OMG climbing up from the promotion tournament 6 months ago. They were a single game away from being eliminated. They went to 5 games, ending up 6th place in the group stage. And now 6 months later, they find themselves climbing up once again, but against the best team in Group A, making a run for playoffs, making a run for the crown, the grand finals in Nanjing, China.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for OMG. WE has made a stake for themselves. I remember that bet I made long ago. WE, best team in LPL. Well, they were able to take RNG even if it wasn't full power. So WE has always just been that team throughout the regular season that you have to strive to be able to topple, to take down.
WE has been the most consistent team in the LPL, almost always putting up excellent results. And when we see them really trying, really putting in 110%, it is something to be feared, as we saw in game number 1 and game number 2, even in game number 3, despite being taken off guard as the crowd chants for the 2 teams. Massive shout out for both of them.
No, this is going to be pretty key. I wonder, because of course they have a lot of pick. So sending in Thresh, maybe even Cocoon on Elise, but you never want to start Cocoon. That'd just be awful. Oh,
looking to go for an
SMLZ.
evade, rotate around onto SMLZ, and they've caught him. 5 members, he flashes, dashes away, Ben, flash.
Got
hook,
him!
Pulls him back in, hook, line, and sinker. This man is going down.
Key pickup here. Level 1 obviously was going to be a big point for WE because of how much pick potential they had. Really good from Ben to... He recognized he was going to get that pick because when the flash was gone, the dash on SMLZ was already been used, and he's in a very controlled point in that jungle. So that was going to hit. He started out with Cook. A small price to pay for a big gold game.
But that is now red buff for both Condi and World 6 as they look to engage in some vertical jungling, swapping their sides of the jungle. And already we can see some punishment as a great hook lands onto 5, just trying to get that Nami low, force her to burn through her mana very early on, as she will be able to sustain as this lane drags on. And yeah, there we can see Condi. Doesn't even take, oh, he does actually finish off the Raptor camp before heading into the jungle, his own side of the jungle, and World 6 looks to do the same on the other side, but Ben and Mystic are just trying to run the lane here.
What's good to see here, it's immediately from the mid lane. Now Karma was channeling him back. Remember, she has a kill now. She has a kill just based off that level 1. She's trying to find a key point where she can get a back advantage to get a second Doran's Ring and maybe a few more potions. That is really bad for Icon because this lane was already difficult enough. So now he's going up against a poor matchup with a kill on Xie already well enough ahead. If I'm Condi, give this person some space so they can get that item lead back in the lane. It'll be a tough road for Icon.
Certainly will. Again, you can see Mystic and Ben saying, hey, you guys camped this bottom lane. Sorry, but now we're going to do the same thing to you. It seems like for every time OMG have thrown a punch, WE have answered back with a punch of their own.
Yeah, and this is going to be definitely, it's a lot different than the last game because the push advantage is in WE's favor in the bottom lane. It's in their favor in the mid lane. Condi is now pressing up into the jungle, gets a bit of a shallow ward in because he's going in alone. So World 6 has to watch out because A, if he gets caught out in his vision, then immediately Condi will have a proper decision into going to the bottom side of the map. There's a lot of pick potential here in WE.
Big Bubble lands on the Mystic. There's the hook and a lantern behind it. Condi gets in. Can he land the cocoon? And Thunderlords is not enough. Even with red buff burning down, 5 single-digit health is allowed to live, but only just.
And it was just because of the fact that he popped that potion that he survived.
Here they go. They've got the Elise once again. Condi trying to get some damage onto the turret. World 6 is waiting just behind them. He's pretty far away. If they go in, now they spot him out. The bubble catches Ben, taking just a little bit of damage. As World 6 will get some more trade on the back. He finds Mystic, burning him down. That's Flash. No heal either, and Teleport is even being used by Icon to join up with his team. It's completed, whereas Xie, he got his back. That's a very early Divine Chalice and return towards mid.
So this is going to be great for CA, the fact that LeBlanc got absolutely nothing in this bottom lane. He's going to be able to come and get that shove back mid in an item advantage that he has. So Icon can't use that time. He's already backed, but that means it gives a lot of time and experience for Xie to push out this wave. So at the very least, OMG stopped the pressure coming forward from WE, but at a high price.
Absolutely very high cost, but they do stop that pressure. Force the recall out of Mystic. You can see the Cull first, so he's going to go for the long laning phase. Icon in the mid lane, you can see down a single minion wave as he makes his way back with an Amp Tome and a Doran's Ring. Luckily, Cannon will mean that he doesn't miss too much, and Ben, with his own early recall, is going to follow Condi into the jungle of World 6 to look for a bunch of vision, to keep an eye on that Lee Sin.
This is what we've seen from WE's jungle support synergy time and time again in the regular season. I would say the best in the LPL, where they move with each other so often. And it's a Thresh too, so being able to take control of the movement between mid and bottom lane makes it much harder for Icon to really start to roam outwards when he doesn't even know where the vision is. He doesn't know where Elise is, or Ben. Ben's hidden. He could be anywhere at this point in time.
With that very terrifying knowledge, you can see very safe setup as Ben and Condi
They didn't see him.
sneak around the vision. They're on the other side of that ward as they creep forward. Now they've finally been spotted. 5 is trying to escort SMLZ back. He still has no flash. Lantern, bubble catches 5. He's tanking turret aggro, teleport as well. But this dive is started and canceled. Chie will try to use his teleport, but will not succeed.
Yeah, we got flashes here from WE to see if they can get over that bubble and get a pick off of SMLZ. It's very difficult because, of course, he is on that Lucian. They all miss. If it had hit, then they would have turned into an immediate dive. Thankfully, of course, OMG is safe. And that's just TP off of Xie.
And that's how aggressive W are playing this bottom lane, almost an exact mirror of what we saw in game number 1, but out of OMG. And we're seeing 957 put pressure onto Xiang. He's finally level 6, so he's got Stand United. And this bottom tier 1 turret is chunked down to about a third of its health, and they continually slowly whittle down away. The next few waves, it will lose that fortification. It'll lose that extra defensive bonus. So OMG try to make a play across the mid lane. Stand United, both chains miss. As teleport is started and canceled by 957. They try to make a play, and it does not succeed.
So that's TP down from every single member on the map, and everyone's resetting. So 957 is going to be a little happier about that. He canceled his TP. Meanwhile, you can't do that with Xiang, Shen ulti. So he's going to give an immediate push. I wonder what he's going to do with that, because he could just move into the enemy jungle and look to pick up one ward. He doesn't have a trinket, so that's why he's just sitting in the lane.
Yeah, Kandi is going to clear out red buff on the invade right now. Again, supported by that super aggressive bottom lane, by the presence that he's got from Xie in the mid lane, who's now a full level ahead of Icon because of that experience advantage. They show up bottom, and are spotted as the ward expires. There's the Lantern. Kandi gets pulled up. SMLZ has flash, but is still caught by the hook. They've got so much crowd control, and they managed to kill him. They've even brought Xie down there. Now this tier 1 turret is finally, that expiration date is coming up.
Yeah, if at first you don't succeed, my friends, you keep trying. And WE just unrelenting. They keep bringing in members, of course. They keep clearing out wards near this. So SMLZ at some point was going to die. Now 2 deaths to his name. The level 1 ended this exact moment.
Yeah, though they will decide to back away instead. Kandi goes back to his jungle, and that's a recall out of Mystic. So the turret is still alive, but the expiration date still very close, depending on time. With that recall, we now see Vamp Scepter out of Mystic as he makes his way back. Another recall from 957 is the finished Spectre's Cowl. And it's so excellent to see WE come here into game number 4 playing so brutally against OMG. They are not taking any chances in this series. They have a 2-game advantage, 2-1 in this series. But now they are just going so hard that this is what we want to see from them.
Yeah, and you can see what the change was immediately just based off pick ban alone, that they have immediately pushing lanes, and mid lane's a lot easier for Xie. So that was a major change from them. We see time and time again where WE just gets that one game in the series. We're like, we're gonna test this one out. Now finally it looks like they're in prime position to push the lead forward. SMLZ did bring Warlords. I didn't mention that earlier on. He has Warlords on top of the extra lifesteal, so he's just trying to survive the poke that he's constantly been having to deal with. Now it's making it a lot harder because of the death that he's been constantly being put, finding himself in. It's not really working out.
And even the vision from W on that bottom side of the map, they continue to prioritize it time and time again. 957 is pulled down towards mid. He'll be spotted out by a control ward if he goes any deeper. But Icon playing nice and safe on that huge LeBlanc carry, matching the CS of Xie despite being at a kill deficit. Sonic Wave from World 6. They think they're the ones setting it, but now Icon sees Kandi, tags him with the snare, and is going to trade jungler for jungler. Now Xie trades it over. There's no follow-up from anywhere else. Xiang has got Stand United, but both top laners have teleport. Icon trying to match the damage of this Athens on Karma. The auto attack follows through, and Icon with 7 health survives.
Yeah, Deathfire touch was
and the arrow misses.
But he remains alive, just popping the potion himself. So, yeah, you saw what the play was happening. Jungler for jungler trade. Xie is much stronger than Icon at this point, able to output much more consistent damage. So he was close to getting that kill, and it was close to being a 2-for-1. But it's just a trade. It's not going to be too bad for OMG.
Now bottom, you can see with the Bilgewater Cutlass finally finished for SMLZ. He feels a little bit better trading into Mystic with that Vamp Scepter. But Kandi, man, this guy is living bottom. World 6, though, is making his way down there. Lee Sin versus Elise. There's the Lantern.
Here we go.
Dark Passage is going to get Kandi in there. Sonic Wave to zone it away. That's a lot of teleports. Xie shows up first. They're managing to get Icon, and it is a full 5v5 in the bottom lane. Knockup is a massive as SMLZ is still alive. Walking out in the back. Icon split from his team, gets pulled in. Finally, he will die as Mystic and Icon give their lives. Flash from Xiang.
They got
Cocoon
him.
to follow it up. They've got so much damage. They've got so much crowd control. They play him back in once again. It's 2-for-1 in the extended fight.
That was really close, and World 6 was very close to being able to get a kick for himself, but got immediately cocooned, stunned down, along with the Shen ulti on top of him. So WE, it could have been much worse for them, but they back away, they disengage and re-engage on the fight, and get the tower on top of it.
This is a massive advantage now that first tier 1 has been taken. Tragically, none of the gold's on Mystic, but WE are still showing up strong. Here's that extended engage.
Yeah, Mystic didn't have ulti because he used it a little earlier on. Condi was in a real worrying position. He knew the bubble was coming. He couldn't avoid it. So he put out the cocoon, and World 6 felt a little bit of the pain. The only worry was that Icon was fairly low, put himself in a proper position. SMLZ and Lee Sin were able to just get out of there scot-free, but they still found more picks going forward. They got LeBlanc, and they were able to get it on Xiang as well.
Flash cocoon to catch up to Xiang. And that was a massive play from Condi, landing the cocoon onto World 6 as he was looking to insect Condi into the fight. Well reading that play in advance. Good sidestep, but a lot of the damage has been chunked out onto Condi. He's brought down to half by that LeBlanc. She's finished her gunblade, and is, the revolver, and is starting to do some damage here.
Yeah, she's trying to be a little cheeky there, but she does have to watch out.
He's just dodging left, right, trying to keep 3 members occupied. He's got some support from 5, but it takes more than just Icon to win the game. They're down 2-5, 4,000 gold, and with the lane swap from Mystic matched by SMLZ, you know that WE will continue to press these turrets' advantage. Play the same game OMG played in game number 3 against them.
Oh, but WE, they sniffing blood here. Oh, they don't see him.
Yeah, he's just outside of vision, but they know that he's there. The arrow tags him. They're getting damage over the wall, but he hops over. So blue buff catches him. And that, blue buff is picked up by WE as the arrow catches World 6, but they continue to return towards those lanes. SMLZ is so much closer to his Blade of the Ruined King, to holding on to that top tier 1 and defending. And just take a look at the vision from WE on this side of the map.
Yeah, the reason it was all there is because OMG were back at base. They reset a lot of control while Icon was in mid, looking to just fend them all off. That means that that's a lot of control wards linked between mid lane and top lane. Mystic doesn't have ulti yet, but once he does have Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and plus, even if he doesn't, that's a lot of pick potential for just about everybody on the team. So they can get an engage off. It doesn't have to be off of Ashe. So Icon, it's a difficult time for him because he needs to actually be able to leave this lane, but he's having a tough time dealing with Karma, and of course has no way to be able to confidently move away from that lane with how much control is around.
That first blood from Xie was so critical. You can see he's 20 CS up with blue buff, with the Athens Unholy Grail. Let's see if he decides to go for the Ardent Sensor second to empower Mystic, or if he starts transitioning towards a more carry role on that Karma. SMLZ is pushing away forward, being so respectful of Ben, who with his Mobies is such a threat with these hooks. There's no follow-up from the rest of WE, but even so, you can see OMG are playing so defensive, bringing World 6 towards that side of the map. Now they're having Icon sort of cheat towards that side of the lane as well, as he leans over to support them if a skirmish were to break out. Xiang sitting so far back, so close to his turret, so that he can safely stand united if a fight were to break out.
Yeah, it's good from OMG just to be able to regain pressure topside, right? Because they know that Enchanted Crystal Arrow was down, and that WE had relieved pressure topside. So they were able to just make it a lot more comfortable for SMLZ, and so he wasn't going to be constantly feeding out. He's already 0-2. He doesn't want to be a 0-3 at this point in the game. And so now it's a little harder for WE to look towards topside. But that is Enchanted Crystal Arrow right back up. There's all the abilities to be able to go top. So that's Karma now moving along with the rest of the team.
Yeah, here comes the pick. They've got teleport available for 957. Condi gets in and drops a lot of vision. SMLZ will clear the rest of it out. But 4 members of OMG are up top. Recall from 957 is being completed. He's got teleport. The arrow misses, but the minion wave has crashed. That's a hook as well. They've still got a lot of poke if they can catch someone. World 6 eats a cocoon as Icon joins the fight, tags the ethereal chain just to scare them away.
If he can stick here, because SMLZ did get poked out just a little bit by the Karma Q. So right now they're in a tough spot. And that ward that was placed deep into the blue side jungle is a good TP
They're
ward.
continuing to choke out SMLZ with this damage. He's got to clear out the minions, but cannot afford to get close. You can see Xiang sitting back on that stand united, but does not pull the trigger with that. WE will finally finish off the top tier 1. 2 turrets to 0 as Mystic will take that Lantern to safety, or just leave Ben to his own work as he finishes off the minion wave. Recall means Blade of the Ruined King is finished for SMLZ. And despite the call start from Mystic, he's probably pretty close to finishing off his own Blade of the Ruined King, which is why we see him finishing off that minion wave.
Yeah, he should definitely have it now. So he's got a lot of gold in his pocket that he needs to spend. He was able to get that last wave, which should be done deal right there. So that just means that he does get Blade of the Ruined King on top of the already finished much earlier on attack speed boots, Berserker's Greaves. That's the difference between SMLZ and his gold right now.
Finished recurve bow and those Berserker Greaves versus only the double daggers from SMLZ. Now Dragon was pinged a few times by WE. You can see they're moving Ash and Ben down towards that bottom side of the map as they look for vision. They've got a Ruby Sightstone, not to mention the Tracker's Knife, double haunting guys from Xie and Kandi as they're looking to go big in this game. And things are looking a little scary for OMG as they find themselves very far behind. Icon's getting pushed out by the jungle and support of WE, who are just so mobile.
Ben is just thirsty. He's looking for these picks at all times.
I think he might feel insulted that they lost game number 3 with how aggressive he's playing. SMLZ now swaps towards the top, which means they're giving up pressure bottom. The minion wave is cleared, and SMLZ will eat a hook. 957 is so tanky, but he doesn't have a lot of armor, and with the Blade of the Ruined King, SMLZ is able to answer back. Meanwhile, WE used that knowledge to push down mid, again, threatening Icon away from his turret so they can break down the third tier 1. Chains over the wall as Icon tries once again. He's got a flank from World 6, but there's no damage.
And Mystic is just around, looming for his ulti itself. He's got someone!
Yeah, that's the arrow. 5 is the target. Stand United to stall this out, but they've got way too much crowd control. He has died. Xiong dashes away, flashes over the wall, but brings the knockup. SMLZ tries to sidestep, but sidesteps into his doom, flashes back again, but will die to the follow-up from Xie as WE break down 3 members of OMG.
Disaster for OMG. SMLZ got popped up, and it was Xiong that the ulti was actually on top of. So now WE already going towards this tower.
Yeah, matching almost the pace from OMG in game number 1 as this tier 2 is broken off of a very successful pick. It's 3 versus 5. Icon will catch Kandi with a lot of damage. He pops up and is still alive. Icon does not find the assassination. He wanted it so bad.
Yeah, just barely. Just barely. Isn't able to get him.
You can see how he's hounding Team WE away. He's trying to carry, but here's the arrow. They catch 5.
5 was not going to be able to get out of there. He didn't have flash either, and he would put himself in that corridor. He's going to die. Xiong getting... This is how much control and how much poke and how much pick is coming off of WE. SMLZ gets knocked up. He's the next person to really get poked out because CA was able to get straight through World 6 to get the kill. So just one person after the next, they're just getting chased down due into part, of course, of Karma's speed boost. But also just because there's just too much CC on this damn team.
Yeah, and again, compared to game number 3 in which OMG ran this aggressive play against WE had the insurance of Kog'Maw and Vladimir. They had time. They had the ability to sit back and scale. SMLZ on Lucian is never going to do that much damage as a Kog'Maw. Icon, he's trying to look for these massive outplays, but he is only one man. Cloud Dragon's being picked up by WE, but OMG are just, they're hunting.
They're looking. But Mystic feels it. He feels that pressure. He feels the heat coming from that jungle.
Yeah, the hatred from OMG emanating from that side of the map. Plays it nice and safe, sticks towards his turrets.
Too much dark energy in that area. I'm going to move away.
Swaps over towards mid. World 6 starts his recall. Icon still giving a few pings. He's not communicating, though. There he goes.
Oh, he's sitting for it. They're actually looking for a flank position. They have their sights set on Mystic. Nah, they're just, all right, they're trolling.
Still thinking about it, but this is a lot of time invested just to kill the AD carry. Kandi shows up to lead the charge. He is not very tanky. They actually spot him clearing that out as they start their own recall. Sweeper, and he sidesteps one. Does he have enough time to sidestep another? The arrow comes out, but the collapse from WE as the play gets turned around. Kandi dies, but Icon is knocked up and will die in answer. And now they find Xiong. He stands united in. He tried to teleport away and is punished for this. It is 10-3 for Team WE.
And that is the definition of a desperation play. So now WE, they've completely taken down OMG's
Baron has just spawned.
Mid.
They are rushing towards it. And now they're not.
No, they don't have a jungler friend. No, it's not happening. No Elise. They could try, but it would be very risky with World 6 up. So they're going to cool it down a little bit.
Cool the Jets. They turn on to Xie. Bubble is going to miss. He's looking for the outplay. Is going to be knocked up, but dies now as World 6 follows through and gets that kill. Mystic eating some damage from SMLZ, fires back onto 5, doesn't quite have the arrow just yet as Sonic Wave lands. Flay is too late, SMLZ gets the kill, and OMG are winning the fight. They're the ones with the jungler up, though he is low health. That's a double kill as the bottom lane and mid laner from WE stagger in one by one and die.
The moment you count this team out, they were able to come back. 3 kills in their favor. Condi is up. And I know he's nicknamed Son of Baron, but this is going to be a hard one for him to steal.
OMG trying to get themselves back into the game. World 6 is still tanking this. You've got to let somebody else do it. As Xiang finally joins up with his team, the hook is flashed as 957 is flanking from the far side. Condi is spotted by Icon. The Son of Baron smells blood in the water, but 957 is doing work. Teleport from Xie, and OMG might have bit off too much more than they can chew. 1900 health. World 6 is so low. He goes in, and it's picked up by Xiang. The ensuing fight arrow is going to field goal between them, but Xie cleans it up. OMG have got the Baron, and they win the fight despite losing 2. They are still in this series.
Yeah, they're sure. You know what? They're behind in gold, but that is going to be able to pick it back up. OMG, they were able to take Baron off of it. And it was so weird for WE to lose 3 kills randomly, right? Just random off of mid. They were trying to help out Xie because he was a little outstretched, a little bit too far forward. And then it was just kill after kill. Someone was trying to save him. The Suns was trying to save Thresh.
It's that massive presence from OMG to be able to recognize Xie's out of position.
Yep.
He doesn't have flash because he used it to kill our LeBlanc just a few seconds ago. We've got crowd control. We can herd him into a corner. And then the rest of the team, as you said, they staggered in one by one for easy kills. And OMG, every time you count them out, they're able to come back. This team is like game talents gone Super Saiyan. This is excellent to see OMG sort of grow like this with this focus. It is so hard to maintain perseverance in a best of 5, yet they continue to keep their vision clear. Look for picks, rotate around the map, make sure we kill the priority targets from WE. And though they have been losing objectives, they are still in this game.
Yeah, and that's really key to say because getting that Baron, what would that mean for them, right? They can really stop the pressure coming through because they've been losing tower after tower and been completely pushed forward. Now, the reason why these kills are just going for WE is because, of course, once that one person gets picked off of like a Thresh hook, right, or an Ashe arrow, it really does snowball. So OMG, they haven't faced a composition like this throughout the entirety of the split.
Yeah.
And so there would be times where it's like, okay, we can double down and look to save this person or look to contest this fight and then back away. Disengage. But the disengage is so hard for them because there's just skill shots flying at them. So now that they're able to get this Baron that can push forward and maybe they can take a team fight going forward because SMLZ, Lucian, even though there are some 80 carries that you can look towards and say that you can carry on just off your sheer mechanics alone. And Lucian is a clear pick for him that he can do that.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on SMLZ's performance to see if he can pull it together. Obviously, again, in game number 3, he was the tool that was rotated around the map by OMG to take turrets, to take that early advantage. He was doing headshots for crazy, and we saw how they were able to play around him. And again, we're seeing Icon playing up. He looks like he might be a little bit shaken by the best of 5, but in-game, his play more than makes up for how he looks outside of game. He has been trying to harass as much as possible, stall this time so that SMLZ can do damage. And when OMG find the opportunities, they're not hesitating to take it, even though they are sometimes getting a little overzealous. For example, World 6 and Icon sitting just outside of vision, looking for Mystic for what, like a good minute and a half?
Yeah, but they couldn't really find a position or at least a time to kind of pull the trigger. So it's nice to see them try for those plays, right? That's something that OMG has done. They've come back in a lot of cases in the regular season just based off of the fact that even though they lose it off of some random play, they will always try to dig themselves back into a fight just off skirmishes, off fights alone. So that's nice to see from that team. Problem is now going up against WE. Sure, you're able to take Baron for yourself, but that doesn't take away the sheer threat from this team. The sheer comeback in terms of the amount of picks they can look for if OMG tried to push forward with the Baron buff that they do have.
And the huge burst damage we're seeing as well. I think Xie with his build was going for a Luden's Echo second. Or no, excuse me, he was going for the Leandri's Torment. Then I think he had another needlessly large rod. So he is going straight damage on this Karma. And we've seen what happens when Karma can really start popping off. So looking forward to the rest of this matchup. OMG, we've seen them come back from a best of 5 like this again. If they win this game, they go to game number 5. Does WE start worrying then? Or
I mean,
You can see
yeah.
how serious they're taking this game right here. That would be a huge upset if OMG were to even bring it to Game 5.
Yeah, they were probably worried in Game 3 when they were just so far behind against a team that they've defeated 2-0 convincingly in Week 7, right? This is should not be a competition for them. Now, it should be because OMG's demanded respect. They've gotten to a point where they're second place, but WE is trying to prove that they're not just in the top 3 of EDG, RNG, and WE, that they are clear-cut best because only one team can go from China to Rio and for MSI.
Yeah. And again, this would be a massive tragedy for Team WE. They are expected to move on to finals. They are very clearly the favorites in this matchup. And that being said, though, WE has never gone to an LPL finals.
Yeah.
They have never placed higher than third since the LPL. And with that sort of knowledge, they're up against OMG. This is supposed to be the easy side of the bracket. And if they lose, that would be a massive disappointment for fans.
It would be. And the players, maybe they're feeling that pressure a little bit from just the organizational standpoint.
Yeah.
But the organization, they know how much it means for them. Ever since EDG kind of broke off, not even kind of, they just definitely broke off a lot of the prime players.
All those years ago.
And WE, they've been struggling because there were one point where they were at 8th place. They were really on the bottom end of the LPL. And then they finally picked it up. This is like for, I would say, about a year now. They've been improving just time and time again, slowly getting better, building themselves up to a point now where they should be the first place. They should be second place in this play.
As you said, this is one of the best performances we've seen out of WE in very, very long time. The fact that they have this massive lineup, 957, Kandi, Shie, they are the most consistent team during the regular season. Of course, like any LPL team, they do have a few moments where they drop games for very confusing reasons. 957 had a bit of a weak performance in Week 9 and Week 10. Kandi looked like he was having a bit of difficulty as well. But then you contrast that with when we see him on his Rengar, when he's popping off and single-handedly carrying games. This team should win this best of 5. But now we're looking at OMG actually running the gauntlet, actually running this full game out. And WE are time and time from here and there falling short as there appears to be a team fight going on. There's chaos on the screen. Baron has long since fallen off, and SMLZ is picking up a kill. But it's currently 3 versus 1 with 5. 21-13. That inhibitor is still up, but WE are chasing forward. They've already taken the middle inhibitor. Ladies and gentlemen, this game could be over right here and right now as they win the fight. WE, we were just setting the story, and now you're going to end it. Mystic and 957 are there. There's not enough time for Icon to get back up. World 6 is almost there as well. Exhaust on the Mystic. Super Minions on the Nexus turrets. They are trying to play it out, but 5 with the hero
World
defense
6 is up.
buys time for World 6, and now the Nexus itself is bare. But OMG, we come back at one hell of a time.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, and I think everybody out there is putting up a few question marks. But I think WE found the respect to that.
Yeah.
We're probably going to be seeing a replay, but good God, what happened, WE?
We just had a smash cut to an apocalypse scenario for OMG. I mean, camera pan and look back and everything is on fire.
I'll tell you right now, I was looking at those white picket fences. I was like, all right, I can get behind this dream. And suddenly nuclear warfare. I was
Yeah.
like, oh, I didn't know that we were in this timeline. All right, good job, WE, I guess.
Yeah, this is the darkest timeline for Team OMG. SMLZ, you can see he's doing damage. Finished his Quicksilver, has 2 more items, the Black Fever and Phantom Dancer. But running through the stock of the other items, it's matched on the other side by Mystic. He's ahead by a BF sword. Both of the AP carries are absolutely massive. All the tanks are as well. And World 6, thank goodness you've got a Banshees, but you're going to have to get away from Ben, who's leading the charge.
Oh, no.
And the arrow tags him. He's got no flash. There's Cocoon. Icon gets in front to try to save his jungler, but World 6 is dead. Baron is on the map, and it's 5 versus 4.
Yeah, 5 versus 4, and that inhib is already down, but they're marching down this lane. Inhibs are down. Nexus turrets are down.
The Answer marching one by one, and WE are leading the charge. Xiong tries to stall it out, buying time for SMLZ. He's trying to kill 957, but does no damage to him. Ben eats a big hit. SMLZ is firing across, but gets flayed back. His tank line is gone. His
SMLZ 's
support
down.
is gone. His jungler is gone. His chances are trying to slowly dwindling. Mystic is firing onto Xiong. It's all up to Icon. It's do
They've
or
got
die,
it.
and it turns out it's die. WE turn onto the Nexus. They win game number 4 and advance to the grand finals in Nanjing, China.
Now that was kind of a fast forward on that one, but it looks like WE is heading to Nanjing. Good
For
God.
a team that has never made it to the LPL finals, WE have finally done it in game number 4 over Team OMG. And you can see with a heavy sigh, OMG stand up and shake the hands of their opponents in a very long and very well fought series. But WE come out victorious, and they will be advancing. Finally able to break the stigma, to break the curse.
And just take a look at them finally bowing in front of their fans. Quite a lot of them out there. They're going to be, all those fans are going to be having a sigh of relief, maybe celebrating.
Yeah, you can see the audience is so happy that WE is finally moving on. And OMG, they will be playing tomorrow in the third, fourth place match. So this isn't the last that we've seen of them just yet, but WE get to breathe a sigh of relief. They've got a week to prepare for their next best of 5.
Yeah, but they can just sit down, relax, and watch the next set that's going to be coming up very soon. EDG versus RNG.
Yes, that's going to be super hyped to take a look at who they are going to play against. But for now, they get a chance to breathe and relish the victory that they finally accomplished for themselves. Closing out the series 3-1. It was looking a little dire halfway through that game when we saw OMG take that Baron after winning a successful team fight. I thought for a moment OMG might have been ready to start running the gauntlet and just pushing it back out to Game 5. But WE, they pull through.
Yeah, OMG have conditioned us at this point to just believe in the run back. Look at that dip. That dip was pretty big. OMG, that was the moment they were able to attain the Baron. But it didn't turn too much. And so that was just an adaptation W was able to make in the draft phase. And they just didn't allow our OMG time in the lanes to actually breathe.
Yeah, and with that sort of pressure, they opened up such a massive advantage that they were able to break down that middle inhibitor. You can see Mystic, once again, huge performer for his team. 36.6 thousand damage in a 30-minute game. Absolutely huge AD carry. And WE finally advanced towards the finals. They are able to pull through. You can see SMLZ and Icon certainly tried their hardest, but they just could not finish out the series. They could not turn around the momentum that WE had in the beginning of that game number 4.
Yeah, it was too much of an obstacle for OMG. They had a good comeback in Game 3, but just in the series. But that was a great Game 3 from the early game going forward. They still had a very rough time once the late game hit through and the Kog'Maw and Vladimir started to actually do a lot of damage. But WE just said, why are we even giving them the chance of the early game? Why are we giving them that strength? They went back, had a discussion about it, and immediately the draft phase improved drastically.
Yeah, and it's so exciting to see WE play these different styles. They are willing to sit back and turtle, but then in the next game, they are willing to immediately pick the aggressive pick composition and aggressively camp bottom lane. Like, they brought the whole Fandamly down there.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, no one should be happy about sitting down and turtling. That is one thing I want to change about WE. Don't pick those compositions. That is not good.
Better teams will punish you, but that's the question. As now they're one of the top 2 teams in China, what better teams are left to challenge them? Of course, we'll find out in that next best of 5, but the MVP for this game goes over to Xie. You can see 96% kill participation. He missed a single kill for his team.
That was incredibly influential in this set. He was able to hold down Icon, who was definitely the backbone. He was on that LeBlanc. And the problem with LeBlanc in this case, and for him in the lane, he definitely had a tough time because he did come back to a Chalice early on the Karma. So there was a tough time for him just because of the level 1 kill going in the Karma's favor. So Xie had that advantage. He pushed that advantage. There was no time in which LeBlanc had up and available to roam outwards. And so that was just how it turned out to be. There was actually a play in the later portions of team fights where he was able to weave Qs into getting the kill on SMLZ.
Yeah.
So really well played from him.
We saw an excellent setup from Xie over the course of this series. And again, we're seeing WE play around these different strengths. They know they have a huge carry in Kandi if he decides to go for it, but then he's also taking a ganking role with 957. We've seen how Mystic can take this late game hyper carry, AD carry role to the absolute max. And now Xie, as you said, putting out massive damage in these team fights, supporting his team so that they can pop off as well. Plus, we know he's a hell of an assassin too.
Yeah, so I really like the flexibility this team has. Mostly in 957. I think 957 he was able to showcase the Kled really early on. And then from that point forward, he can easily also go toward the Gragas and come in with those massive flank plays. He's been doing it constantly throughout this series and gave Xiang a really tough time. It's usually Xiang that's able to impact these team fights positively if they were able to go up against most teams, that his flanks would be incredibly impactful, that he can come up and save SMLZ in key moments. But yeah, 957 didn't give him that opportunity.
Yeah, I feel like 957 barely gave Xiong time of day in this series.
Yeah.
Like the Kled in game number 1 and game number 2 was huge. And in game number 3, just taking a look, that was the Gragas played into the Shen, and he managed to get some massive casks with Condi. So this is the weak points that we saw from Team WE during weeks 9 and 10. It was Condi and 957 not stepping up,
Yeah.
but they have shown that they have identified that weakness. They have cleaned it right on up, and if we continue to see WE play like this, they could certainly be a real challenge for whoever wins the next semifinal game.
Yeah, they only need a 1 best of 5, right? That's all it
Exactly.
takes right now is to go into that 1 best of 5, and they will know who they're going up against very soon with EDG and RNG.
And that being said, they are 1 best of 5 from going to Rio de Janeiro
Yep.
for MSI. And you've got to imagine that's a pretty big prestigious award as well.
Yeah, there was one time where WE was able to go out internationally. Now they were 8th place team. They somehow went to the finals. Don't know how that happened. That was up against TSM.
The
yeah.
ancient legacy could be rearing its head for Team WE. Again, like you said, this team is years old with
That's
a
true.
huge structure behind them, massive fan base, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, in all of China.
Yeah.
And yet they have never gone to the LPL finals. They have not gone international in years,
Yeah.
yet they have finally done it here.
There was IEM, and of course, way before IPL 5 and all that. Looks like we might see WE coming back out once again. We'll see.
Yeah, so time will tell. They'll be playing next week in Nanjing, China. Of course, though, we've got our next best of 5 to determine who their opponents will be joining them in the Nanjing Sports Arena Olympic Gymnasium. It's EDG taking on Team RNG in just a few. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
血量非常低了，看顺子这边有机会抢到了，而且是摸眼下去直接抢到的，再 Q 过去一段。大到了想先杀泰勒斯这边给了一个女警给了个治疗，自己再给个大招 ，Mistake 的位置有点差呀，岩雀过来 ，Mistake 是爆入。
啊，拿了一波双杀，这个泰坦交了闪现过去，好像还是没有办法救到自己队友。
这边是没有闪现，没有那个治疗的。
哎，这边是有一个小破败，闪现，哇，闪现
这一波伤害计算非常的漂亮。
哎，这边的话，感觉两个人要完成 PK 了。哇，这个瞬间的伤害直接把姿态打到了残血 ，W 还定到了。哇，这个 QW 是在空中把这个鱼的第2段给挡到了。
怕的就是对面的新上场的选手打顺了，
自信了，
自信
打出来了呀，
很可怕的。
这边一炮打到，挂了个虚弱，这边是保了一下宝蓝，
伤害够不够？
二神这边有点打不过，往后一拉，这边有机会吗？能换掉 Echo 吗？换掉了 ，Echo 这边是
看见这边吸血
没有伤害了，没有伤害，还是这边少 A 了一下，但反正一个 W 是带走了蜘蛛。
一个人成功的守住了 OMG 至关重要的一个中路外塔，这波我要跳进去被踢出来，盲僧跟到右边，这边的看到这个沿途，
这一波双 C 位全部倒下。6的血，1600的血，1400、1500，谁的龙？下子抢到了，
而且这一波2v2怎么说？
瘦了，这波死哥要瘦了，看一下这个梅口也过来，
哇，完了，
过来又砍了一脚，哇呀，这一波的话 QG 打龙出了大问题，
他们最大的核心点狮子狗被带走了，才2个，
打龙没血。在这边还要踩过来，还要杀吗？
但是这一下踩是刚好在印记的 CD7啊，没有打出印记。
这里又是抓了一个骂，
这一波射到杀不了蛤蟆的，这一波感觉 EDG 有点失误。
上台传送过来，艾伦这边残血，这边泰坦的位置非常
哇
但是
9孔
全部
爆炸
杀了过来，一个大招
9孔这一波太可怕了，
双响就是怼死了一个。
勾起了一波机会，泰坦来了，大概给到 Scott， 被勾到了 ，Scott 要被秒了，
上的危险 ，Scott 漂亮，来波的大招放的很不错，安心疯狂的输出，这波的话还不好说，这边是破败吸了一口 ，Q 这边全员被打完，
阿龙走来想 A 人，结果被 Q 到了，
杜一斌的状态很好，这边
没了，
又是勾到了艾罗莉，
这波 Scout 的背瞄对 ED 来说非常的关键 ，Z 也被杀掉，那这样的话是 QG 打了一波0换4。
这手先手到兰博，兰博中间航路给上去，而且大招也交出来了。
看死马老贼这个位置，
哇，大招打到3个人，还
看一下这边的一个团战，但是生姜哥这边也是
老贼被
扛不住。
杀了。
老贼在后面被双本给偷掉的话，那 OMG 这波要想办法撤退，因为对方的双膝状态很好，是及时的一个反手大招大到了，姿态也是被打出了闪现。ICON 这一波的反手大招很漂亮，小五在旁边控制住了以后，让中路的蛇女可以一个人在高地上追杀对方的2个双膝。OQ 知道自己走不掉，最后被毒牙给咬死。
ICON 在后面猥琐，等到对方的走进这个腹地，一个大
4个
全部都搭在自己的 W 腹地上。
姿态进化交了以后，还是被毒死了。
我们看到这边弗兰德路也是被一个 Q 技能毒死了，这大 BG 加上 Q 技能的持续伤害太猛了。
Welcome back to the 2017 Spring Playoffs here in the LPL. We are getting ready to go for our second best of 5 today, and it will be the semi-finals of EDG and RNG. My name is Richard Polscam, and I will be here along with Indiana Froskuren Black to bring you the action. Welcome Froskuren to the desk, and we're sitting in the sidelines, of course, watching that last best of 5, which came down to the wire. I was honestly thinking that OMG could be maybe one of the teams that we could see making an upset, but WE put an end to that in the end.
Yeah, frankly, I was actually really impressed with OMG, not just in this last series that we saw them, but also the other day against IMA. The fact that they were able to dig deep and find that spirit left in them, I thought for sure that Icon and World 6 were too inexperienced, too young to come back and look for a reverse sweep, and it looked like we were going to see the signs of that again. But Team WE, they showed why they're one of the most consistent, if not the most consistent team in the LPL, and shut them down.
Yeah, finally in the end. But it was close. He was getting there to the point where possible reverse sweep was on the table. But let's bring it back to our series that we have at hand, which is EDG and RNG. It is a clash of these two big legacies going toe-to-toe. And honestly, this is a matchup that we could have seen in the finals. Had things been different in the current groups, we could have been here watching the finals match. But these two teams are going head-to-head just in the semifinals.
I mean, it's been a multiple finals match between these two titans. You're absolutely correct about that. It's a shame that EDG were unable to acquire the higher seed and make sure that they dodged RNG, so it's almost like their toughest opponent is actually facing them right now. But it's hard to say. We've had such a rock, paper, scissors between our top three, WE, RNG, and EDG, that I have no idea who to favorite here or who to predict.
Yeah, for sure, because both lineups lineups have looked incredibly good, not even just as teams, but from an individual basis. Like we've seen from RNG as well. They look like a team coming out of week 10 that honestly we're not sure what we're going to see from them. They're kind of all over the place, but they're kind of proven us wrong on that front. EDG as well have looked incredibly strong. So it's going to be a pretty close match today. This is one of the matches that could definitely go to 5 games.
I think the biggest question is what iteration or what week of RNG are we going to get? So like you said, RNG, they looked a bit shaky come week 10, but nothing mattered for them. You know, they were already locked into the semifinals. They didn't need to show their hand. They could just kind of relax, coast, and try to hide all of their strategies. The issue is that they looked a bit disjointed. You know, are we playing around MLXG? Are we playing around Uzi? I hope the break has given them enough time to reset, clean all of that up, and we see RNG at their top performance because they're going to need it across from EDG, who just destroyed Newbie the last time we saw them.
And to be honest, RNG can be sat there just looking at the gauntlet and how it's gone so far and pretty much assuming that RNG are going to be the ones to face them. Like Newbie did very well to take down IG in the first round, but it wasn't clear that they were going to take another set over EDG, and as you said, they completely demolished them up in the quarterfinals. So RNG are pretty prepared for this match, or at least you'd have to hope, but this is the first time that we're seeing them in quite a few weeks, honestly, where there is actually something to play for.
And for those of our international viewers that are kind of joining us for the first time, if you haven't been keeping track of the LPL, it works like this. RNG came out super hot and heavy week number 1, and they completely crashed. They're like, it's fine. Chinese New Year's coming up. We're not going to train. We're like, oh, man, maybe RNG have fallen down. Maybe they're not the same team that we're used to. They came back week 2, and from week 2 to 7, I don't believe they dropped like a single series, maybe one best of, and they completely dominated Group A. So it's no surprise to see them locked into the semifinal seed, the possible favorites for the finals. EDG, it's been a bit more turbulent. They've been very up and down. We haven't seen any heads of tails of Clearlove. He's played, I believe, 1 week of LPL competitive this split. Otherwise, it's Firelolly and almost a completely different roster than anything we've seen from them in the past. But they're just still scraping by. They did 2-0 the last time they faced Team WE, the other top dog in their group, but they've been just slowly crawling back into relevance.
Crawling back, but to a point where they're still at the top of the tables. This is still one of our top 4 teams coming into the LPL and have looked incredibly good. As the split has gone on, it seems like this new era of EDG has really ramped up and become a team, but it's not been the same EDG. So if you watched in previous playoffs, even internationally, you see this lineup, and they hadn't even dropped a single best of domestically in, a year and a half until this split. So it was a huge upset as we saw them halfway through the split with these new players, with this new roster, with the fresh blood, actually start dropping games. So this is a different team, let's be honest. However, they are incredibly strong.
I don't think it's any way to mince words to say that EDG at this point are like the TSM of the LPL. You know, the fan favorite, the crowd favorite, the heavy favorites to always win everything. And the fact that they took second in their group was an upset. And the fact that they're going in here not the immediate favorites is never really been approached by this organization. So I'm just really curious, are they going to cement and say, no, we're still that dominant premier LPL team and we're going to blow RNG up, or are they going to continue to struggle? Because historically, RNG have kind of been the thorn in their side.
That's true. Let's talk about some of like the star talent that we have on both sides. Of course, when you look at Uzi, your mind instantly goes to Uzi, of course, in the bottom side, because he is incredibly strong, and we've seen him not really peter off at all in terms of strength. He is still a very mechanically solid player, but he is facing down Zet, who started off the split, and obviously you compare him to Deft because that's essentially who he's replacing when you look at the legacy of the team, but Zet has looked incredibly good as well in the bottom lane, and we saw that up against Newbie the other day.
Yeah, so Zet's more of kind of a utility AD carry player. He has started to perform well on the likes of the Kog'Maw. Ezreal comes to mind as well as his Jhin. And what's really stood out for me is his ability to bob and weave through kind of 5v5 team fights, not necessarily his lane dominance, which is something Uzi's always been known for. The thing is Mako picks up a lot of that slack for him. So Zet and Mako, they still look like an incredibly dominant 2v2, even across from the likes of Ming and Uzi. But Zet's strengths are always going to be in that 5v5 and kind of sitting back and controlling the battlefield or facilitating CC for the rest of his team, Scout and Firelolly to get in there and to do the damage.
That's true. He's no slouch in the laning phase, though. We've actually seen him really put up some good numbers against some of his lane opponents. So, at the same time, he has that. But yes, he definitely transitions into those team fights, and you can rely on Zet to position.
Whereas on the other side, Uzi is much more about the lane phase, much more about grabbing these resources. He can team fight. We always know that of Uzi, he's Uzi. At one point, he's just going to win you a game by himself just because we know that he has that ceiling. He can make those miracle plays, but it's always been about his lane phase. But the question is, do RNG give him enough of that attention? You know, are they going to throw the teleports down there? Is MLXG going to camp his lane? And will Ming play a hard carry support with kill potential like the Leona?
That's true. But at the same time, it may not always be the best idea. And I know Uzi has a very strong voice on the team because, of course, he's Uzi. But when we saw him out that 1 week because of the injury, that team arguably played even better because MLXG, the jungler, was brought to the top side, brought to the middle lane, given that pressure. And when they were locked in their 1v1s, they started stomping people. So maybe RNG could have taken something from that 1 week.
That's the really concerning thing for me for RNG is the fact that their team has so many stars on it. It's not just Uzi, it's the likes of MLXG, it's the likes of Xiaohu, and that gives them so much versatility that they can pick not only how they beat you, but where they beat you. We're going to beat you through the mid lane this time around. We're going to invade your jungle and my jungler is going to dominate yours. Or we're going to give all of our resources to our superstar AD carry and run you down late game. Whereas EDG don't necessarily have that flexibility. Yeah, Fire Lily can pick up his weight, Mako's no slouch, but it's really about Scout going off.
And we spoke about them briefly, but let's take a look at the full lineups of RNG. So it is Let Me in the top lane, MLXG in the jungle, Xiaohu in the mid, with Uzi and Ming manning the bot side.
And there's the all-star himself next to our rookie support, who is now the shot caller of the team. As we look across from them, it's Mouse in the top lane, Fire Lily in the jungle, Scout in the mid lane, and Zet and Mako in support and ADC.
And we actually saw Ming's old team the other day in the promotion tournament. We saw his counterpart Ning. Unfortunately, they didn't make it in, but it was cool to see where his origins were before he was plucked from the cradle and actually put on one of the top teams in the league. So it was actually cool to see the origins of where he came from.
And you can't imagine the type of pressure. Like, Ming had never played competitively in the LPL. He's only been a semi-professional player. To be put on all teams of RNG, you know, this organization with such a rich history, and then next to Uzi of all people, and then to be told, okay, now you're also going to be the captain, shot caller, oh, and you need to fill Mata's shoes. Like, how much harder can you make it for a guy to not crack under the pressure? And he succeeded. He stepped forward. He does things like pick Leona, had a 100% win rate on it until just recently.
It was kind of his, I want to say like noob stomp champion, but he would always go towards it when he felt like a series was won, pick the Leona, and it would be like a 25-minute victory every single time. First time we saw it, it was paired with a Nocturne in the jungle, and man, did that lineup go in. So something to keep an eye out for. It might be one of those games where maybe they're two wins up and their opponent's like, you know what? Throw a Leona in here, and it's something that just changes the tempo of the game that could definitely throw EDG off. That being said, EDG themselves have had an exceptionally strong early game and how they've transitioned it. So I actually think the early game in this game, and in fact this whole series, could dictate the pace of the entire set.
100% agree with you, and I feel like it's really a race towards that bot lane. Even though we just kind of spent all this time saying, RNG, you don't have to go bot. You can go to the mid lane. You can go to the top lane. You have these other resources on the map. For EDG, though, it's still all about that bot lane. It may not be Zet, you know, previously as Deft, trying to be that hard carry, but Scout, when he gets the Talia, when Mouse has something like the Nautilus, all of the cards are going bottom lane to try to snowball from there.
You can see the fan support as well. This is definitely the game that every fan will be here for. And that fan has gone in. Clear Love, Koro, I'm here for everyone on that lineup.
Woo! EDG's bench!
Well, we'll see, yeah, because Mouse will probably be starting out here, but we know that Min is also on the lineup, Koro as well, but Mouse just seems the best of the bunch when you're looking at the top laners from EDG.
Yeah, I'm pretty ready for these EDG RNG chants. It does get more intense than this. We said that EDG kind of have the nickname now of like the TSM of the LPL.
Really
well,
are.
RNG are the top all-Chinese roster, carrying the same glory of Starhorn Royal Club at multiple international events. So they are also a force to be reckoned with in terms of their six-man, those fans in the stadium.
Right. And if you actually think about full Chinese rosters, you just witnessed OMG if you saw the last set, then that was Chinese roster light. This is the true Chinese roster right here. RNG are looking to show that regional pride is still alive and well. And if they actually take the win here, move on to those finals in China, it would be massive for the League of LPL, which has so long taken many Koreans into their fold and said, hey, this is the way that we're going to push our region forward. But to go back on that and say true-blooded Chinese rosters is what's going to push our region that much further.
It's also a huge deal for Uzi. I mean, a lot of players, they're looking towards MSI, but the elite teams know that it's one step at a time. And Uzi's only goal this split was to finally win an LPL title. And now between that opportunity is his old rival in EDG.
And it all starts here for us because we get into our first picks and bans of this best of 5 between RNG and EDG. The bans are coming in thick and fast, so Zyra and Malzahar so far to Mako, so big priority on the support down there. And no doubt that was from the back of Uzi saying, make my laning phase easier here, RNG, and I will reward you with a win. On the opposite side, EDG take away Let Me's Kled.
I like the fact that EDG are focusing Let Me around. I feel like Let Me, out of all of the players on RNG, has a limited effective champion pool. You think of the likes of Gragas, Kled, the Renekton's that he's super effective on, but if you start to limit those options, yeah, he can reach towards the Shen, but we've also seen more fringe picks like the Gnar.
It's very true, and it looks like a no ban coming in from EDG on that one, while on the opposite side, Varus from RNG towards Zet once more, so triple bot lane bans to start this one off.
And that could be indicative, like you were suggesting, that RNG are going to put all of their cards into that bottom lane and try to brute force the 2v2. You would expect then that they're going to prioritize both ADC and support in the initial rotations.
You'd have to assume so. Lulu's still on the board if RNG wants it down for Ming. Just give Uzi freedom of choice towards what he wants next. But there's a Caitlyn, there's Ashe, there's pretty much everything apart from Kog'Maw, which was the final ban from EDG.
Ashe certainly stands out to me as kind of the primary pick. Yep, there we go. I was going to say, yeah, Uzi can go towards his Caitlyn, but anytime Ashe is available, the LPL teams have jumped at the opportunity to play an initiation from that position.
As much as we love to see the Lucian down on Uzi, it is slightly below the priority of those two champions. Regardless, EDG first lock in the Karma and instantly lock the Graves for Fire Lolly. So he's going to be happy with that champion. He's done some real work over the split.
And reminder, it is 7.7, so Graves has seen a little bit of those nerfs. Still very strong right now, and the Karma does act as a flex pick for EDG. Scout can take it in the mid lane, although I'm pretty sure it's going in Mako's hands.
And at the same time, picking Elise into the Graves makes more and more sense on 7.7 in that jungle matchup. Thresh will be brought through for Ming as well to make those plays with Uzi in the bottom lane. On the opposite side, Zet will bring in the Caitlyn before these bans come through. So lots of priority on this bottom side.
And I feel like the gauntlet has been thrown not just in the 2v2 push priority, but also in the jungle 1v1 dueling. Like you said, taking that Elise into the Graves, knowing that your dueling potential is that much higher, which now makes more sense why EDG would prioritize Karma over Lulu. They want the pushing priority. They want Kate and Karma to shove Ashe and Thresh under tower so they can open up space, get into that jungle, and help Fire Lolly lay down those duels.
But with so much priority on the bottom side of the map in the first phase, both teams will look towards the mid lane and top lane now of these bans. Jace comes through here for Xiaohu, and on the opposite side, Zed taken away from Scout, so some of his favored assassins off the table, while Shen taken away from Let Me.
Yeah, making sure that they don't have those big ADs to play in the mid lane, especially for Xiaohu, because you do see the AP carry coming out of the jungle, so it makes sense they would need a bit more AD in their top and their mid positions. Talon's still available, but he was also hit with those nerfs on 7.7.
Gragas comes in as priority here, and that means that Fizz is left open as well. And that's a very real possibility here for Let Me, and he's very keen, because he's just swapped the summoners to Ignite Teleports, so you'd have to assume that they're going to lock it in here.
Pretty risky, though. I mean, we were just talking about this earlier, Pulse, before the games, because we were taking a peek at Fizz and Gragas and how those matchups really work on a micro level up in the top lane. And it doesn't always go according to plan for the Fizz, at least not early. Late game, though, he really starts to get out of control.
Yeah, the first couple levels are very vital for him. We'll touch on that once more as we get into those laning phases. But RNG, final pick will be LeBlanc for Xiaohu, so he's really throwing down the gauntlet in the hope against Scout here. We'll see what that pick will be for him. It's most likely going to be the Karma flexed into the mid lane now. We'll see what Mako decides for his support.
I have to say, I'm honestly very surprised. I thought for sure they were going to go for pushing priority, but maybe they don't feel that's much of a threat since it is a Thresh and not another hard pushing champion. So it is going to be the Braum.
Wow, okay. Braum brought into the bottom lane. So we have our completed lineups now. RNG, Fizz on the top side, LeBlanc in the mid lane, looking to make those plays towards that mid game. But Scout going back towards the Karma, and I mean, we know the damage that Karma can do, but I was surprised not to see Karma, as you said, flexed into the bottom side, and then for Scout to go for something different. I mean, Syndra was still available. There's a bunch of stuff in the mid lane.
Talia was still available. That's the big one
yeah.
that's missing from all of these bans. And Scout has been a monster on that champion. We've seen her rampaging through the rest of the LPL, really brought to popularity by Rookie in particular. But Scout on the Talia, especially for EDG's priority on bottom lane, has been so potent. So I feel like it was actually a big mistake not to go that direction.
That was a nice quote-unquote handshake there from the coaches.
No Faye and Firefox there.
Getting ready for this game. And it's game 1, so there's no bad blood just yet. We'll see what happens when we get towards game 3 and match point. And it will definitely be more serious. But for now, this is the start of the best of 5. It's the start of a long road for both of these two teams to try and lock themselves into those finals.
And we no longer have kind of the newcomer coming in. You know, between Team W and OMG, there's always that question mark of can OMG keep their mental fortitude in a long best of 5. They really don't have experience at this level of pressure with that roster. RNG, EDG, even though these are different rosters, neither of these teams are unfamiliar with the high stakes that are on the line now.
It's very true, and you have to look towards some of the veterans, like Uzi even, to give that kind of moral support. But however, Uzi's more of a drill sergeant, I would have to assume, in a situation like this for us. So look towards him, he's like, get in line, maggots, we're going to win this series.
I mean, Uzi can definitely step up and be that miracle, that Hail Mary play when it all needs. But right now I'm looking towards the support. Ming versus Mako, the two captains, the shot callers of both of these elite teams. Mako has been hand-carved by EDG, has now become the dominant support in the region, while Ming is the up-and-coming rookie, and he has a lot to prove here.
And while we may not see it on the Rift, we'll see it through the shot calling, because we know he is the shot caller for the team. And that will really come to a head in this game. We're getting into game 1 here of this best of 5. EDG against RNG, making their way to the finals.
And you can already see a ton of pings going across the board as we get into our level 1 plays. And EDG actually grouped up. This is quite suspicious. They've done this a couple of times as we do take a peek at Keystone Masteries, but I want to quickly hit the deep vision. So EDG have this tendency to drop deep vision over enemy red and then look for an immediate push and delay invade.
Yeah, Stoneborn packed as well onto Mako here with the Braum.
Usually it's worked in tandem though with an Ignite because it's indicative of an all-in level 2 or level 3, especially with early jungle pressure, because you try to make use of the Stoneborn pack extra damage at lower levels. But hold on.
Oh, MLXG rather turns the corner right into Fire Lolly, and Malson taking so much down. Surely he's going to go down. First blood to Fire Lolly to start off the series.
And that is not an MLG start for sure. And that's why this deep vision is so important from EDG. They do this almost every single game now. They figure out where the enemy jungler is starting. MLXG wasn't spot him on the bottom side of his map, so they set a trap in Fog of War, waited for him to turn a corner, and turned it into First Blood.
There's already a bit of trading going on in the bottom side, but it's not going to turn into too much. That being said, Fire Lolly looking for an initial invade now onto MLXG's jungle, taking away this blue buff. We'll see if he can actually make that triple buff happen for himself, because surely MLXG will start on his red and look towards that blue buff now.
You would think so, but now it's all eyes on Mako and Zet to see if they can sneak into the river and place down a ward to spot the Elise making her way towards that blue, which is why Uzi and Ming are suddenly so aggro in lane. They want to make sure that they have control of this to open up space for Elise.
Yeah, incredibly important for this bottom side of the map, RNG to assist their jungler. MLXG taking the fast path as well, using the repel to jump over that wall. Well, actually, wait, how did he even get over there?
He went over with the blast plant.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was like, well, he's got a point in W. That doesn't make sense. Top lane getting absolutely blasted. And because Mouse got that priority to lane, this is going to happen.
And again, we were talking about this a little bit before the match, Pulse, so you feel comfortable. When does it actually get okay for Fizz across from Gragas? Is it level 5, level 6?
Well, he just needs more time, honestly, in that top lane, because in the first couple levels, I was looking towards this bottom side, Zet getting a lot of damage onto Ming. In the first couple levels, if you don't get that initial harass off, if you don't get an auto attack down with your W, following up with an Urchin Strike onto Mouse and actually get a good trade early on, he simply has more ability to click on you, and Gragas is going to run all over that matchup. W just simply does too much damage. Mouse can now go 2 different ways. You can see he's now level 3, level 4. We'll see he puts 2 points into the barrel, so he can continue abusing that matchup, pushing the minion wave, and there's nothing that Let Me can do now.
And with that minion wave being pushed in, it means that the fact that Zet and Mako don't have control of the bot side isn't as punishing. Firelily has a different option. We know that EDG like to go towards the bottom of the lane, but Firelily could look top, especially to try to put that fizz down early.
Definitely some dive pressure. They can get the E out of him. Xiaohu getting blasted in that middle lane. Scout putting down lots of harassment, but all in all, pretty much equal farm in that one. Bot lane also pretty equal.
I'm shocked that MLXG didn't choose to pull the trigger on that. Uzi and Ming obviously not feeling comfortable with the amount of creeps they had in front of them, as well as the fact that they didn't have eyes on Firelily, but he has been spotted out twice now.
It's good for RNG actually keeping a track of Firelily in this early game, since he did get that pretty nice start for himself. And it's a bit of calm on the Rift as see the tension is building, but it's not there quite yet.
And it does give us a bit of space where we can really talk about what these compositions want to do and look towards where teams are going to make their plays. So as I say that, though, Let Me's like, nope, we're going to fight right now. I think he's okay, though. Yeah,
once he gets a couple levels under his belt and a couple levels in W, he can really start trading back on towards that top lane. The then gang coming happen. And a flash out from Scout. Did not want to get locked down by the ethereal chains there.
And that certainly can be punished even further, though. Hold on, Firelily.
Well, okay, MLXG gets a nice bit of burst down, but he dodges the cocoon. This could be real bad for MLXG, who jukes into the jungle, but that's going to be picked up by Scout. And MLXG, of all the players in this map, I did not expect him to be 2 kills down at 5 minutes into the game.
I feel like I'm watching a replay there. Deja vu, he dies in the exact same spot. And wow, a teleport actually coming down to dissuade Xiaohu there from chasing onto Firelily. Meanwhile, bot.
A bit of damage, but not going to result in too much. And this is such a good start for EDG, being 1,000 gold ahead, and so much of that being around that jungle and mid part of the map.
And it immediately translates into information gathering from Firelily. Now that MLXG is off the map, now that the Graves and Scout are on that springboard forward, Firelily's slipping and he's continuously placing down that deep vision. So now the question is, what do EDG actually do with it?
Because Scout is still pressuring that mid side. Just the fact that he has that level 6 now and the extra kill. He's gone back to base, picked up the chalice, so that pressure is going to be unrelenting. And Firelily, I want to see what pressure he exerts, because remember, he is the guy taking over from Clearlove, and he's done that for 9 out of the 10 weeks that we've seen in the spring split. And he's gotten better and better. From the start of the split, you look towards this guy, and it's like, well, he's maybe above average as a jungler, if that, when you have such a stacked role, but he's really made a name for himself.
And he's showed up in high-pressure situations in particular. I feel like there's been a lot of instances where EDG have kind of stalled out in the mid-game and needed to rely on their jungler late game to make those game-changing smites. But it looks like he's trying to get started early. There were a couple of pings saying that he wanted to dive mid, but now rushing top.
Chum the Waters used the Mouse, and Let Me may even just have the kill by himself. He needs to confirm it because Mouse still has his ultimate. He's in kill range, and MLXG knocked against the wall, uses the ultimate, and it's an easy auto attack. Thunderlords comes in, MLXG turns this one around, but Firelily into the top side. Doesn't have that level 6, but he's looking for the kill. Urchin Strike out of the way, Playful Trickster comes in, doing all the damage that he can onto Firelily to try and turn us into 2 kills for RNG, and there it is, MLXG last auto attack, but Scout has rotated from the mid lane. He's on a timer because there is a TP out from Zhao, who he arrives, turns it back around onto Scout, not gonna be a kill, but enough to dissuade him from his jungler.
But suddenly MLXG is back in this game, so on the right foot, was 0-2, now 2-2. Big props to Let Me, setting him up for success there, making sure that he sidestepped the initial damage from Graves and traded back evenly to trade the kill.
Firelily really wishing he was level 6 in that circumstance, otherwise would have been a much easier trade for him, but was just trying to salvage that situation in all honesty. And all in all, that's now 2-3 in terms of kills across the map, and RNG are right back into it.
Unfortunately, though, I feel like RNG would have felt a bit more comfortable having that gold transitioned onto the Fizz. That said, he's still going to be a massive problem late game, especially across from his 1v1 lane assignment in Gragas. See what MLXG does with the gold instead. I suspected that we might have a Moby transition since he got the 2 early kills, but instead he sticks the path.
And I think usually that would be correct for us, but that's usually when he gets 2 kills without dying 2 times as well. If he gets those early kills, he almost certainly goes and tries to snowball it into more ganks, but I don't think he was expecting it to go that well. So now he's caught up with Phylon. He may even still go that route, but we've got 8 minutes of laning phase already down the drain, so he may just go damage from here. And he knows that he can start trading off against Phylon. He has a small window where he can do that.
The scary thing, though, is that his level 6 isn't going to mean much for him, especially across from Firelord's level 6. So while he's better now that he has the 2 kills, it's still going to be like, you know, 5 minutes before he really feels comfortable trying to go toe-to-toe with Graves when he immediately gets the Graves ultimate, because he's afraid of that burst damage.
Yeah, funnily enough, it's actually terrain reliant. If they meet each other in the river, then MLXG will probably have the upper hand.
It's pretty much like Fog of War MVP. Who gets the cocoon?
Yeah, pretty much. Except Phylon's cocoon is a Q, and it does a lot of damage.
It hurts.
Yeah, it really does. Bottom lane, Uzi is getting an advantage ever so slightly in terms of CS. You can see the pressure being exerted by himself and Ming. And Zet and Mako just having to respect it for now, but it's not like they're down and out of this matchup. Still 0-0 in terms of kills.
And we can't take a peek at Zet's itemization, so it's always kind of a gamble, a question mark. Is Caitlyn going to go for the Blade of the Rune King, or is she going to go the traditional route towards the Infinity Edge? With Zet having the BF sword tells me that he's going to go the more traditional route, and it makes sense for that, just because RNG don't really have a tank. They do have Fizz up in the top lane and can kind of have that superficial tankiness because he can bounce around, you know, be untargetable, deny a lot of that potential damage. But Caitlyn's going to be doing so much more work with the Infinity Edge and doesn't need the shred from the Blade of the Rune King.
Mako just getting dragged in here. For me, a kill. Mako is still very tanky at this point in time. It's almost being, it's like a glass tank, right? Where you're pretty squishy, but you can buy time. It's like Lissandra when she used to be in the meta. You just stood in front of the backline for like literally 7 seconds with Zhonya's an ultimate. There's nothing they could do. So that'll be pretty good for Letme as he gets later on into this game. He's already starting off and feels comfortable enough to start going for that Triforce and start putting it towards Mouse. He's gone for that triple Doran setup and has the normal Magic Mantle, which is very important in this early laning phase.
Trying to get that MR so he can survive a lot of the W trading potential on Fizz, as well as all of the health that the triple Dorans allows him.
Yeah, it's just nice. Puts him out of kill range, pretty much, of Letme's ultimate and the Ignite, of course, coming in. Scout still even in this middle lane, has a slight advantage over Zhao, and he's just kind of pushing him around, and that's the biggest thing. It's not tangible, but you can actually see him pressuring Zhao Hu back and allowing Fire Lolly into the opposing jungle.
But the issue is that Team EDG have really capitalized on this.
This might be a kill here for us because Letme is knocked away. Mouse has to burn his ultimate because Letme did have the Urchin Strike but didn't want to go any further.
I was so hesitant. I was like, flash is up, ult is up, how is he going to outplay this? But meanwhile, bot.
Well, Ming is going deep right here. Takes the ultimate, lands the hook onto Fire Lolly. MLXG is not in the best position. And Zhao Hu is caught off to the top side, split from his team. He'll jump away with the distortion. No kills go down.
And no one pulls the trigger on teleport either. So both teams making the call to back up across map. Good communication there.
Yeah, TPs, 2 TPs on both sides, in fact, to get involved in these fights.
But back to the point that I was trying to make. Yes, Scout has control of the mid lane, and yeah, he's kind of shoving Xiaohu around, opening up space for Fire Lily, but it's not translating into anything tangible. You know, they're not getting those ganks bottom. It's 12 minutes in the game, and a tower hasn't fallen. And other people, like the global audience, be like, ah, that seems pretty normal. Nah, EDG have the fastest tower average of any team in the LPL. It goes down around 8 minutes. That's absurd.
And it's crazy because it's just the way that they play the map. It's not just because like an Uzi went down there and killed it by himself. This is EDG we're talking about. And Zet, while he has that laning phase, it's not quite the same as the star power of other AD carries down there. Regardless, Fire Lolly and Mako are setting up around this dragon area, take down the crab, place down all these control wards as well. It's a little suspicious, so Ming will head up there and place down some wards of his own. Meanwhile, Scout is just running Zhao Hu around in this mid lane. Has Fire Lolly behind him, but dodging out of the distortion, just baiting him into using these abilities.
And Fire Lily is just like a ping pong ball right now between bottom and mid, trying to find any sort of opening where he can go aggressive and make use of that Grave strength. Unfortunately, though, for him, RNG are doing a phenomenal job absorbing a lot of his time.
Sweeper will locate a spider in the brush in the form of MLXG. What a dodge from Fire Lolly, expecting the cocoon to come in. And now that he doesn't have that dodge or the extra ability. Wow, Scout, what are you doing? You're going to have to flash over the wall there. Surprised he didn't follow Fire Lolly. Guess he didn't want to line himself up against the wall there for Zhao Hu, who still wants this kill. Distortion's in, misses the chains. That should be the end of it.
Mako and Ming both rotating towards that mid lane, so everyone trying to collapse here. This is more so what I was expecting, but we continue to fight over these Raptor camps.
The LPL loves those Raptor camps. But it means so much for them as well in terms of control, especially in the early game.
Specifically the blue Raptor camp more so than the red one, just because it's so much easier as a control point. It's a high traffic area, and when you go to take control of a dragon, you usually have to bring, 3, 4, 5 members because it's going to turn into a big brawl. Taking control of Raptor camp, at most you can do 2, or you can just do 1. And it's usually mid lane priority, jungler comes in. And that starts opening up what we like to call the Silk Road behind the Dragon Pit to those gank past bottom. And everything is about bottom in the early game because it has the easier objective to take. It has the bot lane tower as well as the dragon.
Weirdly enough, in this matchup as well for us, it does also go towards topside because you look towards the Heralds, and definitely Let Me would want that in that split push up against Mouse. So it does also open up that opportunity for them. We now look towards the bottom side as Blade of the Ruin King has been completed by Uzi, going for that very traditional Ashe build that we've been seeing out of him. Meanwhile, Zet, of course, going towards Infinity Edge, but he actually completes the Infinity Edge now before going for anything else. The Scout's going to take a fair brunt of damage, but Mako is on his way just to ward Jiahu off his mid laner.
Usually a completed eye edge first rather than the flat AD as well as attack speed. It's kind of the difference between the 5v5 build versus the wave clear build. When LPL AD carries do it, it's saying that we want to fight right then and now. So usually when I see this, it's when we're going to immediately collapse on a dragon or look for a big skirmish.
So the lack of attack speed is still interesting because he doesn't have a support in this game that's going to augment that like
Doesn't
a
have the Lulu.
Yeah, so he's got a Braum, unfortunately. But still, that's what he's looking for.
Which you would almost think is a direct kind of nerf to himself just because he's not going to have the attack speed to get the concussive blows proc even faster.
But I have faith in Zet. He's one of those players who definitely have faith. He knows what he's doing. Mid lane looking to clear this one out, and Scout's actually just staying at tower. Looks like he just doesn't want to take too much damage. It might be a setup on Dragon, and you can see both teams actually converging on this area, specifically RNG, setting mid lane and jungler. Grabs up, ward goes down, and EDG have pretty much sacked control over this area.
So we didn't get a chance to really talk about what these compositions do, but now that we're having this vision game played out, we can. RNG have a pit composition through and through. Elise, Ashe, Thresh, and LeBlanc. If they ever get vision control of an area like they do now, it's so dangerous for anyone of EDG to check in. They feel confident because they have that one ward that they're standing on top of, but here comes the teleports.
They split, Fire Lolly jumps away, uses the ultimate to open up some distance. A flash from Mako slows down Ming, takes that big headshot right to the face. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Scout has been called out by Let Me, and he's doing so much damage. Mouse over the wall, but he's too late to save his ally. And Fire Lolly's low. Let Me is looking for the kill, and he's ticking out from that Sea Stone Trident. Down goes that kill. Zed's gonna get exploded, and Mouse nowhere to go. 5 for 0. RNG take the ace at 16 minutes.
And that is not what you want to see as an EDG fan. Absolutely obliterated across the board, and so much of that gold went on Let Me there. Fizz already has the completed Trinity Force, and it's about to get worse with that triple kill.
That was a disastrous start to the game for EDG. They're going to lose the Dragon here. Lost 5 kills worth of gold. Mid tower being pushed in as the opposite of what they wanted, but it was down for that initial split you saw at the start. We're going to take a look at that one in a second with the replay, but it did not start off well, and it did not end well.
And this is the other nice thing about RNG's composition, is that EDG's comp really only works as a 5v5. RNG's comp is so much better at skirmishing when it turns into these 2v2s and these 3v3s. So all eyes should really be on Let Me and Xiaohu in this backline here, because EDG indecisive. Are we pushing onto Uzi? No, we need to pull back and help our team. It then puts them in this little tiny choke point, and the rest of RNG are just able to run them through. But Let Me doing so much work this fight.
There was just no escape for anyone on that team. Fizz will chase you down until the ends of Summoner's Rift.
And that's just fundamental poor decision and communication from EDG. Scout shouldn't have been on that side. You always come from the same side if you're going to contest a dragon like that. And come from the side that you had your vision on, which was underneath the blue ramp, not underneath the banana brush.
Let's talk about Let Me for a second, because his arrival was perfect timing. Came up, instantly nuked down a target, one of the high priority targets, in fact, of Scout. Now he's 3-1-3, has the Triforce, is only gonna get tankier from here. He has 8 stacks in his Dark Seal. This is like the dream scenario for a Fizz.
I mean, Fizz is always going to be that big problem. Like you said, now we springboarded or leapfrogged even farther ahead. But my biggest issue is that even if EDG managed to take down Fizz, they still have so many other threats on RNG's composition to worry about. Uzi, 0, 0, and 4. He's going to start popping off as soon as he has second item completed on this Ashe build, as well as the fact that with the Abyssal route, LeBlanc's also going to have a mid-game power spike.
It's the arrow connecting bot lane, but the hook wasn't there. And that's just a little bit of Uzi and Ming not being on the same page.
This was actually quite an inefficient item first. I think the only champion that actually has a cost-efficient build for Abyssal Rush is Galio, just due to Galio's kit.
Yep. There's been a constant kind of back and forth in the community on whether Abyssal first is good. Usually it's not, but Xiaohu's going for it regardless.
But
we're not actually seeing that Gunblade initial build that we see out of so many LeBlancs nowadays.
I actually find it quite suspicious, actually. You know, I set it up as I was delivering the point, thinking that he would already have the Hextech Revolver looking for that Gunblade, so it would be a huge mid-game power spike. And he's like, nah, Abyssal, pump the brakes.
I wonder what he's going from here on out, because he has the Blasting Wand and an Amp Tome, which is indicative of a Void Staff. But what does he need to tear through? Well, most of the team, because everyone's got magic resist, to be fair.
I mean, the nice thing is it does help him out across from Scout in particular, and really he's just been sitting here making sure that Scout can't roam. Because you look at that, you're like, well, the MR, he's against 280 carries, and it's really just Karma who should theoretically fall off late game, although Doinby's certainly proved that wrong.
Feels very backwards as well. It's just like the fact that Xiaohu on LeBlanc is stopping Scout on Karma from roaming, but that really is his job in this game, because Letme's having a great time in topside, jungle's doing well, bottom is just farming away and is pretty happy, so he doesn't need to roam, he just needs to let those side lanes and the star power win this game for them.
And this is the bleeding over of Letme's power right now, the fact that RNG have complete control over the top side of the map. They can walk into Firelord's jungle at any point and say, this is mine, and we're taking these as well. Ah, the Raptors too. Feels bad.
Literally everything. They're just beating up Firelord and taking his lunch money, and there's nothing he can do about it.
It's, oh wow. And then Uzi's like, you get that red buff, I get this red buff, so not only is it bleeding over into the jungle, but now the bot lane.
The dominoes are being set up and they are rapidly falling over. EDG just have no way of stopping the bleeding right now. Luckily, next dragon is going to be a Cloud, so EDG aren't forced out of their base and just have to fight over this objective. And no towers have actually gone down just yet, so it's not all doom and gloom for them.
But that's totally fine for RNG as well. You know, we're naturally winning all of our lanes and getting all of the jungle, so we don't need to drop the towers. We don't need to use the power of the Ashe yet until we're 100% ready to go, which for Uzi, he's usually like, nah, let me farm. I'm not strong yet, but once he is, then he starts to turn on. And yeah, I guess it's nice for EDG because the big thing that they're waiting for then is Caitlyn's big power spike. So they're looking 30, 35, 40 minutes into this game.
Arrow loosed, doesn't land onto Zet as he looks for that sidestep, and by sidestep I mean he stood still. But bot tower will go down here from RNG, and it'll be the first one of the game. Meanwhile, top lane, Letme just bullying around Mouse, and this is how oppressive that matchup can go. And that was basically a full health Gragas, and he's gone for a magic resist item. Doesn't matter.
With Uzi dropping that arrow, however, it means that they can't immediately rotate to the mid lane, throw it from Fog of War. So I'd expect that Uzi would actually go towards the top lane. Unless they want to try to kick Xiaohu down bottom with the teleport. So, see where he starts running.
He's coming in. Nice body slam coming in from Mouse. Stops the Urchin Strike. Playful Trickster. But I mean, Scout's going to come in there. And the ultimate combo slays the Fizz.
Mouse, the one bright side for EDG still on the roster. He's doing a bit better across from Fizz now that he has 2 magic resistance items up as well as all of those rings, but my question has been answered and Uzi is rushing towards the top lane. Again, doesn't have that arrow, can't randomly throw it from Fog of War to catch Scout out, so he's going to pick up the farm and take the long push for another tower.
RNG though, the fact that they've taken down bottom side means that their bottom lane is unlocked. NLXG is going to come up here and they're looking to take top tower. Firelord and Mouse burning both of their ultimates in that exchange means they will not be able to defend. And mid lane, Zet and Mako are pushing in Xiaohu, but he's just going to keep them here. Clear out that minion wave with the Shatter. And RNG will continue to accentuate their gold lead.
And the scary thing is because Elise is up here and they have a cannon wave, it means that EDG need to respond towards the top side. There's that threat that RNG could theoretically push through, and EDG don't have the vision, which is why you see Braum, Mako, and Zet shadowing up underneath.
At the very least, Scout should be able to take this bot tower, but Letme pretty scary at this point in time. We have to just hope that these caster minions take out the tower, honestly. It looks like they may just do it. It's going to come down to the wire. Nope. Yep. Nope. Not going to happen. And Letme should be able to clear out this. 43 HP. That's probably going to stay alive now. So absolute immaculate timing from Letme.
But 80 carry has been unlocked. We talked about how Uzi doesn't like to do things until he's got his power spike. There's his 2 items completed. And now we're looking at the mid lane. Arrows up, who's it gonna hit?
Well, he's setting up for it. He doesn't need to do it right now, though, because there is a tower going down, and a hook flies out from Ming. Had that hit anyone, they were probably dead.
100% the arrow would have followed up on that cocoon, as well as the death sentence.
Oh, yeah. If anyone gets hit by any one of those 3 CC, they are 100% dead, because there will be follow-up from RNG.
And the fact that they have so much non-committal CC, I'm really surprised that Mako decided to go for the Braum in this matchup, because I feel like, yeah, the Braum shield can do a lot to deny a lot of damage, but Thresh is just so good at even if Braum catches that hook, he's still probably going to die.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you look at the entire side of EDG right now, and there is no one that particularly tanky. You look towards Mouse, obviously, but only now is he getting armor items. Uzi's going to tear through that one. And there is so much damage, despite him going magic resist on the top side from RNG, that he's going to be looking like a squishy member of the team regardless. Down goes the second dragon of the game, 24 minutes into RNG. That's just a little nice accolade for them. It's not going to mean too much, but it will reset the dragon, and we'll look towards our third one. Hope it's something different. Nah, it's on the Cloud Dragon, but once that ramps up to 3, then I'll be more happy.
Yeah, getting relatively unlucky with this dragon RNG. So now that the map has opened up, this pick composition becomes that much more volatile, as long as RNG are consistent on their vision control, and more importantly, the vision denial game. They can start to move around. Look at this Baron, just because their team will shred it so quickly between Fizz, Blade of the Rune King Ashe, as well as that Elise. In the past, I would say probably weeks 2 through 7, RNG were an incredible Baron setup team. Weeks 8, 9, and 10, maybe not so much, but it didn't necessarily really count. They had already locked into their position, so let's see if they go back to old or if new RNG is indicative that they might find some holes for EDG to slip in here.
And I love the point regardless there, Frost, because you look at how this game has gone, at least the first 25 minutes of the series, and this is very much a different RNG to what we saw previously. A Scout turns the corner, and now there's a LeBlanc right there ready to kill him. So we're actually seeing RNG back to form pre-week 7, week 7 even, before they locked in that first place spot. So clearly RNG have been ramping up, getting ready to meet whatever opponent came in that gauntlet.
I think they're almost kind of happy that it's EDG. You know, versus Newbie, Invictus Gaming, EDG, the 3 teams that could have faced them in this spot, they're the most familiar with EDG as an organization, and it's never great to look across at the Titans, but at least you know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, that's a very small silver lining, honestly, when you look at it, but
I mean, you never know which Invictus Gaming you're going to get. Like, Rookie's just going to go Super Saiyan.
Yeah, Duke in the top side did not look like the same Duke we saw in regular season, so that's true. That's very true. But the push is carried on. What were you going to say there, Frost?
I was going to say the other thing is I think EDG's weaknesses are pretty clear. You know, normally we congratulate them or compliment them on their strong early game. It's usually due to the fact that they prioritize individual winning lane matchups, but this time around they kind of threw that away, and against RNG of all teams seems a bit questionable.
Yeah, for sure. MLXG taking down this camp, and he's on his way out. Did not get the pick there as Mouse was looking for it. Hook lands onto Mako, and that was just a bit of damage. That wasn't even a full combo from Zhao, who he almost goes down, but multiple flashes coming in. Mouse locked up, he'll flash away. Big Fish coming in right on top of Zed. He's getting chased down, and there is no escape from Let Me, but all of the peel coming in from EDG, all on top of Fizz, might be enough. Soft Leg comes in, is not going to finish off Let Me. And no one miraculously dies in that entire exchange.
And I feel like the MVP actually went to Zet's trap line. It delayed RNG from being able to collapse and follow up on what Let Me was trying to set up for the team. But that was so dangerous for EDG. If they had gotten caught there by the 5v5, A, RNG would run them down. They're just farther ahead right now in their itemization. And B, that would have surely meant a Baron if they had the health as well as the game.
At the same time, that was basically Let Me diving on Zed, and everybody from EDG trying to peel him off the AD carry.
But why are they even fighting there? Take a look at the vision. That's 2 control wards from RNG set up, and I believe there was a third one that just got cleared by EDG. And there's no buff there. It's not like we're fighting over Wolf Camp, we're fighting over Blue Buff or the Dragon. EDG just thought they had a pick and walked in blind. It almost paid with their game for it.
True, but I do have an answer for you. It's LPL. And even the top teams will do that. They'll just jump in there, get a little restless because nothing has happened in a little bit. As Xiaohu is actually just dancing around Mouse, but he needs to dance away at the moment because there comes the ultimate, but it just allows Xiaohu to ride the wave. Uzi is coming in from the back. The legendary Ash flank. She's going right on top of Mouse and will find the kill. Absolutely unreal. Here comes the arrow. Flash down. And Scout walks into the arrow. He knew where it was going. And Uzi will find a second kill in the bot side.
Scout just honestly lost his mind right there. A, he separates from Mouse. He doesn't turn and help push the Ashe who's trying to walk down Gragas. And B, then walks straight to the air after burning Flash.
Have you ever seen an Ashe flank like that in the history of League of Legends?
I've seen Uzi play a couple hundred times.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That was very reminiscent of Imp earlier in the split, flashing into the backlines as Caitlyn, but incredible. And that will turn right into a Baron here for RNG. There is still a contest. Fire Lolly over the wall, and it wouldn't be an LPL game with a 50-50 Baron on the Rift.
They do have the control ward, however. So keep trying to put in those wards to get glimpses of this Baron.
Fish over the wall, lands onto Mako and Zek. Goodbye AD carry. Fire Lolly's not going anywhere. Mouse teleports in. Well, Mako's also dead. And RNG were just toying with their prey. There was no danger whatsoever.
And welcome back to form, RNG. Yes, it's only game one, but what a statement to make right now. This is their bread and butter of the LPL. This is why they were such a dominant team during the regular split. It was their ability to control and cleanly sweep out Barons.
And RNG have been exceptional as well at transitioning those leads into a win. And we now get the joy of watching them to split apart EDG. And then look at Mouse actually just can't do anything.
It's level 17 to level 14. No one can touch Fizz right now.
I mean, he's probably tankier than the Gragas, and he does more damage. So it's the worst of both worlds here for Mouse. He's trying his best to clear out this minion wave.
Now, the other thing that is really cool about RNG when they get Baron is I like to call them the 2 Baron team, because with the first one, they'll almost 100% break your base, or at least they do during the regular split. With the second one, that's the nail in the coffin. So we'll see if they're able to turn this around, or if EDG will get the miracle flask that they need.
Really
I said flask, I meant cast.
I knew exactly what you meant.
The flash cast, the flask.
I could see what Frost was going for, because she actually did the animation for the Gragas ultimate. I was like, I get it, but no one else at home does. As the ultimate comes in from Zet, and that was a clone from Xiaohu, so ultimate down for a couple seconds.
Okay, Mouse, your team needs you. You need to clear one more wave.
All right, don't go full SOFM on us. Go back to base. He doesn't have TP as well. He needs to recall.
Okay, he's walking. We're waddling down there.
All right, that's fine. But RNG are already on this mid tower. Look how much damage they're doing. They're going to have to do something right now. Scout gets caught out by the fish, and he's down. Meanwhile, Zed getting chunked by the AD carry and the mid laner. Both going to drop him where he stands. Mako's dead. Mouse comes in. Hey, what's going on, guys? Oh, it's the Team community. Everything's on fire. 5-0. RNG, clean ace EDG.
That's the game right now. EDG couldn't have died there. You have 2 options. Give away the inhib or give away the game.
And RNG onto the Nexus towers. 31 minutes into this game. 17 kills to 4. An absolute whitewash. Not a single tower to EDG's name. And they sweep them under the rug.
EDG just got blasted by RNG. A completely different RNG than we've seen the last 3 weeks here. Looks like they took their vacation, rested up, stretched, and are ready to go.
I'll tell you what, that wasn't an EU vacation. That was an LPL vacation, because whatever they did, they were training in the mountains of the Himalayas. But they just came back and absolutely destroyed EDG, taking those early game advantages. And you can see, after, 13, 14 minutes, there was nothing that EDG could do.
4 kills. That's all EDG had to their name. Not a single dragon or a turret. Just, that is going to be rough.
And it was really just based off the initial start of the game. MLXG walking in there, dying to Fire Lolly, dying again. And then after those 2 mistakes, it felt like he was just throwing them a bone. It didn't feel like, after the 13-minute mark, that RNG were in any danger of losing the game.
And it's really on the top lane to set him up for that. Let Me doing so much work on the Fizz, and you have to kind of scratch your head. Fizz has been banned again and again in the LPL. We know that Let Me has a small, effective champion pool. He's a carry-oriented top laner. He doesn't play those tanks. So I don't know why EDG would overlook leaving that Fizz open and think that Mouse would be enough on the Gragas to slow him down.
Yeah, it's a big question mark, because at least in the playoffs and out of the promotion tournament, we did see the 90% win rate Fizz drop a little down to 75%, but he's still a massive force. I just feel like you got to take him away. Like, we saw a lot of bans go to just random places over the map. Maybe that was even what the miss ban was looking towards, but in the end, the Fizz did so much work.
But still, I mean, even in second rotations of ban, they banned Jace and Shin. And I understand the fact that you want to take away the Jace because it makes sense that since they have an AP jungler like the Elise, that they'll probably go for an AD mid laner. But why the Shin then? Like, it works with the composition, but Let Me is nowhere near as comfortable on Shin as he is something like Fizz.
Yeah, and at the same time, we talk about Let Me as a player, and he's probably the best top laner out of all the best teams in the league. You look towards 957, there's been games where he will almost solo lose a game for the lineup. He'll just run in and die. You look towards Mouse even, and he's a good top lane. Don't get me wrong. He's had some insane performances over the split, but Let Me has just been performing better and better and better. He started from a mid of the table, top laner, to probably top of the table right now, and that was showcased in this game. Once he has a lead, he knows exactly when he can go in.
And that's the nice thing about RNG. You know, we had a question, were they going to put all of their eggs in the Uzi basket and just try to gank his lane repeatedly? No, they went back to the fundamentals. When RNG play around MLXG and then pivot between one of their three weapons, if it's top lane, mid lane, or AD carry, they are so much more of a threat because they can choose not only how they beat you, but where exactly they're going to beat you. And this time around, it was in that top lane that bled through the rest of the map.
Yeah, having quad power points just makes it so easy for them to adapt on the fly. I want to look towards EDG though, because it wasn't all doom and gloom. In the early game, they did get a couple kills, and we were then looking to Fire Lolly. What can you do with this? Because he had the advantage over his opponent, of course, had a good counter gank on the top side, but his lanes started collapsing around him, and it was too many fires to put out. So we may need to revisit the drawing board and say maybe Fire Lolly could have done a little bit more with the gold that he had accrued.
I think it was interesting what he was trying to do, which was acquire vision on MLXG. Constantly, he was pushing in, you know, making use of Scout's priority push or shove in that mid lane and getting those deep wards. But MLXG was just 2 steps ahead of him. Be that the information that Xiaohu was able to give his jungler because he would have a ward on the ramp, so they would see Fire Lolly coming in, but he never managed to find the spider when he had the dueling advantage, unless MLXG was walking just face first into Fire Lolly. Like, there was never a point where Fire Lolly was able to walk into him.
Trying to track him down, and Let Me, of course, taking the MVP here. Yes, he was given a couple kills early, but that was off the back of him making an exceptional TP, and he just snowballed that advantage. He was actually just a one-man army.
Yeah, 100% expected, and it was really this play that broke the game open for RNG, and it's all about that Fizz on the back line. So things look bad for RNG here. Ming does an exceptional job with the box to disengage the 3-man unit, while the 2-man unit on the top of the jungle just obliterate EDG. They blow up Scout, then EDG are stuck between a rock and a hard place, and Let Me goes to town.
And honestly, Seastone Trident is a dirty ability. In Teamfight onto an ADC who has no magic resist, I mean, you saw how much damage he tore through Zed in that fight alone, and then it just got worse and worse, and then the Fizz is going to get tanky, then you just can't kill him, and Let Me really follow that through. So he's one of the power points. This game, he was the one to receive those kills and snowball it ahead, but just props to him.
Yeah, had the Trinity Force before that gank even started, and like you said, with those 3 kills, was able then to grab the resistances.
Yeah, and with that game 1 over to RNG, we are going to take a quick break as the team settle and gear up for game 2. EDG up against RNG in our semifinals.
Nothing else makes a difference. Maybe all I need is you. You make all the difference. Back to the river, my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Back to the river, my empty soul. Nothing here to let go. Give me something to let go.
Welcome back to the LPL Spring Playoffs and our semifinals here with EDG and RNG. And RNG, incredible game one, completely destroyed EDG. They had a small look-in the early game for us, but outside of that, RNG just played to their power points and just rolled over their opponents.
And they just individually won pretty much every single lane. The only shaky point was that jungle, the fact that MXG had a rough start, face-checked into Firelily twice and gave away 2 free early kills, but unfortunately Firelily was unable to capitalize and turn it into anything. Otherwise, Xiaohu, Let Me, Uzi, and Ming just dominated the rest of the map.
And props to the adaptation as well from RNG, because they had a low point in the early game because MLXG of all the players was dropping kills randomly in the jungle, but then all of the lanes stabilized. They were like, okay, play back, don't get caught out by Firelily, who will be going into the enemy jungle, will be looking for these ganks, but they were just playing conservatively, look for their chance to strike, and that's how they came back into the game. So we actually saw 2 facets of RNG's play.
And I have to attribute that to RNG's vision game, which despite the fact that they have a rookie support who's taking the shoes, you know, after Mata of all people, it's always going to be a hard role to fill, have done a phenomenal job. Between Xiaohu and Ming, they're covering their entrances effectively. You don't see a spray of wards or a smattering, but just wards in the exact locations that they need at the exact time, so they can catch Firelily when he's placing that deep vision and give the heads up to MLXG to make a recovery like that. Because when the jungler falls behind, you can see Firelily, he's trying to hunt for the spider, and it's the rest of his laners that are keeping him safe.
It's precise. You know, that's how it feels when we watch RNG play. It's surgical, you know? And coming out of the regular season, it didn't even feel like that precise. But this felt calculated, and it's exactly what we wanted to see from RNG. And while they're a scrappy team, and they're a team who will get their advantages by saying, I'm better than you, I'm going to outplay you in the 2v2 and the 1v1s, they turn that into something that was honestly really clean. And it was honestly a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, and it's also why it's so weird to compliment Uzi on like a vision game, but he is actually a big part of this, not only because he had the Ashe and he was using the Hawk shot as well to kind of track where Firelily was, but the fact that Ming feels comfortable enough to leave Uzi alone in the lane, that he can make those big roams and place that precise vision that they need to cover MLXG, and Uzi can just step back and be like, this is fine, I can actually 2v1.
But that's also a change from the regular season, because before, especially when we started seeing Ming playing with Uzi, he was almost stuck at the hip to Uzi.
You
Uzi
stay
was like,
here.
You stay in lane, be my meat shield. And Ming's like, okay, all right, boss, I'll do that, no problem. But now he's actually become that shot caller. He's gone into that role and he's like, all right, I'm going to go mid and I'm going to mess up mid lane. I'm going to go into the jungle, place down that Z vision.
And we heard this from Mato back when he was on the team, that he was actually having a hard time prioritizing the lane, the 2v2, to make that a strong point for RNG, because he was busy shot calling or manipulating the rest of the map through voice. With Ming, it doesn't seem to be the case. You know, he can do the thing where he plays the Leona with the Ignite, and they can play that 2v2 hard kill bottom lane, or he can take champions like the Lulu, like the Thresh, leave Uzi to his own devices, and help team up with Xiaohu and MLXG.
Oh, Frost, now you just made me excited. Now I just want to see this Leona come out, because with RNG being 1 game up in this series, we could definitely see a Leona come in, play that high-tempo game that we've seen from RNG, honestly dismantle some of those low of the table teams, and they could do that right here. Just throw off EDG, suddenly they're 2-0, just need that one more win to make their way to the finals. No, I'm a little too excited. I'm getting ahead of myself, but I want to see it so badly.
But meanwhile, EDG across them, you can see them sitting back down, some somber faces. In fact, Uzi, I would expect that he'd be a bit more smiley himself as well, but kind of matching EDG or mirroring them across. Both teams very serious going into this game too.
That's true, and it's a good time to be if you're Uzi, because you're in the semi-finals and you're 1 win up. They are so close to making this happen for themselves, but we're about to get into Game 2 Champion Select here. EDG and RNG heading in. We'll see these bans come forth. So it will be Kled and Rengar to start this one off. So already taking that one away from Let Me, but I do really want to see a Fizz ban unless EDG are going to take it away from him. At least will be the final ban towards MLXG, while Zyra and Malzahar, again, aimed at Mako.
So does this mean that it's a Graves priority pick for Firelily on blue side? Normally you would think that the Elise would never be banned from blue unless you had something higher. It could also mean an Ashe possibly for Zet there, but I feel like narrowing the jungle pool so thin here could be dangerous since RNG have double pick on red.
Feels like there was so much that went well for RNG that you have to deny or take away here of your EDG, that none of them will really hit. That being said, Firelily will again get his priority on Graves, and Ivan was the final ban as well. from MLXG here.
I was checking out Firelly's solo queue account, did see a couple of the Ivern games poking through. I don't believe we've seen him get his hands on it competitively, although I'd have to double check. EDG aren't really one of our known Ivern teams. It's mostly Vici that we're kind of abusing that champion, as well as RNG. MLXG's pulled it out a couple of times.
Pretty sure he played it against Newbie in one of those games a couple days ago.
Yep.
I may be wrong, but that was actually surprisingly good from Firelight because I didn't even think that was in his wheelhouse. He likes to blow things up, and Ivan doesn't usually do that, but he is taken off the table in this one. RNG will first book the Ashe again for Uzi. There's so much on the board for him in terms of priority.
So what's interesting about the meta, I didn't suspect that it would be a Lulu pick, but I want to kind of talk about why it's not a Lulu pick. It's because of Mako. Mako is one of the first LPL supports that when Lulu was the big flavor of the month, being picked, like priority picked every single game, or definitely on second rotation for sure, Mako would have no problem giving that away and lock in the Thresh and just go toe-to-toe and really destroy you in the lane.
Karma was also the pickup there as a flex for RNG. Xiaohu and Ming, of course, can share that one. Back over to EDG. It looks like a couple seconds left before they lock in their AD carry, which will be Varus facing down Uzi's Ashe. And I'm still a little bit anxious because Fizz is still on the table for both of these top laners if they want it.
Definitely a bigger comfort pick for, Zet this time around. That would be interesting. I don't think we'll see it.
Yeah, we'll see about that one. But it is Lulu locked in the end. And to be honest, he was hovering Janna. And if you look at Lulu, she's just a better Janna right now. She's the better Star Guardian, in all honesty.
Pretty much does the exact same thing. Like you were saying, she can absorb everything with the shield, and then she augments you with all of those free stats, as well as the wild growth. She can harass much better in lane. I just feel like she's the offensive Janna.
Yeah, exactly. So in this one, it will be that Lulu with Varus. Meanwhile, RNG lock in Jace for Xiaohu. Could be Let Me as well. There's a champion that fits within his arsenal. We'll go back over to RNG for their bans here for us.
Two flex picks in top rotation. Like, there's so much AD damage. Normally you wouldn't see the Jace unless you had an AP jungler, but with the Elise ban, I almost want the Nocturne Leona comp to come out of RNG. I doubt it'll happen, but yeah, it is that possibility because of all of the flex pick.
Two mid lane bans, Sendra and LeBlanc. Scout and Xiaohu will feel a hit towards their champion pools. And 20 seconds left on the final ban from RNG here.
I think you would ban Talia here. They probably won't. They'll probably look towards that top lane, try to pinch it with either a Gragas or a Shen. But I don't like the idea that Talia is being left open because I don't think EDG will make the same mistake and overlook that champion. Ah, thank God.
There it is, yeah. Nailed that one on the head there, Frost. Talia comes in as a final ban from RNG. Now EDG on their last ban. Let's see where it'll go. Maybe it'll be another mid lane ban, but the fact there's double flexes from RNG makes it very difficult. They could nail the jungle pool again if they wanted to.
Of course, Coach No Face standing behind EDG has so much experience, former coach of Rocks Tigers.
And there it is. Lisa in ban is the last one from EDG, and it really puts it up against MLXG now. He doesn't have a lot to choose from. I'm certainly looking at something like a Rek'Sai even.
Rek'Sai,
Am I missing
Nocturne,
anything?
Nidalee,
yeah, that's
I was
one.
going to say AP jungler. I completely spaced as well. She's the other one that's left. Does work very well with the poke composition that they're already been kind of crafting here. I actually hate that word poke composition because I feel like it almost doesn't exist anymore. It's more of like an up-tempo sieging comp.
Sure. I think it's easy to visualize, right? Because they throw out skill shots, it hits you, and it's pokey.
I 100% agree with that, but I don't think it's why the composition is so strong or why these comps have really started dominating globally.
That's true. EDG will pick up Gragas for Mouse in here. Right, yeah. Graze into the jungle, and then Rise for Scout. So he is again rearing his head, even after the nerfs. And back over to RNG for their final pick. And it should be the top laner, though Xiaohu could flex the Jace up there. Fizz is still open. Shen's going to be picked up, however. Feel like they have enough damage on this team for RNG. And Let Me will look to support his bigger carries on the team.
It's the fact that they can play around so many structures at multiple windows if they have the Shen, because they can kick him out into a slide lane and play a 1-4 type of composition. Depending on how far and how comfortable Xiaohu gets ahead, they could also look for a 1-3-1 and stay so safe as their collected unit in the middle with Karma.
It's true. I feel like Fizz did something or would have done something very similar in this one, but of course, this is more of a defensive pick for Uzi.
I know, you always want to see those carry-oriented top
Yeah, I
laners.
know, yeah. Especially because of how well it did last game for Let Me, but he's going to allow everyone else in this team their time to shine in this one, unless he just goes absolutely ham on the Shen. But still, we have our full compositions here as the coaches. Still looking pretty buddy-buddy.
And I feel
word
like
there exchanged.
I feel like it's almost a complete reversal this time around from comps. RNG, not necessarily a pick composition this time around. We use that word poke, but it's a sieging composition. It really thrives in these elongated sieges when they get to play in the lane phase and get the creep wave behind them. Also, the fact that they have the Shen, he's going to get the flank much faster than the teleport because he does have that stand united. Or if he doesn't need to flank, if they're able to disengage effectively with Ming on that Karma, he can just go to town in one of those side lanes.
Definitely happen. I'm glad we get to see the Jace come out in the mid lane, though. I feel like Xiaohu can do a lot more with that pick in terms of carry potential. It'll be a big spike towards that mid game as well.
Yeah, if he ever gets ahead of the clock, it can be absolutely devastating for EDG, and Scout knows this quite well. It's another champion that him and Xiaohu have in their shared pool. Scout has been devastating on Talia and Jace, and again, I'm kind of surprised that EDG aren't prioritizing him a bit higher and getting him on one of those comfort picks. I understand that they want to make space for Mako and Zed to be comfortable across from Uzi and Ming, but I feel like Scout's really their X factor if they want to come online and win this series.
Definitely feels like that is the case, and it's the second time now that we've seen priority on the jungle, specifically for Firelolly, so as a lot is on his shoulders as we head into Game 2. EDG and RNG still on that road as we see a random Shen sword just appear on our map, but we're getting ready for this one. The crowd's ready as well. This is a loud crowd today.
The all Chinese team.
Yeah, of course they're going to be coming out in force. And RNG, speaking of which, are already heading into this jungle for EDG, placing down this deep vision.
And EDG need to adapt their level 1 strategy. Again, we talked about in game number 1, and you saw it. They like to place this really aggressive deep vision level 1 and look for delayed invades. That is no longer an option when you're across from the incredible level 1 potential of RNG's comp. Not only because they have the Jace, but they also have the Shin, the Ashe, the Karma, all of those champions. So good at level 1.
Taking a look at some of these keystones, mid-lane Scout has gone for the Storm Raiders over Courage of the Colossus here, going into Xiaohu. Feels like it'll probably be harder for him to get in range and actually land the Rune Prison before Xiaohu's already hit him in the face. But MLXG just took a lot of damage. He's down to half already, but he's fairly sustained through the jungle anyway, so he's not too unhappy with how this turned out.
And that said, Uzi and Ming were already postured that they were going to look for a hard leash for Nidalee either way. It is a bit curious that Uzi and Ming would give away control on the initial incoming creep wave, but we'll see what Zet and Mako do with it, and if they're able to punish Uzi and Ming.
A little bit unfortunate. I feel like the foot of the Cougar just kind of caught those wolves there. Takes a bit more damage, but it's not going to be too bad in the end. Firelolly also starting up in his jungle. Everything seems pretty normal across the board so far. Got the push advantage from Zet and Mako, however, pushing into Uzi to start this one off. Uzi just trading blows as well. And Ming's Soul Flare just flies right through Mako and Zet, so already this early laning phase is going the way of Zet and Mako, seeing how much damage they can do under this tower.
But this was to be expected, the fact that they did go for that hard leash for MLXG, not only because he left or lost a lot of his health, but that he was delayed on that side of the map either way.
Looking towards mid now. Xiaohu on this Jace. Just going for that early longsword to start this one off. Firelolly has gone through his jungle. Is level 3 on his way into MLXG's side of the map now. And MLXG has cleared out his top side. He's looking for this mid lane gank, in fact. Xiaohu's going to have to back away. We're looking for that Rune Prison. Uses two Disguise to open up some distance. Lots of damage coming in from end of the line. Looking to dive underneath this tower, but Xiaohu does walk it off and doesn't even use either of his summoners.
A lot of confidence there from Xiaohu. The fact that Firelolly and Scout held on to their flashes, knowing that he had flash and cleanse available. So a lot of patience and discipline from both teams on display.
Yeah, Mako just getting a nice bit of harass there onto that bottom lane of Ming. Meanwhile, he'll just carry on pushing on towards Uzi. Just a strong start from EDG so far into this game. Around 300 gold as well, just from the pressure that has been exerted from Firelolly. I really want to visit topside at some point because a large CS advantage has been opened up from Mouse. I just want to see if there's a minion wave resolving.
We really saw this start at IEM Katowice. Gragas into Shin was the big pick for Hong Kong esports on display, and it's kind of a soft counter. There's not a lot that Shin can do in the matchup. He looks for a taunt. Gragas can actually belly bop him. He can push a lot more effectively. Shin's a bit more item reliant to match the push power. So no surprise to see Mouse kind of running away with the initial part of that matchup just due to those champions' micro interactions.
Definitely tough in the early game. MLXG is going to hop over now into Firelolly's jungle. Place down that trap. There's no Graves there. Also, no Graves on the Krugs. So he'll know that Graves will be on his way to the bottom side at some point. So he's got a small window to look towards this bottom gank. Zet has to jump away, takes a bit more damage, but Mako's now under attack. Exhaust coming down onto MLXG. Big arrow from Zet. And that could have been disastrous as the Javelin flies forth, but it's no kills, and Firelolly looking for this counter gank now.
Just slightly too slow to the punch, Firelolly, to get involved in all of the action. And I agree with you. If that spear had connected, 100% MLXG was going to turn and look for that. But now Firelolly, he's on the hunt.
And he's heading into that jungle. Quick blast plant back into the top side. He may even look to start pressuring Mouse, who is bullying Letme around. Letme's probably a little bit miffed that he didn't get his fist this time around.
Does mean that Mouse is going to be overextended, and the window is closing on any sort of gank pressure or kill threat that MLXG and Letme would have on Mouse right now. As soon as he has that level 6, he still has flash, so he'd be super safe.
Mouse has also gone for his initial back already, so the fact he's on triple Durans to the one Duran shield from Letme is a really nasty start for Shen. He's constantly having to farm underneath this tower.
And this is what we were talking about. Letme just looks really uncomfortable, which is why I think you leave Shin up despite the fact that he's been such a priority
Thanks
champion.
for that one, MLXG.
Thanks for the assist. A priority champion for the rest of the LPL because it doesn't mean anything for RNG. They can't use it as effectively as other teams.
Firelolly also getting that Scry's Bloom down, so he knows exactly what MLXG has done in this jungle. So he's just trying to farm up. This Nidalee has not really turned online just yet. Firelolly, remember, this was the second time that EDG have prioritized the Graves pick for him, so we're expecting some great things from him to make the pick worthwhile. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Mako and Zet also getting their picks on first rotation.
Mako right there showing why he gets to have first rotation pick there, hiding in Fog of War, proccing the Thunderlords, and doing a pretty significant chunk of damage from Uzi.
Yeah, just generally being annoying. Uzi has gone for the early vamp set though, so he's going to get a lot of that health back over time. And he's also pressuring into this bush. We have not even looked at top lane, and I know I'm a micro top lane caster, but I just want to see what's happening.
He's like, let me look at the top lane. That's where I want to thrive. What's cool here, though, since we are looking at bottom lane, is kind of the different ways that these 2v2s actually get control of the lane. So Lulu and Varus, despite the fact that Varus is such a strong pushing champion with his line and AoE clear, they're winning through trading, or they're trying to get priority through these trades. Mako making these cheeky glitter lances through the back line, whereas Uzi and Ming with Karma and Ashe are all just about the creeps. They don't care about making this trade. They just want to play Farmville in the bot lane on their Facebook and push it in.
It's absolutely fine, because that's basically it. Uzi is a bot lane Nasus for like 20 minutes of the game, and then it's like, all right, guys, I got 2 items, now I can be useful. But until that point, he really would like to get those 2 items more than any other AD carry I've seen.
100%, although he will find a lot of use when he has level 6, but hold on.
Oh,
no!
Oh, that was really, really good from MLXG, placing down that ward just in case Firelolly had to, could have been there. And in fact, he was in this case.
We do. We have complete evidence that he can be taught. He's like, fool me 3 times. I'm not face-checking this bush.
Yeah, not going to happen. But had he face-checked on a level 6 Firelolly, 100% he was dead.
And again, playing another champion, Elise Nidalee, they do not find these big power spikes at level 6 like every other champion in the game. So Firelolly more than happy to take that trade.
Good to go. Mid lane, still very even. MLXG will just take away his own red, and Firelolly is on his way up there. We might see this 2 versus 2 open up. Scout is going to get opened up on from Xiaohu, and going to get knocked away as well. The flash, and that's cleansed out. Firelolly flashing afterwards as well. He is hungry.
Again, an excellent discipline and patience from Xiaohu. He didn't immediate cleanse. He waited for the root to come down and forced the flash out of Scout.
MLXG so still farming his jungle, and all that did was give MLXG some time. So he's now hit level 6. He's now on par with Firelolly. We'll probably go back after this Crow camp as well. Look towards his next item, his big item, of course, which will be the Runic Echoes coming out here. And Scout taking his own blue buff. Tears on both sides of the mid lane matchup, so it's basically a farm fest. And still looking at that top side. It has been equalized now from Let Me, so it's not as bad as it was now that he's gotten that Spectre's Cowl.
You still want to see it.
I'm itching. I really want to see that CCTV footage of top lane.
You can't see.
I have no idea what's going on.
You can't see Pulse, but he does this thing when he gets excited. He kind of steps forward on his toes, and he's like, just show me. Cranes his neck like he can control the camera.
I'm just trying to peek over and see if I can get into top lane, but I can't, unfortunately. It's not a 3D map at this point in time.
Top lane wants to get into bottom lane, so I'm sure we're going to see them soon enough because we have the Ash Arrow live on Uzi as well as the Stan United live on Let Me. It would just honestly be a waste of both of these massive cooldowns if Xiaohu and MLXG didn't make a visit bottom. In fact, as I say that, they're starting to move in and get control of that Silk Road.
Down they come. So many wards, even refreshing that ward that's about to expire as well from RNG.
They will see it go down, so they know that they've been spotted.
Yeah, absolute control. Xiaohu clearing out this mid wave, and now we're looking towards bot lane.
Yeah, this is tempo control from RNG. The fact that Xiaohu can make his rotation, instead he's going to go ahead and back. You do not want that. Oh, he wants it.
I mean, he knows he has a control ward there, and bot lane has always been pushing up and had control over Tri, so RNG know that EDG are blind, but now Fire Lolly, the fact that bot side has just completely disappeared from the map, surely something's happening.
Really poor teleport, however, from Mouse. Because he completed it, it kind of forces EDG's hands here that they're going to take the Ocean Dragon. Not the greatest of prizes for this composition, would have been better suited on RNG's kind of high-tempo siege comp. But now, oh wow, they're going to try to double down.
Oh, they are going bot side. Everyone will back away from RNG. And the push comes in as well from Zet, so they are looking towards this bottom turret.
And this puts so much more pressure on Let Me in the top side. He needs to make something happen, and he's actually resetting position. So I think everyone's just going to settle down, call each other's bluff, give away the teleport for Ocean.
And the fact that Xiaohu gets to take this wave in the mid lane for free while Scout goes to the top side to collect that minion wave. Let Me is now evened that one up. MLXG getting slowed down by a Glitter Lance, and Uzi is just going to town on Zet. I think it was a chain of corruption. We'll lock him up.
So the scary thing is as we look ahead at Mountain Dragon, it's going to be in that window between the 15-16 minute mark, is that RNG's composition will be well and truly online. You look at EDG, they would need to get ahead of the clock if they wanted to kind of meet their power points at that moment. So I feel like the Mountain Dragon should go to RNG unless something just goes drastically wrong. And EDG, I don't know if I'm confident enough that they won't take that fight. Just because it's the LPL. Like, they see everyone group up like, man, we can't let this go. We have to die for it. But that would be the snowball moment for RNG.
Definitely for our top teams, they are more tempered when going for those plays. I know for mid of the pack, players, the kind of red mist will descend and they just have to go for it regardless of what is going on in the game. But I think like EDG have learned to center themselves as the split has gone on.
It would just be super important that they find something that they can trade for that objective. At best, it would be a turret. So they need to really be paying attention as this Mountain Dragon crawls closer on how they're prepping their top lane waves. But RNG, they're pulling the trigger on pushing down bottom.
Here comes the drone, seeing what's approaching. Now RNG know that there's people rotating to the bot side and will instantly back away. Fire Lolly trying to stop this minion wave.
Yeah, they needed to really respect the fact that A, MLXG wasn't there, and B, they didn't have direct eyes on Scout. Really respecting Realm Warp and how it could reposition Fire Lolly and him.
Yeah, it looked like the drone just tagged Fire Lolly as he was on his way down, so really heads up play from RNG, but they have heavily dented that bot tower, and they were still looking for it. With this tiny little minion wave coming in was not enough to actually beat down on this tower.
They have a lot of confidence to do this because they know that they have the TP advantage. So this is a 4v5 at best case scenario for EDG if all members get involved. A lot of pressure on Mouse to keep track of this Shin and see if he can disrupt that Stand United with Cask.
It's true. At the very least, Mouse can interrupt both of the TPs. Xiaohu dropping low. Mako getting caught out. Uzi will step up. Xiaohu goes in and will kamikaze dive onto that support. Here comes the round warp. This could be disastrous for Uzi. Teleport coming down from Let Me, but it's not enough to keep the AD carry alive. MLXG getting chased down as well. On the Spell Flux, it's not enough to kill him, but a 2-for-1 trade for EDG.
Brilliant play from EDG, and all credit to Mouse. I know he wasn't even in that play, but check out where he is up into the top lane. He did everything to make sure that the Stand United couldn't come out immediately and defensively. Too little, too late.
2 kills to EDG and the bottom tower. This play that RNG were trying to set up for so long backfires. And EDG will now take the advantage in this game, have the Dragon, have the gold advantage, and the kill advantage. It's good to see it all go back to base now and look to consolidate their lead.
And now they have a small window where they can actually play their duo towards the top side of the map and try to kind of snowball, leapfrog ahead before Mountain Dragon spawns with more structure global gold.
Bluebuff also going over to Xiaohu. So there's still power points on the side of RNG.
They're going mid.
Mako is MVP support, keeping this entire minion wave. He's holding the minion wave right here for Zet, who's going to walk up mid lane.
But I don't know if this is going to be enough. So EDG have decided that instead they're just going to reallocate kind of their gold resources. The bot lane will fall. You can see that RNG are like, okay, it didn't work this time, but for sure the second time around. And Scout's respecting that. He stands way back. He's like, this is fine. You can have this one. So now he's just playing defense on mid lane.
All RNG needs to do is to stop any member of EDG coming down, and the tower finally goes back over to RNG, who, for the most part, equalize the gold total, so still about 400 gold in it.
But see, this was the error. You saw the ping go delayed on top tower. EDG should have rushed top. They probably could have traded top outer for bot outer, and still kind of snowballed themselves ahead with more structure gold, because Mountain Dragon spawning in 2 minutes, I don't know if EDG have had enough time to try to match the natural power spikes of RNG's composition for this upcoming possible fight.
In less than 2 minutes, it's up in about 1 minute now, so time is really against EDG.
Also, RNG need to get their backs in, particularly on Xiaohu. He's been sitting on quite a few pieces of his itemization, and he certainly has a lot of gold.
That's a mid-game Jace. Mid tower being pushed in, and so what were you saying about poke compositions, Frosk? I think we just found it.
So the reason why I don't really like the word poke is because it's not why the composition is strong. You can see that they're definitely doing a dent by playing around Fog of War, but I feel like poke is more indicative of playing around vision denial and monster objectives versus playing around structure objectives. And that is the superior way to play League of Legends. League of Legends, if you do it correctly. It means that you have to have great flanking vision, but always play around the towers because they're a source of global gold.
Yeah. I think we can find a middle ground and just say that
no,
poke
I am
composition,
elite. I'm
poke
hard
compositions
on
are a facet of what you are alluding towards. Because we can definitely say, you would say that Jace is a poke champion, Nidalee is a poke champion. As you can see in the mid lane, as the engage comes out from Mouse, and MLXG is instantly dead, even with the shielding out from Let Me. And Xiaohu, he was looking about going in, and Let Me still comes into this mid lane, burns both of his TPs, but EDG have the tempo.
And that's what I was saying. They need to be played correctly. Look at the flanking vision. That is all EDG control wards. They were able to find a hole, get into the Fog of War, and use that precious cask to scoop them out from under their tower.
And now this Dragon will go over to EDG, and that's exactly what they needed. EDG really regained control over this game.
And this hurts for RNG. This was their power spike moment. Take a look at Jace's itemization. He was mid-game Jace. He had the Ghost Blade complete. This was supposed to be their fight. And because they dropped the ball on their side vision, they lose an objective that was theirs.
Hurts a lot. Uzi scratching his chin for a second, reevaluating what he wants to do, but probably saying to his team, look, wait until 2 items. I'll come back into this game. I will carry this one on Ash. But the early game now definitively going over to EDG. That has given a bit of pressure to Xiaohu to knock down this middle tower, at least take some health points off it. But that Mountain Dragon is really going to pay off in the future for EDG now.
As long as they can get in a position to use it. In fact, that's 2 dragons that would have been better suited for RNG's composition.
That's true, actually, yeah. Probably the perfect dragons.
The perfect dragons.
What was Firelolly doing? Because we did talk about him in the early game, saying we need to see more from this man, and he is 1, 0, and 2. Has been in all of these kills so far. Needed to be exactly where has been where he needed to be.
And you know, we've talked about how Ming has big shoes to fill coming in for Mata, but Firelolly is in the exact same boat, trying to come in and replace Clear Love of all people, the shot caller of this team. And I don't know if you noticed that on your mini-map, but there was an arrow fired into nothing. Firelolly, though, in interviews has been incredibly hard on himself. Super disappointed with himself even in EDG's losses. So momentum and morale is going to be a big thing to constantly watch with him, to make sure that he can keep a level head and make sure that he can last in an elongated series. Because despite the fact that he's been with so many different professional teams, IMA, EDG, EDE, he's never really played in a high-pressure situation or started on a stage before. This is probably the largest premier event that he's been the starter for.
And mean, the only thing that would be higher pressure than the semi-finals of the LPL and Spring Split would be going into the finals or even third place here. So the pressure is ramping up for these newer players, these younger players for sure. We have a lot of young players in the LPL who get to kind of cut their teeth on a lot of these big events. Meanwhile, Ming and Uzi into this bot side. Speaking of young players, not Uzi, but definitely to Ming.
Uzi, been playing for what feels like 20 years.
Yeah, and he's still young himself as a player, as a person, but as a player, he is definitely a veteran.
The fact that you get to be a veteran of the LPL at 18 years old really
Pretty
speaks
crazy
to the region itself.
Yeah, for certain. RNG are now setting up in this mid lane once more, but they're unable to crack it.
And that's why that missing Ash arrow that I slightly alluded to before is actually so important. Because Uzi didn't connect on it, there's a lot of momentum lost for RNG's composition. You know, they don't have that hard CC to turn a pick into a structure.
What has been the big difference between Game 1 and Game 2 here for us? Because in Game 1, it just looked like RNG had complete control. They were on a different level as a team than EDG. But in this one, all these picks and just how EDG have been playing has just been on a different, been entirely different.
Frankly, it's EDG just being far more defensive, although I feel like we're about to get a bit of a skirmish. EDG certainly want to fight knowing that that Ash arrow is down.
For sure, 3-1 right now. But in the end, he didn't turn it into anything. Though Mouse is still looking for this flank. He walks over that control ward and will walk back.
So much vision from both teams in this neutral river. A lot of EDG's vision has been cleared out, but EDG now just need to start clearing out RNG's vision.
Yeah.
Actually feels like it's going to be a reset for both these waves.
It looks like that is the case, because Dragon's not up for a fair while as well, and lots of minion wins coming in for RNG. But to revisit that question, EDG, they are playing so differently in this game. And is it a compositional thing? Is it just how the early game went?
They didn't sack their bot lane as hard with their 2v2, which I think is a big part of it. But again, it's also just how defensive they've been playing, especially with their vision. But speaking of defensive, it's about to get offensive.
Here comes Mouse, jumps right onto Ming, and again the ultimate used by Let Me, but that shielding is just not enough when the full weight of EDG is bearing down on you.
And again, the importance of Uzi missing his Ash arrow means that they can't convert it into a tower. Well, Mouse has the same responsibility with the cast. The difference is he hit his ultimate.
RNG are trying desperately to clear out these minions, but that one hero minion is still alive, allowing EDG to take down the middle inner tower. MNXG is trying to get an into this fight. Let Me coming up to the side, and Zen definitely took the wrong route back to his team, though Let Me doesn't have the damage by himself just yet.
They just need to disengage here. EDG, you got what you came for. Go home, spend your gold, reset your waves, and set up for the next power play.
4-1 in towers, 4-1 in kills. 2 dragons to their name. Next one's going to be another Ocean Dragon. And RNG are just lamenting on what could have been in this series, in this game. So far, it's not gone their way whatsoever. And Xiaohu didn't even dent Mouse.
And frankly, it's been Mouse that have really broken this game up for EDG. 2 really fundamental flanks. The first one right before that big mountain dragon, making sure that they found the pick so they had the numbers advantage. And the second one, peeking behind the mid tower, allowing them not just only to break that one, but 2 of them. He has certainly cracked this game wide open for EDG and showed why he's the starting top laner out of 3 that they have in the org.
That's true. We saw good performances coming in from Kuro and Min, but Mouse has really just stepped up his game.
I mean, Min was the one-hit wonder. That guy, the mercenary, the ringer that they brought in just to take down Team WE. He shows up once and then disappears into the night.
I mean, I was pretty positive that EDG had spliced both of their top lanes together to create Min, because we saw some great things in that one game.
There was definitely some jokes about turkey basers that were going on behind the scenes. I've got it, the perfect top laner.
That's what it looked like, but Mouse has come back. He has been a consistent force, and I know a lot of people will be coming in here, only watching international play, now watching the playoffs of EDG versus RNG here in the semi-finals of the split, but they'll look towards Mouse and say, well, he didn't do a lot when I saw him at Worlds, but domestically, Mouse is a monster. Mouse is, definitely doesn't squeak his way into these semis.
And he's also improved himself since his Worlds performance. It feels like he's much more consistent, a playmaker, whereas before he was really just that zoning tool or that big potato front line. This time around, he's one of the veterans on the roster left. You know, it's kind of Mouse, Scout, and Mako as your core, and then Zet and Firelight trying to keep up with, frankly, roles or players that they could never hope to surpass. They
Yeah.
just need to kind of fundamentally change the team.
And it's weird saying that even Scout is a core of the lineup, like he's not even particularly old player on that roster.
But Scout also has an incredible storyline. I mean, I know that Pawn's playing over in the LCK right as we speak, but poor little Scout, he stood in the shadow of Faker to start with, really getting his grounding when he played in the Kespa Cup in 2015. He then comes to the LPL, he's like, man, now I finally get to start, and I'm starting behind Pawn. And then finally gets his start in 2016 for the majority of summer, but really came into his own in 2017. Scout is now one of the top mid laners in the LPL, so moving out of Faker and Pawn shadow to make his own name.
Honestly, the mid lane Shadow would be a pretty cool superhero name if he had to pick one. But he has done more than that. He has stepped into the light and done so much for his team. And he's just mechanically incredibly strong. And that's why we were questioning in Champion Select, why is less priority going towards him in the mid lane? Maybe he just doesn't need it, as we now look towards Scout, who takes massive javelin to the face. So as much as we just said, look at this guy, he's a monster, he just went down to 50% HP.
To be fair, he caught that all perfectly with his teeth. He's like, Shock Blast, I can catch this javelin. I've got it all.
There you go, he's calculated. Top tower's going to go down to RNG, and they will start to fire back just a little. But it has been a lot of downtime in the last kind of 3-4 minutes of this game, while EDG look to solidify their lead, set up vision around this Baron, these big monster objectives.
We've really been playing tug of war between these two teams in wave control. So it's been about getting priority, getting a shove, and then once you have the shove, rotating underneath it to start taking chip at the structures that you want. And frankly, over the last 4 minutes, RNG have gotten back on the right foot, and they're doing it better than EDG. EDG do have control over the mid lane in particular. It helps that those two towers are down, but because of all of the wave clear between between Nidalee, Karma, Ashe, and Jace, they're able to absorb a lot of that.
Well, EDG have actually just straight up started Baron, and RNG are completely blind. Mako, what's this? A random Yordle just walking through the forest. What could he possibly be doing? And all of a sudden, Baron's already gone.
The Hawk shot. Little bit too late there, Uzi, but will they get more? Oh, this is ballsy.
They are going real deep for this tower. RNG, that could have been insanely bad for them.
The only thing that saved them there is the fact that Scout actually used the Realm Warp near the Baron instead of saving it so they could look for the flank there. But that's something that I do love about RNG is that, okay, they get the Baron, but let's see what we can try to force for. Just push a little bit farther.
It was tempered, it was controlled, but they did back away when they needed to. Let Me was still in that bottom lane, pushing away, pushing this minion wave into Mouse now.
But then all of that free wave clear that we were just talking about on RNG's comp, the fact that they were able to absorb a lot of the mid lane control despite not having those two mid lane towers, gets that much harder because they're looking across that Baron buff. And huge compliments to EDG. They've done a much better job this game around with their vision control. You've got 3 control wards around that Baron area, 2, I can't count. But very clean, very tempered, very disciplined. And this is what we need from an elite LPL team that could theoretically go into the finals.
Compliments as well to Firelolly, because we know he is one of the shot callers on the team. And we did... he had a challenge in this game, He got the first pick of Graves in Game 1 and Game 2. But this time, he's made those calls. He's gone from lane to lane. He's been part of every single kill in this game. He's really made this game work for EDG, so he stepped it up. That is really nice to see.
EDG now stepping up and setting up for their bot lane shove. We'll see if RNG make the same mistake that they did in game number 1 by just dying randomly on an inhib tower and giving away a game. I suspect that they could stall EDG's Baron pretty significantly between Jace, Ashe, and Karma.
Now stepping up, just allowing a couple pot shots coming in from Zet at the same time. Arrow coming out there as well for wave clear.
This is why it's so pivotal what Scout's doing in the mid lane right now, making sure that other waves are being prepped, pulling Uzi away so they lose some of that wave clear on the comp. We'll see if he uses the drop ship. He does have Realm Warp available.
Might attempt it, but all those minions are down, so it's not much of a drop ship right now. Meanwhile, Uzi will step up to this mid lane, and then XG is here as well, but this is a 2 versus 1, and Uzi just takes so much damage from the spell flux, and so does MLXG. I mean, Scout is just 1v3 right now and winning.
Pulls over Mouse for a bit more protection, but like you said, he is winning.
This tower is so low. RNG at some point do need to pull the trigger.
This is the other problem where RNG fall down. Let Me is not a very strong engagement unless he has Kled.
Stepping up to this tower, Zet doing so much damage. Here comes the arrow, instantly cleansed out. Mouse, he has the Guardian Angel. They cannot open up onto this man. Turns it around, and mid tower's down. Scout has blasted open this base.
At this point, RNG just need to slow down the inevitable. Don't die for this inhib. Live to fight another day unless you find the perfect pick.
Zed is pushing down the bot side as well, getting his poke off to Zhao, who Zed doesn't have that cleanse now. He is a prime target for RNG if they want it. It's just when are they going to pull the trigger? It is right now. Zed has opened up on it and he goes down. But Lemmy and MNXG getting completely shredded. MNXG will make it out alive, but Scout is on his front line dealing the damage and he will destroy Lemmy. Fire Lolly's off to the side and he's making sure that no one can get an in on this fight. EDG take down the tower, the second one in the inhib, and take down the inhib itself.
So finally, Let Me finds his courage there, decides to pull the trigger knowing that Cask isn't around. Hold on though.
We're taking a trip out of town. Goodbye. I'm out of here. EDG, as smooth as you like, taking down bot inhib, taking down middle inhib, and they get beamed back up.
I was going to say, beam me up, Scotty. We got what we came for. We're ready to exit. Huge play there from EDG. Normally, you would expect that you'd only get a single inhib, but masterfully set up by Scout in particular to open up the potential for a 2-inhib strike.
Dragon down. 4,000 Baron power play. 4 dragons now to the side of EDG. 30 minutes into this game, and this looks like EDG's game to lose.
And this is the thing. Let Me has the confidence to finally go because he knows the Cask isn't there, so the Gragas can't immediately try to disengage. But the problem is that the creep waves are there. They're unable to follow up and burst the targets out immediately. And then the tempo shifts back and EDG just take everything.
What a difference as well compared to game 1 in terms of how EDG have won this game. This has been a 7-kill game in half an hour. I'm pretty sure the first game of the LCK finals had more kills than this one. And that's crazy to think about because this is the LPL. But the way that EDG are winning is they are just splitting RNG apart.
Just really slowing them down, waiting for Mouse in particular to set up and make the plays. It's really been a game of both top laners, and unfortunately, Let Me is just invisible on the Shin pick.
He honestly is. I said it in Champions Select because I am very biased towards hype top lane picks, but Fizz was available, and it was a last pick of Shen. There was a possibility for it. As Scout is charging up the realm wall, coming in with some additional fire support for the super minion. Wants to go back to his original duty. He's going back to the mid lane.
And that is difficult to time correctly on the super creep, but hold on.
This tower is going to go down. Mouse takes a bit of damage. Xiaohu turning it around as well. Ming locked in place. So much damage coming in from EDG. He's still alive though. Uzi locked up, but collateral down finds one. Second kill over for Zed. MNXG's going nowhere. He has to trade his life for Zed, but they doesn't even get the trade to happen. That was a bad trade deal. And down goes Let Me as well. Xiaohu, the last remaining member of RNG. 5-0. EDG look towards game 2.
An incredible outplay from Zet right there. The moves, the sidestep, the kiting. He looked like Deft.
And with this tower going down, EDG turn their attention to the Nexus. And they will even this one up. EDG fire back and take game 2.
And you wouldn't know it from their faces. Still all business. Very serious. As Mako's like, is this water? Is this coffee? Can I put it in my mouth?
Incredible. And it's now turned into a best of 3. 1-1 in this series. EDG, honestly, looking pretty happy. Probably just took a look at the damage charts as well there. And RNG just could not find a foot in. And just the way that these first 2 games have happened in this best of 5 is honestly insane. Like, that's probably the same goal graph from game 1.
It's also a very different way that EDG actually win. You know, normally they break down towers very quickly. They start ramping up snowballing gold. They move their bottom lane around. That's what, a 12, 13-minute power spike? Yep. Normally they start spiking at around 8 minutes in the game. So EDG also playing a very different, very measured sort of series against RNG.
I remember what you said to me last game. The only thing that EDG got was 4 kills. This time, the only thing that RNG got was 2 kills. And a very even damage chart. And we look at the mid laners, but yeah, that was an intense game. EDG just took it to RNG.
I mean, frankly, it came down to execution and not so much the sustained damage. It was 2 key casks and then Zet just going Rambo in that last team fight. Of course, by then it was kind of all said and done for RNG. A great Baron play put EDG into that power play. But still, want to give compliments to Zet. It's such a shame that the game ended and we didn't get to see a replay of that because he was going off.
Yeah, everyone was dogpiling on top of him and just no one could kill him. Nidalee on his face, doesn't matter, I'm going to kill you as well. Shen coming in there, nope, not going to happen. And I think it does come down to what you said as well. Actually, we're going to get another look in on that final team fight as the tower went down.
I do love you, producer. So everything started out by Mouse. They time it perfectly for the tower to go down, but all eyes need to be on how Varus is going to take charge of all of the burst damage that Ryze and Graves have set up. The Nidalee jumps on him. He continues to kite. He's got great CC in front of him, and here comes the flash. Jace, bam, flashed away from the damage. You're going down too.
There was not a single beat in that team fight where Zet was not firing at someone, and he probably killed everybody. If there was a chance to pick up a Penta, that was probably it because he was doing so much damage.
And that's what we were talking about at the top of the day. You know, Uzi versus Zet. We all know what Uzi's identity is, but what does Zet actually bring to EDG? What is his role that he fills? And he's an excellent 5v5 AD carry. Not so strong in the lane. He's decent. He's got Mako standing behind him to do a lot of that heavy lifting. But if you give him the tools like Scout, like Mouse, like Mako, all standing in front of him, he can be that AD carry that EDG need.
It's also relative, right, for us, because you say that in context of RNG when they have Uzi, but when you compare him to the rest of the league, you can say he's a laning AD carry because he'll beat out most of them by simply being better. But absolutely, when you compare him to like the top of the table, the top 4 in our league, that is the case for certain. I do want to bring it back to top lane though. I do feel like there was a misstep in top side where Let.Me just couldn't do anything. Every single time in that early stage of the game where you're like, perfect, we have a Shen, they're opening up the skirmish, we'll just have the Shen teleport down on one of these champions with the ultimate. They burnt through the shield and killed the target anyway, so it just didn't matter. There was constant pressure from Mouse, so he could never teleport out. He had the cask available, the body slam, so he honestly felt invisible for 95% of that game.
I mean, Mouse was winning his lane, he was winning the team fights, he had superior rotations, controlling the lanes, like everything that you would want out of a top laner.
Well, at the same time, it had to be Zet. We saw the replay we basically saw the whole highlight reel of Zet in the last 5 minutes.
But he wasn't flashy like Zet was at the end. That said, Zet had insane kill participation, 91%, so yes, it was Mouse that was setting up the dominoes, but it was still up to Zet to knock him down.
Oh yeah, for certain. I feel like it was a 2-man effort setting up those dominoes. Firelolly was also doing it in the jungle, but Zet, I mean, it's just really cool actually to see him get an MVP in this best of 5 in the semis against Uzi. Like, of all the players in the league that you could have an exceptional AD carry performance against, it would be that guy in the bottom lane.
And that's the thing about EDG. Again, the global audience looks at this team and, like, they are hemorrhaging talent. They lose Pawn, they lose Deft, they lose Clearlove. Like, what do EDG even mean right now? Who is Zet? What can I expect from him? And the thing is, good things, as long as he's...
Showed him that game.
In the 5v5, yeah, show him that highlight reel. He can definitely step up. If you see him play Ezreal, I'm saying, you cover the nameplates, he looks just like Deft.
And just the way that, to go back onto how EDG won the game, it was very much slower than RNG. RNG kind of won in true RNG style, which was get ahead in the laning phase, outshine our opponents through pure star power, and then just roller coaster over their opponents. And in this game, EDG slowed it down. It wasn't until 30 minutes anything happened whatsoever. Either way, we are going to take a very quick break here for us, Skirin, as we set up for Game 3. It is 1 win apiece, so both teams are incredibly close to punching in their ticket to the Nanjing Finals, but we are a couple wins off for both teams. We'll see how they do in this next game. Welcome back to the LPL, and our playoffs continue here with EDG and RNG. It's now 1-1. We are not even close to set point. We have another couple games to go. And I would also like to welcome over the LCK viewers, as I hear their finals also just ended rather quickly. It was at 3-0 to SKT. But my name is Pulse. I'm still with Ruskier, and we're back into this series. And this has definitely been a close one. Just in the way that the first two games went, the fact that both of them, it didn't even look like the enemy team was on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, in a sense. I think the biggest shakeup really, though, was the fact that EDG were able to pivot, slow down the tempo of the game, do much better job on their defensive vision in particular, and denying RNG the ability to make these very aggressive teleporting plays, particularly bottom.
I'm going to say it again, because I'm biased, but I really want to see Let Me put on another carry.
And here's the thing. I'm glad that you bring up that point. I think it's so bizarre that Let Me is continuously given champions like Nautilus or Shin. Like, there's so much responsibility there that you need to start the fight, that you need to make these teleport flanks, and that's never been what Let Me is good at. Anytime he's given that responsibility, he flunders it. I think back to that that Nautilus game where you were just, RNG were just getting pushed in, and you were just looking at Let Me like, you have to go now, and he just watches his team passively lose. Yeah. You think back to that last game with the taunt, how late it came in to finally try to go for the all-in fight there to stop EDG on their inhib line. Like, Let Me get it together.
I completely agree, and as you said, he didn't just flounder it, he didn't just blunder it, he flundered it.
Flundered.
Yeah.
I like to combine words.
I like it, because I mean, both words are right in this context, but put him on a carry, man.
I'm just saying, I'm just doing shots of Red Bull back here, so if I stroke out, you know what happened.
Shots of unidentified, branded energy drinks.
Oh, yeah,
is what
excuse
you're saying
me.
To me. Yeah, thank you very much.
They didn't pay for that.
RNG and EDG going into game 3 here. And we're wasting no time. We have some short turnarounds here in the LPL. The teams are already back on stage, ready to go. That's not a lot of time for the coaches to get in there, talk to their players, and tell them what they need to do as this series progresses.
Yeah, and I misspoke. It's not Firefox on stage with RNG. In fact, that looks like Heart.
It does. It does indeed. But not playing in this game. RNG and EDG going head-to-head once more. Let's take a look at some of these bans. So Malzahar and Varus towards Zet and Mako. And RNG really have just been aiming at the bottom lane consistently during this series. Meanwhile, on the opposite side will be Elise and Kled towards RNG and a Rengar towards Firelolly.
And if RNG really want to throw a spanner in the works, they can priority pick that Graves away from EDG. So when RNG have had priority pick, they've looked towards the Ashe. They've tried to get Uzi on the champion that he wants. When EDG have had the opportunity, they try to prioritize Firelolly's champion pool, but EDG kind of see what could happen, and they say no. They take it off the board.
I just had a sneaky feeling that that might be the case. EDG preventing RNG to first pick that Graves.
It should mean that the Ashe is that much easier of a pick, but we have also seen the cheeky Ivern bans coming out. We know that Firelolly and Immelexshi can play those compositions, which means that there would be a shifted priority towards someone like Caitlyn to work in tandem with the brush that Ivern can set up, but nope, RNG going back to the tried and true, it seems.
Giving it back over to Uzi. I mean, game 1 was exactly what you wanted to see from him. Game 2, he just really didn't get into those fights, and it wasn't Uzi's fault. RNG just couldn't do anything. EDG had slowed down the tempo too much.
Yep, had this champion all 3 games, excuse me, well, all 2 games, now 3 games this series. And if that Caitlyn gets locked in, that possibility of the Ivern becomes that much more.
Becomes higher up for certain, and we saw EDG running this composition. I mean, they are probably going to pick the exact same composition we saw against Newbie just in the quarterfinals, which was all eyes on that Caitlyn. Kennen is also up, and that was the crux of the composition, so EDG gearing towards it. RNG will need to look to disrupt. They know what's coming. They've seen it.
Yeah, and I hate to tell you, RNG, but there we go. So what are your options? What are you going to do with this? I would love to see RNG throw the gauntlet back at EDG and just go for super aggressive dive-oriented comps. That can start with it. I was hoping more for like a Nocturne. I'd love a Nocturne, but probably not going to get it.
To be honest, for us, it's a fan service pick at this point, like the Nocturne and the Leona. It's fun to watch, but when you're up against it, if they'd won the last game, I would say RNG 100% go for it, but EDG firing back so strong, they're actually just going to go for the Nautilus right here. On the opposite side, EDG will lock in the Jace, so they're actually moving a little bit further away, but that might be the one other power point on the side of EDG.
This is getting even more devastating to structures as EDG start rounding out this composition. No Face seems to find it pretty funny. Not only do you have the siege potential of the brush with Caitlyn, now you get to add a Jace on top of that. So I already like what EDG have. I would hope that they go away from the Braum. It was hovered initially by Scout from Mako. I'd rather see something like a Nami here, just because I think they need so much more disengage potential to keep this unit safe when they step up to those structures. Gragas is also a big priority here.
True. Lulu is also still open. Well, scrap that. Lulu is now banned along with Karma from RNG, so they are taking all those options away from EDG as they set up for this composition with Caitlyn and Ivan. Meanwhile, LeBlanc and Syndra picked up here against RNG, or banned away rather. We now look towards EDG and their support pick. They want to get a support pick right now before RNG start taking them away.
And it also then takes away the push priority that RNG could try to craft with that bottom lane, having the Ashe Zyra now. Mako has been so devastating on this pick, and I feel like it can do some of the similar things that Nami does in terms of its zoning potential with Stranglethorns, but whereas Nami can really only go backwards super well unless she hits a bubble, Zyra can go backwards and forwards with Stranglethorn.
On the opposite side, RNG will lock in Talia here for Xiaohu, so he finally gets his hands on this. This has been banned out in the first 2 games, and honestly in a lot of games that Xiaohu plays, so this is another big power point for the side of RNG as they look towards their final pickup here. Of course, won't get the up. I have a premonition. I think it's going to be Fizz for us. I don't know what's told me that, apart from the fact that let me just change the summoners.
Ah, no. Really?
I wonder what it could be with 1 second remaining. Oh, what's that? It's a Fizz pickup. I'm a god.
Profit Pulse.
Yep,
it
right
just
here.
rolls off the tongue. That said, I think that we're either going to see a Gragas or a Shin. Oh.
Really? Unreal. How did you guess that one, Frosk?
I don't know. It's just an inkling.
And EDG are considering that Gragas right now as Mouse has the final pick over towards him. He will have a good early game up against the Fizz. And by early game, I mean like levels 1 to 3 until he starts getting points in W.
But the thing is with that Fizz going up into the top lane, it does reveal that Nautilus was a flex pick going down to the support position, and if that bot lane was bad before, it got even more volatile. That is pretty much sacked for Ming and Uzi across the likes of Caitlyn and Zyra, so there's a huge window for Ivern to play around, and this is what's so important with an Ivern. He needs to have a strong side of the map that's set up by pushing priority lanes so he can get in and start being that obnoxious pest, that weed growing up in everything in the jungle, taking all your buffs.
I love that description of Ivan, actually. He really is a weed.
I hate him.
He's just annoying. Once he gets ahead, he is incredibly oppressive. However, shutting him down early, which is a possibility as the Lee Sin comes out here. Quick handshake and a bit of banter between the coaches. It's like, you dirty, picking up Ivan in this game. Semi-finals here of the LPL. All right, I see you. Let's see what we can do to try and shut that one down.
Yeah, changing things up, trying to take power away from Zet has left the Ivern to slip through. We said that both of these junglers have shown it over the course of the LPL to mixed success, but usually on the positive side since they've been on the top end of their brackets.
That is true. Ivan is just so scummy once he gets ahead.
He's so scummy with pushing lanes. He's probably one of the most punishing junglers in the game just because he has the fastest clear time. And when you have shoving lanes, there's nothing the enemy jungler can do. He wants his laners to rotate to help him out because when Ivern invades, if he has smite, you can no longer smite contest. Your only option is to fight him, to kill him. And when the enemy has the inside track to rotate, you can't even do that.
But if there's any team in the LPL who could stop the Ivan in its tracks, it would be RNG, having such an incredible early game and just to strengthen these matchups. But they did kind of draft themselves weaker laning phases, especially for the bottom lane. So best of luck to them, but they have somewhat handicapped themselves in the first couple levels.
Yeah, especially on that top side, like you were saying. Fizz will eventually get control there, but it's going to be rough initially. I feel like all eyes are really on Imlexi and Xiaohu, how those two team up to combat Fire Loli.
And that is the story of the early game as we get onto the riff for RNG and EDG. Game 3 of this best of 5 semifinals. Winner goes over to Nanjing, China. And will look to claim their title here in the spring split.
So already what I find quite interesting is the fact that MLXG is starting on the top side of the map. So I suspected that he would start bottom, not only to give him a head start towards rushing towards that Fizz, trying to get him leapfrogged ahead in the early levels where he struggles, but also because Uzi and Nautilus are going to have a hard time competing level 1 on the push. But it seems like Uzi and Ming aren't ready to give up control just yet, and are setting up in the lane to try to weed out Zyra's garden that she'd be building down there. Although as I say that, maybe I was right all along.
Maybe,
This
we'll
makes
see.
more sense.
It does indeed. Also looking towards some of these Keystone Masteries, Zhao Hu has gone for the Storm Raiders Surge, which we have seen cropping up very recently, in fact. Usually you see the Thunderlords on Talia, but in literally the last couple of days we've been seeing more and more Storm Raiders.
I actually really like it against champions with skill shots in particular, the likes of Jace, the likes of Syndra, because it can kind of help you out-trade if you outplay them. I was doing a lot of watching today on Xiaohu on Talia and talking to Rusty about the matchup. It's just so important for Talia to be pushed forward in her lane because of her worked ground and the fact that she has a limited amount of space that she can really work on that mid lane, so she needs to eat up a lot of that timer with backs. It's easy to do those backs if you bounce the creep wave off the tower. But specifically against champions like Jace, Orianna, Victor, champions with skill shots, it becomes quite easy to try to trade effectively on Talia because you can figure out where she's going to stand. She doesn't want to stand on her worked ground, she wants to stand in the areas outside. And that makes this big target where Jace can just throw those Qs.
That's like, I wonder where Talia's going to be in this lane, where she's trying to path towards. Makes it very easy to hit that as we see MLXG moving towards Fire Lolly's jungle, but actually opens up right on top of the Ivern, has his red buff already, forces the flash out of Fire Lolly. And MLXG, man, the patience of this red buff will actually just look for this 1v1 against Lee Sin again, and MLXG just gets everything.
And a clever fast start from MLXG. He doesn't even want to toy around with the fact that Ivern's lanes would get the push prior, and he says, no, before even that moment, I'm going to deny this guy.
That forces Fire Lolly onto the bottom side of the map, but he knows the fact that MLXG had red already means that he won't get too much done. Scout being forced back to the mid lane, looking towards this resonating strike from the Sonic Wave, but not going to happen. And MLXG will just help out Xiao Hu pushing this wave. He's a good jungler, he won't look for the tags.
But they're free to have the confidence to do this, knowing that even if Fire Lolly wanted to look for the flank there and get involved, he is low mana, or excuse me, low health, he doesn't have his red buff, and Scout's already hurting, doesn't have the mana to fight. So I like the confidence from Xiaohu and MLXG to start bowling Scout and Fire Lolly around.
And this time we get to see the top lane matchup early. And funnily enough, Let Me has somehow managed to find the push, so it means that Mouse has to farm this one under tower and just give preferential early back timing to the Fizz.
So, my top lane expert pulls next to me. What happens or what goes wrong with Fizz gets the push on Gragas?
Well, it means Let Me goes back to base, gets the early push, and means that he can now start trading off against Mouse, because in the early levels, 1 to 4, Mouse just clicks all his buttons, and Let Me has to deal with it. And if he gets pushed out of lane, then there's nothing he can do, and it just means that he can stay on top of the Fizz. However, now, Let Me can look for the all-in potential, he can bring MLXG up here, look for the kill. There is so much pressure in this lane that he doesn't usually have, so I don't know how he did it, but good job, Let Me.
And the shorthand version of that is the fact that Gragas gets 3 damage abilities to press, and Fizz is really only relying on mostly his W to do the work for him. So definitely has to dig himself out of that hole.
Yeah, it's just like he steps up and then it's like, well, what did you want to do? Body slammed out of the way. You can never get your standard W into Q combination as Fizz, just because Mouse will be so disruptive with body slam. But apparently, I honestly don't know how he got the push. I really want to go back and see how that happened. Regardless, it does open up a new path for MLXG, and now we look towards Fire Lolly, who may even look towards topside.
Taking his time with a relatively slow clear as Scout continuing to flex that he is such a confident Jace player, and he'll know this matchup inside and out. We did see that Xiaohu was playing Jace last game. We know that Xiaohu is also an excellent Talia player, but Scout's really the guy that made his name on these 2 champions in particular.
Pushing up this wave, Scout off to the side. Of course, wants to land that shock blast, and looks like he did indeed do it onto Xiaohu. We get another push down, and he is slightly ahead in terms of farm. We did have that initial back come out from both of these mid laners.
This is my favorite thing about Talia matchups, though, is just how it kind of cuts the lane differently. You no longer have this line of scrimmage set where both mid laners just lock eyes across from it. They start playing, vertically in the lane where they're standing next to that brush and trying to avoid all of the AoE, which means this vision is so much more important. These control wards being cleared out, because now no longer you can stand to those sides because a jungler could be behind you popping out of the brush.
Combination of poignant Man, I can't even pronounce it right now. I was trying to bail you out and I just dug myself into. I actually just jumped in there with you.
Did I say another word wrong?
It was important and
Potent?
potent, I think.
I can't speak.
We're just combining words, just putting everything in there.
I'm just being really efficient with the English language.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Compound words.
Here comes Ivern.
Here comes Scout, slowing down Xiaohu, flashing over the flick, and Xiaohu nowhere to go, flashes away himself, but Firelolly's got you in his sights, and Scout confirms the kill.
Ah, devastating there for Xiaohu. You can see him, he's shaking his head, not what he wanted. But the thing is you had the ability to absorb that. You were in that river, clearing out EDG's control wards. Just set one of your own down.
Disastrous start here for the mid laner of Xiaohu. This was his pick. And now, Firelolly is ahead, and this is what we're talking about. Terrible position to be in.
But now MLXG top.
Ultimate being used by Let Me, and he will get the follow-up as well. Has to flash away, but that was a great ultimate in from Mouse, but it may not even save his life because Let Me is just waiting this one out, looking to just prod the Fat Man in the backside. And MLXG, whoa, he actually didn't take the tower shot, and it will be Let Me going down for a 1-for-1 kill.
Scumbag tower right there. Best case scenario for Mouse if he can trade even in a 2v1 scenario. Also, the fact that neither top laner has their teleport means it will be a slight advantage to Let Me just because the wave was pushed forward. But now Firelolly caught out.
Xiaohu and Ming coming over the wall will flash over, is looking for the staggering blow and pins down Ivan. Goodbye, Firelolly. Another kill. This early game is so scrappy.
What you doing there, buddy? You didn't have your mid laner. Scout was walking down back to his lane. You didn't have the push priority because Ming made the rotation first, and you walked right over a ward. Why were you invading without your sweeper or your control ward?
Pretty random, and he didn't even have the buddy system. Daisy wasn't even up at this point in time. He was level 5 still. Scout going back into this mid lane. Just trying to make his way in here, as Xiaohu was stopping him to getting in there. MLXG taking away this red buff, and he gets it in time. Will spot Firelolly, who places down his own ward. MLXG with that level 6 does have kill potential on Firelolly if he just get on top of him. For the meanwhile.
And suddenly that mistake of Firelolly face checking in without his mid laner is starting to bleed over in more ways than one. Not only losing his red buff there, but then losing any sort of survival potential against MLXG's level 5. Well, was level 5, now finally has Daisy. That was scary for a minute.
It is indeed, and it's definitely worth getting hyped in this early game for us because so much will ride off the back of how this early game goes. Here comes the flash from Mako, jumping out of that arrow.
Ooh, that gave him a haircut.
He was definitely clenching.
He smelt that as it went past.
There was definitely a lot of analogies and metaphors going on there, but either way, Mako will make his way out of that one.
I feel like I had to one-up.
Yeah.
I was like, you stole my clinch.
I've never been told that before, but 9 minutes into this game, 2-2, and it's actually dead on even in terms of gold, only maybe 100 gold in it, and just as I said, of course, EDG just pick up an extra bit of gold in their lanes, get this push on towards them, and that is shown within the gold totals you can see right here is Uzi just take the full ultimate to the face, his AD carry, his support rather, had to go back to base, and this tower is almost down.
Yeah, because while Firelolly hasn't been able to capitalize on this 2v2 and what we wanted, EDG are still doing so, but here comes the teleports.
Twin teleports coming in. Let Me is already into this fight, but he is initially trapped by Zet. Looking for that hop there, but he's locked down by Mouse and should be falling. He tries to get the damage onto Zet, and it's a lot, but it's not close enough for a kill. Firelolly does not connect the root caller, but Daisy wants blood. Daisy is bloodthirsty. And Scout will just make his presence known. So that is just the 1 kill over to EDG.
And unfortunately for RNG, Xiaohu unable to rotate. Beautifully set up, however, by Mako and Zet to take the kill on Fizz. They now make an easy rotation into Ocean. I feel like this entire series has been nothing but Oceans.
It really has. What has been going on? We did see a couple Mountain Dragons in the last game, to be fair.
One.
Okay, we saw 1 Mountain Dragon in the last game, but it's just been Oceans. As far as the eye can see. See what the next one will be. I swear to God if it's another Ocean. We'll find out in a second.
Clinch?
Oh, it actually is! Another Ocean Dragon.
Man.
Absolutely unreal.
Feels bad.
Okay. He's just, you know, working out some of that pent-up aggression that he had out of that last fight. He didn't get to do anything really, so he just walks in, roundhouse kick Scout, sends him back to base, sends him packing.
But let's talk about what happens on the map now. So the tower has been broken down in favor of EDG. I always like to talk about the different blueprints. So I feel like teams got really comfortable in the Jhin Ashe meta where they're like, oh, it's so easy to break mid lane tower. You just unlock your arrow or your ultimate from bottom lane, you move it mid in Fog of War, you just let it fly. With Caitlyn coming back in the meta, with Varus getting really popular, you can no longer do that. So now you need to start swapping your bot lane up and towards this top side. Now, Uzi's matching it just because he wants the free CS and he doesn't want to be overextended past that tower. Poor little Ashe, very immobile. But it forces these teams to be so much stronger with their flanking vision if they want to continue the push with the likes of Caitlyn, because they need to overextend in the lane.
Oh, Scout really wants to jump on top of Xiaohu. And didn't get a shock blast, so it's not going to be the kill. Has to flash the root caller though as Fire Lolly was coming in. Bit unfortunate for Scout because that pesky minion got in the way of his shock blast. Regardless, RNG will look towards his top tower now, and Zet cannot step up.
Frankly, this is Mako being out of position. He was hanging around the mid lane, nowhere near Zet, and Zet just needs to respect the depth charge as well as the arrow. But here comes Fire Lolly.
Fire Lolly on his way up. Here comes Mako as well. Xiaohu knocking Scout into his unraveled earth, and that forces the flash from Scout. Fires back with the shock blast, but I'm looking towards his top side because it is a party.
So many ultimates available, so much burst damage there. Mako doesn't have exhaust. He will strike first. Mako's quickly trying to position himself. He almost walked behind Zed. He's like, I probably don't want to give Lee Sin this free insect.
Yeah, probably not. Fire Lolly is just making it very difficult for RNG to step up to this tower. Don't know how many people are in that brush. At the same time, Zet will also augment his passive, so everybody wins from the side of EDG. That has been stymied for now, so that one tower advantage is remaining true for EDG at the start of this game.
But they want to start sieging. And the point that I was talking about before Xiaohu decided to go Super Saiyan in the mid lane is that if EDG with the Caitlyn blueprint want to continue sieging towers, it means that the flank vision has to be so much stronger because you need to overextend in the long lane versus, overextending in the mid lane, which is the shortest one. The problem is that RNG have complete control over that river right now, so EDG aren't even brave enough to step forward unless they have more members, their tanks in particular, to lead the charge, to lay down that vision, to push out.
It's tough for sure, and as a result, EDG will just look to consolidate at this point in time. Scout will take this red buff though, so he'll be pretty happy with that one. Towards this Ghost Blade, would like to get in range of the Slayer, who blocks up this path. This is a no-walk catwalk.
There are so many pings going down, and it's for Mouse right now. They're trying to catch RNG out, and the rest of EDG are also rotating mid.
Hello, Mouse. Looking to stop that insect from happening, but MLXG was waiting on that one. Here comes the fish as well. Mouse is going to take a lot of damage from this. Fire Lolly also tagged by the shock as it comes in. And goodbye, Mouse. Gets taken out immediately, and Scout over the wall. Why is staying around? But MLXG also falls. Zet and Mako dealing the damage and punishing that mistake.
2-for-1 trade, however, still in favor of RNG. They don't have an arrow to continue to follow up, but they do have a lot of health.
Down
it looks
goes
like
Daisy.
We're just going to clear the wave and back off.
That flick had landed. We'll see that one once more.
Mouse is so greedy with his cast here. So insect back, he could have used his flash to put himself on the other side of the insect kick to start with, uses his cast at the very end, and then poor Scout, caught between a literal rock and a hard place, and is the second victim to go down for RNG.
And MLXG, he felt like he had played that fight so well, and it's like, you know what? I'm going to reward myself. I'm going to jump in on this kick, and then got blown up instantly as he jumps into a thicket of Stranglethorns. So Mako does at least get that one kill and hands it right over to Zet, so that is nice for EDG. At the very least, this game is actually 4-4, and the advantage is still in the hands of EDG.
And speaking of Mako, no wonder he was out of position in that mid lane. That dude still has his brown bags. He just picked him up at 15 minutes in the game. He's been the slowest moving dandelion you've ever seen.
Pretty true, but he does have a full initial item picked up, so he has that going for him.
I have the bonus that I can place 3 wards.
Yeah, 4 wards. Mako's in a great position.
Well, technically, you can do it twice.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it helps with moving your vision, but if you're never picking up your vision and moving it, if you're just relying on static wards, then it's not really that much of a bonus. And it's harder to do that when you don't have boots.
Yes, but he always had someone escorting him, though. Mouse will let me in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, we're looking at the top lane. Scout, what a great thundering blow. That thing has the most ridiculous priority in the game.
That is some spicy spaghetti.
It really is. It just reminds me of old Poppy Charge, which just went through absolutely everything.
Chase knockback.
Yeah, Jace knockback will counter absolutely everything. You think you're in the air, but you're actually just still going the direction of the Thundering Blow. So either way, play does not work onto Scout in this one. Now looking towards some of these item builds, because Zet has gone towards the Renowned Hurricane. Last time we actually saw him go straight towards the Infinity Edge.
And again, usually when the AD or the LPL AD carries prioritize, or the hold on, here comes the Weaver's Wall. Oh, he doesn't have it. Gonna have to chase him down the old-fashioned way.
He still wants to kill Scout. Connects the kick, connects the kill. And Xiaohu will be collecting that one.
I was just looking at the trajectory of Talia. I was like, that's gonna be an easy kill. Walks him down. In return, EDG will trade Scout's life for another Ocean Dragon. So, not the greatest.
All right, what are the odds it's going to be another? Okay, well, just as bad. It's going to be another Cloud Dragon. So, at the very least, EDG will be very healthy, and it is really nice with something like a Jace and a Caitlyn, but it's not the same kind of siege poke composition we saw last time around, where they really would have benefited from it.
I mean, as Dom likes to say, triple Ocean is still awesome. My problem is that when you have to put the word triple in front of that, there's probably inherently something wrong with
And when
it.
you're quoting a play-by-play to validate something in the game.
Trying to dig deep.
You can definitely tell we're digging. But Uzi shooting out the drone, seeing what's nearby, scouting this one out. He didn't even get his last cupcake. Disastrous. But either way, he does have his Blade of the Ruin King, so he's in pretty nice shape for himself. He does want to get towards those 2 items, though, where he can really start to dish out the damage.
But the thing is RNG either want to break mid tower or they want to break bot tower. So the 2 most important areas, though.
Whoa, arrow onto Scout. He's actually just going to die where he's standing. Last little pebble there from Xiao, who will find that kill. And he's going to build a wall right behind EDG. Oh, and Daisy takes the hug. What a true bodyguard. Pops the ultimate anyway, still wants to kill Mako. Great flick back. Fire Lolly will stand right in this redemption and take a lot of his health, or restore a lot of his health, but this siege is going real well for RNG.
And finally, Mouse trying to come in. But here comes Let Me, he's behind tower.
Uzi getting knocked into this one. Here comes the fish, lands onto Fire Lolly. Let Me wants to set up a kill onto one of these squishies. Ming's going to go down, but we're going to see at least some trading here from Let Me. He'll lose his diving buddy. And 2 more kills over to EDG. Look to turn this one around, but there is no vision for Let Me. And that's a 1-for-2 favor of EDG.
And the tower still stands, so RNG, a bit indecisive. Are we going for the tower? Are we going for the dive? Because they split their decision-making, they get neither.
Well played to EDG in the end of that one, because it looked so bad for them, just corralled using this ultimate from Xiaohu, landing all of these skill shots. And even with Daisy being the real homie and taking that dredge line, it still looked bad for them.
Can we pump the brakes, though, and get a replay on Scout? What was he doing? Why was he there?
I have no idea. He was just taking a stroll through the river, but it was his day off.
This blind corner. Bet I won't be punished coming around this.
Yeah, absolutely not. It's not like there's people standing in the mid lane. But there could have been context to it, which is why it would be nice to see what happened. Then again, taking a look at this game, the advantage is now back in the favor of RNG in terms of gold. EDG do have those 2 dragons, but luckily it's not an Infernal, it's not Mountain Dragons, and we don't have a long, prolonged kind of setup to EDG. So these dragons are nice, but they're not amazing for us.
Yeah, which means that the main play is still. Oh man, every time I start with it. The main play is still this mid tower.
Nope. Zero analysis in this game for us, because Zet wants to overextend in the mid lane, and Uzi will punish him for that one. Mako also dies. Let Me was just opening up onto Mako, and 2 more kills to RNG.
This is why RNG are throwing everything in the kitchen sink mid lane, because that's what they want to break. But they also have the other option where they could try to break bot lane with the Weaver's Wall, and that's kind of the one ability that they're not using as effectively as they could. So round 2 RNG, decide,
Ultimate
dive
used by
or
Mouse,
tower.
but the minion wave still coming in, did not kill those back minions, so RNG do break the mid tower. That'll be good for them. Baron's coming up in 3. I do mention it because it's the LPL. That means that a team's probably going to go for it in the near future. But Mouse is on his way to this bot side now, and Fire Lolly is setting everything up for his team. But this is not a game where EDG are incredibly far ahead. It's not like they're also on the back foot. So we actually see Ivan in one of these games where he's not entirely useless and he's not entirely oppressive.
But the difference is, especially for RNG and EDG need to be worried, is that Let Me is actually playing in this game. So game 2 was fairly invisible on the Shin. Game 3, 3-2-1 on Fizz, but here comes Xiaohu.
Xiaohu's on his way, but he's being locked up by Mako. Here comes MLXG, takes down Zet once more. Mako, where are you going? Nowhere to go. And he's caught in the mousetrap. 2 more kills to RNG.
This is just the death tunnel for EDG. I feel like Scout walks in there blind, he gets blown up. Now it's Mako and Zet that get caught out. They're lucky that the jungler didn't go down, or that surely would have been a Baron, but RNG a bit more tempered. Maybe earlier on in the season they would have immediately looked towards that purple worm.
That was a little bit scary for Mouse as he was caught by that minion, got in his way, and Uzi got a couple more pot shots down on towards him. We're looking at Uzi, who is stepping up his game in terms of the farm game. He is well on his way to a 3rd item. Probably at this point you can pick it up after that skirmish as well. And RNG all of a sudden have regained and thoroughly gained control over this game.
And it's about to go from bad to worse for EDG fans because Uzi's going to back and pick up that 2nd item power spike. So now there's going to be a flurry of arrows and so much control over the battlefield from Ashe.
However, Scout is just going to walk into another brush, unwarded. And what did you expect? You walk into a dark alley, and of course Ming's going to be there.
Why do they think that they have control over that area in the map? Why do you think that you can push that far forward?
Well, Let Me really wants to kill Zet again. Arrow lands onto Mako from nowhere. Here comes the hook as well, and Let Me was on his way. Down goes Mako once more.
And
3 of his deaths have been in the last, like, 2 minutes.
That was also beautifully timed there between Let Me and Ming to make sure that Ming didn't drag him out of the fish. Fish connects, and then the drag comes through.
I don't know what's going on in this game, Frost. All of a sudden, EDG are just walking in like lemmings. Mouse is like, now is the time, I will look for this flank. Completely random. And Zet almost getting caught out. Mako actually pay for his sins there.
I feel like
RNG are just stepping it up.
that Eye of the Watcher really didn't matter since it was Rush, because there's no vision.
It's a Dark Omen for EDG. MLXG will take the next dragon. Hope that it's not an Ocean or Cloud Dragon. Infernal would be great.
What's also really punishing as we look at the itemization is the fact of how delayed the power spikes are from EDG. So these repeated walking into blind corners, yes, it's giving away pocket gold, but it's also then delaying them and putting them behind clock. And that's super punishing when you have a Caitlyn. QSS, Hurricane, and then just flat AD. Zet is so far behind right now.
Lemmy's going to take down this tower as well. And I'm actually seeing what he can just hit with a Sonic Wave. And now EDG have decided the group, and this is where they are strong, but had they done this 5-10 minutes ago?
They need to hit this and get out, though. If RNG are able to collapse on them, you can see Xiaohu's off to the side.
Lemmy's positioning. You're trying to judge whether it was a good ward for him to jump on top of. Had there been a flank ward, you'd have bet anything that RNG were going to go in there.
But much cleaner this time around from EDG. This time, they step forward, they have their 2 control wards, they know that they can walk into that river, that they've spotted out that RNG couldn't flank on them, and then use that tiny window to siege mid.
All of this vision being cleared away now by RNG. Fizz even went back to base, is on his way to those tanky items. And if you are new to the LPL, we like to ping a lot. So half the pings don't mean anything. The other half are pretty crucial. They are masked in the flurry of random pings that happen. So right now there were like probably 20 pings on the bot side. That probably meant ward this area, go down there, let me.
What kills me is that RNG are the all-Chinese team. There's no reason for them to even need to ping. They can just talk to each other. I almost feel that they're more guilty of the pings.
Yeah, they probably are, honestly, but I guess a lot of them are used to being on lineups with more Korean players. You know, Starho and Royal Club of the days of old. Just into Uzi's bones, muscle memory. I need to ping until I can ping no longer, until the game physically stops me. But how is this game going? Not well for EDG, I can say that for certain. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to say that one.
On the bright side, though, Caitlyn finally has her Infinity Edge, so now has defensive item as well as a single attack speed item and her 5v5 item. And it helps the fact that there's no true tank. It's a support Nautilus. Yeah, he's fairly tanky, but they don't have that same strong line of scrimmage that they would with a more traditional tank with Fizz going the Trinity Force route.
EDG walking down mid. Very precarious.
Here comes the
wall. Fire Lolly locked in place. He's going to be the first casualty of this fight. Great kick by MLXG, insecting him into the team. This is now a 4 versus 5, but Lemmy about to take down another target. He jumps back and just get picked off here by Mouse. It's a 4 versus 4 now as MLXG jumps back in towards the big tanky Graggers. But Zed is putting down the damage. He's looking towards Ming. Not going to happen. Zed over the wall, and he falls before he makes it. Scout and Mako trying to get to safety.
And RNG immediately halt. They stop the chase, they turn towards the Baron. They have so much control vision. The one good thing that EDG have going for them is that Scout is still alive on the Jace, so the poke is still strong.
He's going to have to land some pixel perfect shock blast here to disrupt this Baron from RNG. Uzi, Xiaohu, and MLXG should be all they need. Ming is coming in as well for fire support. Mako and Scout, what do they have? Left in the bank, left in their arsenal. Zhao, who is zoning away Mako, but he's now out of mana. This Baron is low, 2,000 HP. What can Mako do? Grasping roots over the wall, but Ming is stopping all of the steal attempts. And this Baron over to RNG.
And there's nothing they can do because they can't see into the pit. Beautifully done with the control ward and beautifully executed by RNG. Started out by Xiaohu. Excellent wall. Farley is just going to get deleted from this fight before it even begins. Now that said, Let Me will be the sacrifice getting in here, trying to do as much damage as possible before going down. But the Strangle Thorns is used to zone 1, which means once that ultimate's up, the rest of RNG can come through and clean up. And Talia is doing so much work alongside Uzi's Ashe.
Looking very good so far into this game. And RNG have definitely wrestled this from the hands of EDG. This game was different to the first 2 games. First 2 games, one team got ahead and they just stayed ahead and the game ended. But RNG really had to fight this one back.
See if they can stay true to their past performance with Baron and break the base, though. In game number 1, it was only a single Baron that RNG needed to close the case on EDG. But could have been because EDG decided to fight them for no reason.
Yeah, that's also true.
Mako stepping to the side, looking for some sort of engage from Fog of War, but RNG aren't going to push their luck and instead are still playing this split push game, something they're very practiced at with this Baron, which is why they're so punishing with the buff.
Tower's already gone. Yahoo clears that one away. The wave away. Now I'm doing a Fruskier and I'm combining
Just
words.
concise language.
Concise language, compound
Just
words. There we go.
Combining 3.
That's the next level. MLXG stepping up. Arrow lands onto Scout once more. Uzi has been on point in this game. Big kick onto EDG. Zones away everyone from this tower, and this should surely be going down. Even if it is a 6v5 with Daisy coming in, Let Me wants to even up the odds.
That said, all 3 waves are still continuing to push for RNG. They just need to be patient here. EDG are running out of time. But the question is, how much do EDG want to overreach for one of their inner turrets? Do they save everything for the possibility of an inhib tower?
In the tower down, RNG look to move this pressure topside. That tower's already pretty damaged. All of the people to lock onto. Probably not Ming. Either way, Let Me still pushing this bottom side, and he's 3, 3, and 4. Is incredibly strong, and no one could actually trade up against him. The 1-4 Jace isn't going to do anything.
But there is a window here. EDG have a massive numbers advantage top lane. It's just Uzi. Talia and Fizz are bottom side. And they pull back.
Oh, no. Oh, okay. That's, yep, okay.
Almost disaster.
Almost disaster. Xiaohu pops the wall, zones everyone away from the bot side. And now RNG are just taking everything away from EDG. They need to pull the trigger at some point.
That indecision pretty much cost them at least an inhib, possibly 2.
I mean,
come on, do
the base
something.
Is being cracked open. EDG need to engage and need to do it now, at least on somebody. But Mouse wants to go in. No one's with him.
Oh god, just disaster. They're lost in their own base.
Ultimate depth charge locked onto Zet, and Mouse is just gonna fall underneath the tower. Scout also fell in the mid lane for us, and this could just be it.
EDG are literally just falling apart at the seams right now. They can't figure out what play they want to make. Mouse seems to be the only guy that knows what he wants to do.
Hashtag Chinese aggression. RNG are going to take it to EDG, looking for the kick. Insect, Zed into the enemy team, and is into the meat grinder. Face first, fire lolly onto the spawn pad. Mako, nothing he can do about this one. And the towers fall, and so does the Nexus. RNG take game 3, 2-1, and are on match point.
And any fight that EDG had left in them over the course of that game just dissipated at the end. They just fell over. Yeah, I'd have a disappointed face too. That is rough.
It feels bad, honestly. And he hit the nail on the head on that one, Frost, when we were sat in that base, falling apart at the seams. EDG could not find an in. On RNG, it just felt like they were everywhere. That one opportunity that EDG perhaps had in that jungle, they just went back to base, was like, all right, let's draw the line in the sand right here. And then didn't.
And that is a telling gold graph. EDG, again, they've had control pretty much all 3 games of this series. Despite victory or defeat, they have the early games, and they're just throwing it away come mid-game. You think back to those repeated blind turns, giving away free pick after free pick to RNG.
Yeah, and the guilty people were honestly Scout, Zet, and Mako, just randomly walking into brushes, and Fire Lolly as well, like in that jungle specifically. I think back to that red buff just dying, and Mouse is in topside being like, what's happening?
I mean, that said, that damage to champion graph is also incredibly telling. 1.4k, that is despicable, as we take a look at one of the many times that EDG decided to face check into nothing. Why are you there?
Yeah, and you could make a whole montage of that one. Looks like we're gonna
We're
find
gonna
another
get
one.
the 2-for-1 special, because here comes Mako, arrow, into fish, into dredge line, into dead.
I didn't catch it the first time around, but Ming actually just waited to chain that CC to give his laners all the time in the world to walk up there with the dredge line.
Yep, 100% great communication. The fact that the fish hit, that he didn't tug him out of it, but just such a head scratcher. Normally EDG, they don't fall apart like this. Like, we've questioned their mid game over the course of the regular split. That makes sense. They lose their shot caller Clear Love. It's really on Mako to mature, to develop to his final form, and to lead the team there. But he can't be everywhere at once. And when he's dying like this for free, repeatedly, like there was that one 5-minute stretch where it felt like his screen was gray for 75% of it. He can't shot call that well when he's not on the Rift.
That is true, but at the same time, we did see the strengths of an EDG win. We can see how they can do it. They can start picking apart RNG, slow down the tempo of the game. It's no longer an 8-minute tower. It's now a 13-minute tower. They slow it down, prevent RNG from finding any ins into that one, but they just weren't able to make that game happen for them. Ivan as a pick, when he gets ahead, is oppressive, and then you can never really fire back. You have that Caitlyn barreling down on top of you, bearing down on you, and there's nothing that you can do. You talked about the gold, about the damage. I mean, it is Ivan at the end of the day, and it's also an Ivan from behind, but it does speak towards that point that when they are behind, when they're even, it's very difficult for EDG to actually pick up a win there.
100%, and just the fact that EDG are slowing down the pace of the game to find their victories, it feels like the later that we go in the split, the more LPL teams are kind of losing their identities. And it's nice that you see teams like OMG, Team WE, and RNG embracing them, and that's why they got stronger kind of this surge goes through. But EDG are backing away from that. Like, what made them great? It was the ability to unlock Scout, to rotate down bottom, and just throw everything down there to get Mako and Zet snowballed ahead, to drop that tower at 7 minutes, and now they're moving away from that. They're like, let's just try to match RNG 1v1, 2v2, in every single position, and it's not working for them.
While I agree, this was also a composition that they have decided just to move towards for this one game. It's like, all right, we win this second game. It's now a best of 3. We can actually try something here as we have this little blanket for ourselves and see if the Ivan picks, the pick works out for them. Pick a Caitlyn, and we move towards something else. We'll touch back on that point in a second. As Zhao, who will take the MVP in this one, 7-1-6, finally gets his hand on his beloved Talia, and despite him dying at the start of the game, had an immaculate game following that.
There was a couple of rough walls, but also a couple of very strong ones. And more important is kind of the AoE damage spread, especially around that mid-game. This is one of the great walls, though, that's followed up beautifully with an arrow. Fire Lily is just going to pop immediately and not get anything done, nor does Daisy for the remainder of this fight. And then Let Me hops into that backline, and everything else is just set up for Talia. Look at the damage that Xiaohu will do. Ugh, just completely zones out Scout. Disgusting.
And this is what he can do with the pick, you know, this is Zhao Hu's Talia. So there was a reason why it was banned out in Game 1 and Game 2. It might be something that you need to ban out once again if you are EDG. But jumping back on the points of EDG and their composition and how they played out this second game, they did go for something different. And now I expect EDG to go back to something similar to Game 1 and Game 2 in terms of compositions. This is what they brought out against Newbie when they had a game up on them. It's like, all right, we're going to bring this on towards you. If this works, great, it's another win. If it doesn't, go back to what we know works.
Yeah, I agree with it that it's relatively new with the Ivern in particular, but EDG played siege compositions at the very beginning of the LPL split. You think back to like week 2, week 3, and they were doing it so much more effectively because Scout was on a roaming mid laner. He was unlocked, he was moving around. I feel like RNG just have EDG figured out by keeping him locked down there. Like, we're not seeing the same roam potential from Xiaohu, but if his only responsibility is just to neutralize the mid lane so that the rest of his team can just pound for pound have better talent and just win out naturally, that's totally fine for RNG.
Sure, and we saw that in that game. RNG just played their own game and then eventually won out on that one. So it was maybe a bit of a blunder to have gone for it at this point in time. That does mean now that RNG are a match point, 2-1 in this series. Just need one more win and will secure their tickets over to Nanjing in China. So that'll be pretty cool for them. But that being said, EDG are not down and out. We saw what they can do in this series with that Game 2 win.
But now the pressure is on for someone like Firelily. Again, we talked about how so many members or pieces on this EDG squad have never really been put in a high-pressure situation like this. Can Firelily find the mental fortitude to come back in a final series?
That's a great question for us because we look towards our next break and maybe even the final game of tonight here in the semi-finals of the LPL. Let's see if EDG can do it.
Something's building, it's a picture, it's a rhythm, it's a context. It's been stepping at your heels, can I feel what is up next? Everybody's on the pulse of it and dancing to a new groove. You can sit, you can lie, but you know your feet have got
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the LPL and our semi-finals here with EDG and RNG, our second series of the day. And it's all come down to this. We're on match point here for RNG, who have taken 2 wins. They are extremely close to trying and make this happen for themselves and actually go to China for the grand finals. And I do want to start this conversation off here for us now that we are on match point for EDG, because these are a lot of young members on the lineup and the pressure has got to be getting to them.
Yeah, we started kind of this conversation of, asking the question, do EDG have the mental fortitude on this iteration of their roster to come back when times get tough? Now you think about it, like Mouse went home early at Worlds. Firely has been on 2 international stages and never started. He was always a sub. Scout even had Pawn start over him because the team wasn't confident that they could start with 2 different rookies. And then Zet, who has never seen, a high pressure situation like this. Like, what's to say that EDG can even go backstage, calm those nerves, right themselves, and look for that final game 5?
But it would speak towards them as a team, as an organization. We've seen it surprisingly out of OMG with those young players. So for EDG to do it right here would be another feather in their cap. Regardless, we're into game 4 now. EDG and RNG, this could go all the way if they can pull it out of the bag. We're looking towards these bands. Ash, Graves come through. On the opposite side will be Elise and Claire, followed by Lee Sin from EDG.
So RNG showing that the Ashe was really just a primary denial away from Zed. It is a comfort champion. Uzi's done a lot of things with it, but for the first time this series, it will not see Summoner's Rift.
And I heard in between games, apparently Firefox, the coach, has gone home sick, so we'll have a stand-in now for the coach, and that will change the dynamic here.
And that's just so unfortunate because Firefox is so hungry as a coach. He went with IMA to Worlds as one of their analysts. He's bounced around a couple of different teams, including LGD, and he's one of the more vocal, one of the more animated coaches behind the teams. You know that he has a heavy hand in trying to push RNG to be the best that they can and has a lot to prove. So it's unfortunate to miss such a big game like this.
At the same time, RNG seems to be doing pretty well regardless, so he's probably happy on his taxi home watching the game happen, and RNG is still giving it to EDG regardless. So he's happy with what's going on right here. The final ban was Malzahar for RNG towards Mako. And it will be a first pick of Firelolly's Rengar, which was banned out in the first 3 games.
And that makes the Lulu second rotation on red side that much higher of a priority since Malzahar is banned. She's seen as one of the soft counters to Rengar. He jumps in, he gets turned into a cupcake, that person gets wild growth. There we go. I was going to say, you cannot give Lulu and Rengar to the same team.
It would be surprising if that was the case. So yes, indeed, Lulu will come in here for Ming. And it also sets up a hyper carry for Uzi, and if he wants to go for this crit build on Caitlyn.
Yeah, that's the big thing that also I thought was going to come through. Also, the fact that they want to put Zet on the back foot, it should mean that we'll probably get a Varus in this rotation, possibly a Karma if EDG want to stay true to a flex pick and start opening up possibilities for Mako. That said, Mako is comfortable to go the Zyra and Thresh route into Lulu in particular.
EDG will lock in their bot lane as well, at least with the AD carry as Varus comes through here for Zed. But it just makes sense from EDG. They have been trying to set up their bot lane for success, at least try and meet Uzi and Ming halfway. And it will be the Karma as well for Flex.
So there you go. A lot of push priority if that decides to go down into the bottom lane. And it's flex after flex after flex. That could go in MLXG's hands. Let Me also plays a phenomenal Gragas. It's one of the few tanks that I think he actually plays quite well.
It's also like he has pressure in lane, and specifically in the early game, in that early laning phase, so he can exacerbate that pressure that Gragas has. So it's one of those picks as a tank that will play double duty, but on the opposite side it will be RNG taking Zed away from Scout, prevent all of those big playmaking champions away from him, while LeBlanc aims at Xiaohu.
So many signature champions being pulled off the board. I have no doubt that Scout would feel confident going back towards Zed when his back is to the wall, really look for that comfort pick, but not going to be an option. And again, 7.7, he can't change things up and look towards the Talon. Talon got significant nerfs on the patch. That Q certainly doesn't hurt as much as it once did, especially in those early games.
Orianna ban towards Scout as well, so it's all about this mid lane. I would expect to see a ban towards the Stoneweaver.
Yeah, Talia, Jace, even Victor, if we want to start looking towards those fringe picks, are all available, as well as Syndra, if you want to go more towards the OG. A wealth of options for both these mid laners.
Final ban, 10 seconds remaining from EDG. Where else would they go? top lane as well, I guess, but do have the flex coming in. It's going to be Fizz, so that does make sense. I'm not going to let me have his hands on that because Fizz has been incredibly damaging towards EDG over this series.
That might
but it does
also
open up to Leia.
I was going to say that also forces Let Me's hands onto the Gragas because there's not a lot of other champions that he can really reach for. His Kled is still available. That would be really cool to see since RNG do have that 1-game buffer if they want to continue to put him on a comfort champion.
It's actually taken away in the first set of bans, so while you're 100% right, it would be a good pick for him. He can't play it in this game, unfortunately.
So excited.
Me too. I want to see some Kled action, but he's just too good of the champion. So EDG are going to take it away. Regardless, Nautilus will come in here from EDG. That will go to the top lane. Maybe.
We don't know.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. There's a Karma as a flex and Nautilus as a flex. So we don't know just yet. But we are looking towards that final pickup now from EDG.
That would sort everything out.
It would. It would lock it all in for us.
I'm going to assume that Karma is the support champion. I'm writing this down in Ink Scout.
All right, thank you. Last pick will be the Rise towards Scout. It means Karma in support, Nautilus top lane. We've all worked out for EDG. Now RNG, final pick for them. It will be a top laner or jungle. Trying to think where else Let Me could possibly go. Ah, yes, well, Camille was still open. However, Camille has not really seen too much priority on 7.7 because she had a bunch of nerfs, has been nerf battered like 7 times. So players did start moving away from the pick, but maybe Let Me can make it work. Yeah,
her trading window's no longer as strong as they used to be, and on 7.7, I believe was the ultimate nerfs that came through. So the duration on, what is it, Ultimatum?
The Hextech Ultimatum.
There we go, is shortened. I believe it's 2 seconds now at level 1 instead of 4 seconds, and ramps up to the time that it originally had. So Camille no longer feeling as strong as she did, but Let Me did get to see the matchup that he was going into ahead of time, so still prioritizing that counter pick for him and making sure that he's on a comfortable champion.
Either way, we do have those full compositions coming through, and it does mean a Gragas into the jungle, though, so did have that last swap up, and once again, the coaches will shake hands as it is 4th game match point for RNG. They're so close to going over to China for these grand finals here in spring for the LPL.
And so much gambled on Fireloli's Knife Cat there. He gets the Rengar. We saw the damage that Condi did with that champion earlier on in the day. It has been pretty much permaban, not just in the LPL, but globally.
Yeah.
But can EDG protect Fireloli long enough for him to get to that level 6 to start snowballing those lanes and using that ult effectively?
Yeah, it's like what type of poll will they give him? Will they actually just give him the, what was the Xiao Yu special, where they'll basically give him the red buff and he'll take the entire camp on Raptors and go towards this one? We'll see. But you're up against the EDG. Need this win to stay alive. See, the players have just hit the rift and will be getting there shortly as well.
The other guy on your screen, Uzi there, did
Intense.
also got a signature champion. He gets to kind of sit back, play Caitlyn, walk himself into an LPL finals, hopefully.
Well, he's going to put his team on his back, but at the same time, you've got Xiao Hu on a carry, Let Me on a carry, MLXG who can really put in some work, so you've got so many pressure points in RNG. We could see a very similar game to Game 1 if the early game goes their way, but we're now hitting the rift for RNG up against EDG. Match point for RNG. Let's see if they can take it all away. There's actually someone rallying the crowd as well. That's pretty cool. Usually the Chinese fans are a little bit more reserved, but when they have all of these star players on the field, how could you not be excited?
Uzi's on the field on Caitlyn. I know I'm excited. Now let's talk about what RNG's composition can do. It's actually incredibly good at sieging. We know that Talia's wall is so important and potent for cutting off those structures. You've got the Caitlyn there, the ability to augment her attack speed with Lulu, and then you also have the ability to play in a side lane. So I feel like RNG are set up perfectly for a 4-1 with the disengage from MLXG's Cask to keep them all safe, bunched up in the middle.
Now, at the same time, when we beat down on these lane matchups, of course the 2 versus 2 in the bottom lane, Uzi and Lulu picked up here, so we'll have comparable lane pressure, if not better, towards Zet and Mako, who are now on this Varus and Karma.
Still relatively difficult to keep up with the wave clear of Karma and the line AoE of Varus.
Very difficult. Meanwhile, in the jungle, MLXG just starting off on this blue buff, and bot lane not going to help their junglers. They really want to cement their lead in this bottom lane, or at least go even here if you're both sides of this matchup. Which which means that Firelolly will have a slightly slower start to his jungle.
Yep, but it looks like Ming and Uzi are going to win that race there. Even though the headshot was used on a creep, you saw the immediate hesitation from Zet and Mako as soon as they saw it. They backed up into the brush and let the extra creep advantage go. But otherwise, a pretty standard start from both junglers, like you said, because Rengar didn't get that leash, moving a bit slower through his jungle.
Now looking at this mid lane as well, Xiaohu again getting his hands on his Talia. And he got the MVP in last game. You'd actually think that EDG would put more priority on towards Xiaohu and take away this incredibly strong pick from him. So it's something that Scout really has to try and shut down here. Bot lane is now being shoved in once more.
And then it opens up so much ability to play around this bottom lane to try to get Caitlyn's Uzi snowball, because you can start cheating down with Talia's ultimate with that passive. So hopefully it's Scout's turn to try to keep Xiaohu locked down and not the other way around.
Junglers are making their way towards top side, where we actually get to see Let Me and Mouse going head to head. As you were talking about, the ultimate now ramps up and how long it actually stays on the field. 2.5 seconds at rank 1, up to 4, its original value at all ranks. And also W no longer heals off minions. So that's also incredibly big, because before, Camille could choose what ability she wants to go towards. If it was Q, W, E, we actually saw a lot of Camille's even go towards the Q max regardless, just because of how it transitions into the mid and late game. But it was always an option to go for W for the extra sustain. Very obnoxious, and it meant that she could win almost every matchup. This time around will be almost pigeonholed into going for that Q max.
Messing with those trade windows there, although Let Me still doing a phenomenal job, at least early on in that matchup. Has a CS lead as well as a push priority lead, and he's transferring that into trying to figure out where Firelolly is. So no surprise that Rengar has come and gone and is now on his Krug camp, but that means that RNG know exactly where he is.
Down comes Xiaohu. Scry's Bloom comes across, and hey, how's it going, Firelolly? I know exactly where you are. Just trying to get towards that level 6 right now. This is pretty much his only agenda. Bot lane still shoving in. Uzi is gradually getting further and further ahead of Zet though. Minion wave by minion wave.
Good sidestep there from Uzi. Ming even gave him his shield just in case.
Yeah, Ming knows where he stands in this lane. He will always give that shield over to Uzi.
You are Janna 2.0, and you will act like it.
Yeah, you will max your shield in this lane. Firelolly has to go down this river, but he's going to be caught by Uzi, who's on his way and finds him in the trap, finds him in another one. Firelolly will turn it around, has to flash away. And MLXG actually jumped there as well. That was probably an unnecessary flash from MLXG, but regardless, RNG will get that little bit of punish there onto Firelolly.
And just a huge decision-making error from Firelolly, thinking that he could even peek down into that bottom river when his bot lane doesn't have control of it. Good heads-up performance from Uzi and Ming to make the rotation, and now Firelolly doesn't have flash.
Pretty nice. Taking a bit of damage, but will 90 caliber net out of that danger. We're just really is ramping up in these lanes at this point in time. No massive points of action.
But what this does mean is that Uzi and Ming are free to continue to be aggressive here and try to eke out these small CS advantages that they have been finding farther. Although Mako and Zet seem to be planting their feet a bit firmer here.
Yeah, for sure. Mako's basically out of mana though, so as soon as Uzi realizes that, he'll stop up. He'll walk up and start taking pot shots. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, looks like there's a bit of a conference going on as MLXG will walk over, but looks like he wants to take away some of these wards, some of this vision. Xiaohu's going to take a lot of damage from Scout, who gets the double duration on his Rune Prison there. Ming, poor! Will have to go back behind his tower and take a trip back to base. And Uzi now being chased down by Mako. All of a sudden, EDG's bottom lane just turned it on.
And it's because they have information about where MLXG was. So shoes on the other foot, they now get to go aggressive because they know where the enemy jungler was spotted out by that beautiful vision that's set up in EDG's bottom side river.
Firelolly on his way to the mid lane. Xiaohu may have to burn his flash right here. Indeed he does, as the bowler lands and Scout will follow up, even more damage, but he's out of mana and Firelolly has no flash.
Needs to make sure that he rinses and repeats, however, and follows up with that. Like you said, Scout still has his flash, so that could be a guaranteed kill if he finds the snare.
Firelolly going back into his jungle now. A little bit of a sad kitty cat, but he's still working his way towards that level 6.
But what this does for us is that MLXG needs to pay attention to Xiaohu, or Talia needs to be that much safer. Either Gragas is going to sit and try to babysit her, knowing that she has this huge target on her, or Xiaohu will be able to absorb all of that pressure, just safely wave clear and use his passive as an escape route, and allow MLXG to focus on other areas of the map.
Uzi back in lane now. Actually, he still hasn't gone back. He's just been sticking around, and Zet will have to clear out this whole minion wave by himself. Maker was coming down, probably just to try and stop the recalls. Also do a bit of damage to Ming. Okay. Random shield there as well. I tried, Uzi. I wanted to block it for you. But Uzi wants to go back to base anyway. He's got 56 farm, which should allow him to pick up the BF sword and probably potions. And actually goes for the boots as well, and refillable. So perfect back timing for him.
Feeling good about that one. Answers the question, what does the Caitlyn God himself choose to itemize on here? Blade of the Ruined King or Infinity Edge?
Infinity Edge. Took me a second. I was thinking about mid lane, and it's just like, oh, yes, should be that one. But definitely in this game, he is set up to be a big carry on the team, especially with Ming down there, being on that Lulu. And Zhao Hu taking this move up. Didn't even think about that synergy. And actually will be able to body slam people into those mines on the floor when the Unraveled Earth comes in from Zhao Hu.
Hold on though, play being built up top lane. It's Scout and Fire Lily trying to find Let Me. See if the communication comes through. They know that Scout's missing, and they back off.
Wanted to warp in, but level 7 Camille, first back with Sheen, and with the ultimatum. A little bit scary to try and dive, even with a Nautilus.
It was a clever play from EDG trying to abuse the blue buff timer, knowing that Imma like She and Xiaohu would be on the bottom side of the map. So again, good heads up from Let Me and good cross-map communication from RNG to keep their top laner safe and absorb any sort of momentum that EDG had for that small window. But they're trying to push it anyway.
They have a small window because they know everyone's on top side, but let's see if they can do it. Let Me is dropping low, but in with the ultimatum, blocking out some of this damage. Jumps up to the wall and back onto Mouse, but he is good to go. First blood to Fire Lolly.
Beautifully executed there from EDG, and even better the fact that the Rengar is the big benefactor of that first blood. Now it forces RNG to rotate 2 members up here just to make sure that first brick doesn't go down.
As they get up there, and MLXG may even have to burn his ultimate. It's going to be the wall. Xiao Hu activating his drum card.
And the thing is,
oh, hello. Going in here, trying to work that synergy with the Unraveled Earth once more.
So while the forced rotation is kind of the cherry on top, is because it means that there's absolutely no trade that RNG are going to get back. Not even like a free minion wave for Xiao Hu to just sit in that mid lane and force it away from Scout.
And Zet has actually pretty good control over this lane now. You can see he's stepping into this rush. Uzi and Ming have to respect. And has evened up the goal totals in terms of farm. So the fact that Zed and Mako are holding their own against Uzi and Ming in its match point game means so much for EDG.
But I still feel like a majority of the heavy lifting is being done by Mako in terms of the 2v2 power. And it's pretty much just Ming and Uzi playing around that Q cooldown window. Does Karma have the ability to poke us out? Okay, maybe now we can go and look for the chunk. But otherwise, Mako is just being so punishing there.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of just keeping his AD carry afloat, because Zet will do Zet things when it gets to these team fights. And man, Ming has lost all of his health pretty much just from Mako alone, and we'll have to go back here out of refillable potion stacks.
Ming seems to really struggle on kind of caster supports. Yeah, he can play the likes of the Zyra, he can play the likes of the Karma, but more so those aggressive forward-moving supports that make these plays happen. When he's on something like the Lulu, like the Nami, I feel like he's constantly playing on the back foot.
Yeah, for sure. Ming, I mean, if it was up to Ming, he'd play Leona every game, but he can't, unfortunately.
If it was up to me, he'd play Leona every game. I am aboard that train, but hold on mid lane. Weaver's Wall not quite up, so Xiao Hu can't follow the play.
Yeah, not going to happen here. Top lane has been stabilized, and the fact that Mouse got his first back, the fact that he actually went for Balmy, Cinder, and the Dark Steel shows how confident he is in this matchup that Let Me isn't going to shove him out. So that is incredibly good for Mouse up here. Meanwhile, Fire Lolly has been spotted, and there are many on the way pings. I wonder what's going to happen next for us.
I feel like someone's about to get pinched. Yep, it's going to be Ming.
Fire Lolly pops the ultimate.
Even Mouse making a rotation down here. But the problem is that Zet is in base, and they do not see Uzi, as well as RNG, make it to safety. So a bit of a wasted cooldown there.
Yeah, just in the end, but it is worth popping, because if you do find that engage, then it does pan out exceptionally well. That could be another advantage to EDG. Take a look at Scout, though. He's level 9 and has not put a point in his ultimate yet. So he's actually waiting until mid-game before they look for a play. Values the extra damage from the spell flux.
Yeah, focusing on those 1v1 trades in his lane matchup.
He's going to chase after Xiao Hu, and He's actually going to flash the wall, lock him down. Instant cleanse comes out. Xiao, who's still under attack, comes in with the spell flux, needs to probably confirm this kill. Dodges the overload, turns it around, not enough damage. Scout gets the 1v1 kill.
No ult, no problem. But meanwhile, RNG are in a race to try to get this tower down, and they're racing with the bottom lane.
Mouse is incredibly manly, is trying to block off all of this aggression. 1 versus 4, clears out the minion wave, but now he's under attack and will fall. He's created his own mousetrap, and down goes Mouse.
And then the Fire Nation attacked. What are you doing there?
He tried his hardest.
Oh, deep teleport flank, however, coming out of Let Me.
Scout's slow, man. He could get this instant assassination onto him. Firelolly knows what's coming. What a bowler! And Scout, now he's activated the ultimate, and he gets the safety.
Picks it up at level 10, so not only does he find the 1v1 kill on Xiao, who runs him down, but then, what, the swag leave? Just beam me up, Scotty. Get me out of here.
Amazing. Firelolly, the homie, blocking out that aggression from Let Me. What a bowler as well. Like, stopping him in his tracks as soon as he was pinned against the wall. So good. Firelolly has... I mean, this is what we do expect from Firelolly. You know, he's not Clearlove, but actually this season, you could argue he's been even better. The 1 week that Clearlove came in, Firelolly had clearly outshone him.
It changes the responsibility and the dynamic of this version of EDG versus last split's version of EDG. It used to be that EDG would actually keep their towers up as long as possible to isolate jungle matchups and exploit Clearlove's power over the other jungler. With Firelolly, they take towers incredibly quickly, and it's more so using him as a facilitator or a secondary support tool for the likes of Scout or for the likes of Zet and Mako.
This early game is going very well for EDG. They've gone back to a classic composition from EDG, something that worked for them, very solid composition. And that has resulted in some early kills for them as they ramp up towards this mid game.
Has a lot of nice bridging points in that you have Ryze who can take over a late game. Varus will do well incredibly late game, but he also spikes around the mid game off of both of those, lethality and the Hurricane build. Even Karma on support will do decent damage to the early game, so I just like all the different pieces.
Well, didn't land on that one, but it was worth the attempt from Mouse. And actually, I mean, it burnt the flash from Uzi, so at the very least, trading flash for flash, top laner for AD carry when you still have depth charge, pretty good.
Yeah, 100%. That's the big thing that you said, the fact that they have the depth charge, so they don't even need to find the skill shot at this point. They can just press the targetable ult on him, and he can only create distance with his Caliber net.
Let Me will be the one-man stalling army trying to keep people off Uzi at this point. So it feels like he will have to play more defensively than offensively in these fights.
But now RNG are really getting punished by the Dragon RNG. The fact that it's a cloud means that EDG don't have to play towards the bottom side of the map if they don't want to, although you see a ton of pings going down on it, so I guess old habits die hard. EDG used to have one of the highest Dragon control rates of any team in the LPL, and they're like, Cloud, we're taking it.
I'm just saying, I have no idea what's happening in this series. This is the 4th game in the row, and it's pretty much only been Clouds and Oceans. For 4 games, we saw 1 mountain. I'm pretty sure we haven't seen a single Infernal.
We gotta leave all of the Infernals in the mountains for the finals, Pulse. We're getting all of
We're
it out of the way.
stockpiling. Okay. Alright. I can get on board with that. Firelolly and Scout making their way towards it. Trying to burn it down. Was that Ryze? Is that what Mandarin Ryze sounds like? Okay. Today I learned something new. Here comes Mako. And this is going to be completely blocked off from RNG. Not going to try and contest it whatsoever.
We got one!
First Dragon over to EDG. Look at those rotations.
But we also got an Infernal Drake coming up at around 21 to 22 minutes there. So finally, we're on the board.
Yep.
We got something to fight for.
All of the dragons are being loaded into the van for China, but one managed to escape, getting into the semi-final game. So might see a bit of a scrap over that one.
But now
RNG.
our attention should focus towards the top side of the map. So you can see that Zet's trying to get control over the mid lane. He wants to shove that in, and then he's going to start immediately cutting topside with the area that Mako and Firelolly have started setting up for him here. So someone needs to get top or trade something with Let Me. If they're going to commit bottom, they need to do it now.
Yeah, Let Me has gone back to base. He doesn't have TP, unfortunately, but I don't think it's going to matter. MLXG and Jiaohu is enough pressure to force Mouse away, where they should be able to take this tower. I think Ming was also out of Fog of War, so Scout will take the top tower and maintain EDG's 1 tower advantage. But the fact that it was traded in bot side does speak towards good things for RNG.
And EDG looks like they're going to continue to push through, and this is one of the scary things. So Ming and Uzi are rotating.
Well, It's a bit scary for Mouse. He'll turn around, pop the ultimate. Xiaohu's low on mana though. Nice body slam and lands the ultimate as well. Mouse is 100% dead. Fantastically played from MLXG.
But was it enough to lose your inner tower like that? MLXG and Xiaohu will try to make the best and do what they can to push it back, but I don't think they have the creep wave for Gragas and Talia.
Yeah, tempo's still over to EDG as well,
they're
so they are
doing it.
looking towards this mid tower. They are slowly killing this one, but it will go over to RNG. I love the fact that the observers have just allowed us to watch the entire takedown of the tower.
Oh, but here comes EDG. Can they get out in time? Realm Warp!
Scout's on the way. He's bringing friends. But,
Jump.
oh, the teleports. Xiaohu, our MLXG, again, will be there. Will sacrifice his life. My life for Aya. Get out of there.
But he didn't need to. He could have just Best Friends Club held hands.
Nope, he needed to go in, sacrifice himself to the oncoming zombie horde.
I will throw myself on the blade for you, Xiaohu.
Yep.
The true prince. The true little tiger.
Why don't you just come with me? No, this is my time in the storyline. Heroic.
So, all said and done, RNG actually matched perfectly with EDG, and you can see that displayed in the gold because we have gone nowhere with this gold difference. It's a slight advantage to EDG, but this game is just a tug of war of inches right now.
Yes, indeed. Both teams are actually playing pretty high tempo, honestly. We see a lot of games when it gets to match points in these best of fives, teams slow down, and it's waiting for those small advantages and small disadvantages. What trades can we find? But this has been all systems go. 18 minutes, and 7 towers have gone down, 5 kills. Next dragon's going to be Infernal. You can bet your bottom dollar that both teams are going to try and contest it.
But it's a slight easier road for RNG to contest it just because they have control over the bottom side of the map since there's less towers to stop any sort of push that builds up. Whereas EDG's 2-tower advantage really won't kick in until that Baron does.
I even think Xiaohu was expecting to land that, to be honest, because he didn't throw out the Unraveled Earth until it had already connected.
Then it goes sideways. He's like, oh, whoops.
Yeah, whoops. Because that actually probably could have been a kill on Tomeko had he trusted himself.
I feel like most Talias are actually just shocked about how much damage they do still.
Yeah, still pretty crazy. Firelolly starting off this Herald. He's going to give it over to. Might be himself, actually.
Would help with the, assassination potential.
Yeah, find those picks. You can also really give it to Mouse, I suppose. But yeah, it makes more sense for Firelolly to take it, so guess it seems to help. We're now almost 20 minutes into this game.
And right now we're really in a gentleman's agreement. It's still relatively difficult for how early it is in the game to siege any more of these towers without everyone's cooperation.
Sure.
And we really don't have the vision set up for it. It's Infernal that's spawning in 2 minutes, so all of these wards need to be picked up and moved towards the bottom side of the map. So everyone's just racing to every resource that they can in terms of gold to farm as quickly as possible for that 1 minute 43 fight.
That's the goal. And Zet has completed his Phantom Dancer on top of his Blade of the Ruin King here. On the opposite side, Uzi is still making his way towards the Infinity Edge. Of course, it is a little bit more expensive than the build that Zet is aiming towards, so Uzi would really like the Infinity Edge before we find ourselves in a dragon fight. Would increase his damage exponentially. Let Me has completed his first big item, is working his way towards the Titanic Hydra as well.
Here we go, though. EDG is trying to abuse the fact that they have control of the bottom side of the map by pushing that wave forward, while RNG are actually trying to pull EDG towards the top side of the map by pushing theirs forward.
And there's the Infinity Edge from Uzi. So all of a sudden, EDG makes it a lot harder for them to go for these fights. Taking out this vision. And EDG are taking everything away from this Baron area. Check out the amount of wards they have over this. Triple control wards. He just moved one of those control wards forwards, in fact.
I'm saying we don't even need to fight over the Infernal. We could look to fight over the Baron, or if the Infernal fight goes sideways, you immediately rotate into the Baron, and EDG have primed, prepped, and cleared that entire area.
Plus they have a Zet, who is dealing a lot of damage. 2 items with a % damage on Baron. And EDG, yeah, may not even have to fight RNG head on. Like a bull and a matador, they can just run around them.
RNG are just giving this away, though. I think they feel the pressure of the Baron as well, so they're giving away all semblance of control over this Infernal by just trying to deny the vision that EDG have placed over the Baron.
EDG to start it off. RNG gives them a bit of time to clear out this vision away from them, but they spent so much time doing so. EDG might just take the dragon uncontested. RNG are moving towards the Baron, though, but they haven't pulled the trigger, so Bit random.
But this is such an easy call for EDG just to call their bluff and start shoving up the mid lane. RNG are actually just out of position. They're going to lose the Infernal and they're going to lose the inside track on mid. EDG, just push it.
That's what they're doing. Lemmy is waiting in the brush on top of Mouse, waiting for Titan's Wrath to dissipate, but doesn't really want the fight. Sidesteps Dredge line.
They're getting so distracted with the Baron, they didn't realize how out of position RNG were. Like, look at how long it took them to get 3 members onto that mid lane tower. But they want their items. They want to take it slow. Makes sense. Back to the wall. If they lose here, they lose the series. It would cost them their entire split.
It would indeed. Then again, even if they lose here, they would be down into 3rd place match, which, to be honest, is not that bad for EDG, but this is EDG at the end of the day. We
Listen,
expect a finals performance from them.
anything other than first tastes bad to an EDG fan.
That's true, but it is a different era, and at some point, people need to start thinking about that fact. And while they have been very good at working with the resources that they have, it is a different lineup. Maybe they need that rebuilding period here in spring as they look towards summer. That being said, they are not down and out of this series just yet. 3-2, still have the advantage up against RNG, but they are not taking everything that they can. And it's just a difference between EDG shot calling and RNG shot calling. Like, even when EDG had the Baron in game 2, RNG were like, maybe we can take mid. We'll give it a go. We'll give it a shot. But that is the difference between what they're aiming towards, and that was very scary. But the ultimate used on top of Xiaohu has to flash the wall. Ultimate for flash, good trade.
RNG just not ready for Karma to come flying around that corner. They could have very easily killed Mako there. And I was about to comment, look at how much of a difference it makes for EDG's vision when Mako's not constantly dead. True, he's 0-0-0 at 23 minutes. Not a great scoreline, but at least there's wards on the map.
In related news, water is wet. When your support is alive, they put down more vision.
Just saying, that Zyre game, that was rough to watch.
Yeah, it was. But it wasn't just Mako. It was Zet, Scout, pretty much everyone outside of Mouse getting caught out of position. And that was not the best, not the biggest highlight of EDG, but they were behind with knife and thing.
This is one of my issues with EDG, though, or this iteration of EDG, is just they've always been a team that's been obsessed with Baron,
Right.
but I feel like this roster in particular, there are different ways to skin a cat. They could end this game and continue to siege these towers without reliance on the Baron. Yes, it's across from a Taliyah, a Caitlyn, and a Gragas, so it's difficult to do. But I just feel like they're causing a hiatus for Uzi to get closer and closer to that 3-item, power spike and out of this trough for Caitlyn, and nothing's really happening for them. And they need to take onus and either commit to the Baron and be brave, or try to continue to pull RNG around the map, because they've been doing a good job trading structures or getting free ones with RNG being out of position.
It's true, there is a window for them to abuse. That being said, I'm wondering why Xiaohu is in bottom side. Because he is staying out of vision, you can see very carefully behind the minions. What is he looking for? Because he doesn't have TP, so if this goes wrong, if EDG pulled the trigger, call the bluff, then he might just take Baron.
I mean, he's assuming that someone's going to be down here to stop the Camille, and they want to find the cute 2v1. And then he feels that he would have enough mobility and that the team could stall late enough that he would get back with them.
Oh, it's a big gambit, but if it pays off, it could be huge for them.
He hasn't been spotted just yet.
He's going in. Mouse, there's no tower here. Hextech ultimatum, and Mouse is locked into this fight. Lands the ultimate on top of Xiaohu, but he is so low, and he will not be able to get out of this one. The gambit pays dividends.
And EDG can do nothing in response because RNG are all prepped and ready. They're right next to that Baron pit. And suddenly now, shoes on the other foot, they need to respond to the tempo that RNG have created. Again, this hiatus, this pause, it felt wrong from EDG, and RNG punished them.
Xiaohu has the ultimate. He's looking for the flank. As soon as he sees anyone from EDG, he will pull the trigger.
They're pushing this tower. They've got a way of coming.
Mako,
No!
not the place to walk. Not again, but jumps away. And will not die in this one. Just has to burn the flash for that mistake.
This is an easy Weaver's Wall to take this tower for free. In fact, he doesn't even need to use the ultimate because Mako lost all of his health and there's no way they can step forward. Now all of this precious time and all of this vision that EDG have been placing over the Baron, that's all going to be gone as well. Or it should be. RNG, hello? Team?
Oh, they back away. They
Please
see this minion wave in the
respond.
top side, and Xiaohu really wants it. Everyone else goes back to base to complete their items.
What are you doing?
I don't know. EDG, if they catch wind of this, the fact that everyone just started their recalls. Okay, they're staggering them now. But EDG now have complete control over this Baron area. They will take away all of these wards.
Feels bad.
All right, Frost, explain to me what RNG should have done in that situation.
They should have backed up to the Baron Pit as a unit, cleared out the, at least checked it to see if there was anything laid in it, like a control ward sitting there. Swept it at least, but they didn't. They then had to stagger their backs, realizing their mistake that no one checked the pit, and had to stay around, delaying any of their power, which now gives huge tempo advantage back to EDG, because they have more members who are ready to go on the Rift.
With the high intensity pings onto the mid lane, you know EDG are on their way. Here comes the wall in from Zhao, who locks EDG into this fight. Mako goes down, and Uzi is popping off. He jumps onto Zed. He has to flash the wall. Mal's now caught in enemy territory, and Zhao trying to make it away, but Scout finds the assassination behind the tower. MLXG chasing down Mal's now with Ming and Uzi in pursuit. Let Me is also following behind, but it looks like it will be the sacrificial mouse on this one. He gets slowed down by MLXG. There is nowhere to go. The Titan of the Depths is down. 2 more kills to RNG, and Let Me is still on the hunt.
And the chase potential cannot be understated.
The ultimatum onto Scout, and that will seal his death warrant on this one, because MLXG is in pursuit on the chase, and Let Me gets the kill. Uzi with the last auto, like the headshot on that one.
And that single 5v5 may cost EDG their entire split, because that's going to be the free Baron for RNG. They're not punished for the mistake. Yeah, they didn't clear out the pit, but EDG didn't place any vision to watch for the MLXG flank.
Trying to disrupt them, Mako and Zet, all that stand between RNG and taking this Baron is going to be close, but MLXG will secure it. Looking for these recalls, who can get out of this pit now? Everyone has a dash, unfortunately Ming does not, and he will be the sacrificial Lulu, but that is 1 death for a Baron over to RNG.
They could have saved him. Or not at least saved him, but traded 1 for 1. I think Uzi just left him to die. And this is the big thing. MLXG goes massive here. He finds a belly bop on 2 members and then Cass. Mako's immediately dead. Fantastic Weaver's wall from Xiao, who has... Wow, I thought for a second he didn't get out. I was going to say. Yeah, Ryze finds it on the back half. Uzi blows up Varus on the front half. And EDG just falling apart right when it matters.
A final kill to Uzi to end that one. It was just the extended chase as well. Let Me eventually caught up, landed the ultimatum, and that was it. End of the story.
Again, look at EDG's vision. You know, they had control of the Baron Pit, but they didn't move for that triangle vision into the red buff. That's so important and fundamental to sieging the inner mid tower. And Gragas just found the underbelly.
RNG gaining control of this game. It's really about this Baron power play now for us, because EDG, they did have the advantage, but now RNG slightly ahead in terms of the Baron power play, but it's more about what can they do with it. Can they crack any of these towers? Because if EDG can draw the line in the sand and stop RNG, stabilize, it's what they need to do.
I mean, the last time RNG had a Baron like this, EDG were indecisive, couldn't figure out what they wanted.
Here comes the war, and they trap Mako on the other side. MLXG will finish him off.
Easy pickings. They should give this up. They don't want to lose any more members, and perhaps the game as a big creep wave has been built behind RNG.
The tower falls, going to turn the next one into rubble. RNG will continue the assault. Mouse pops the ultimate, knocks up Zhao. He was on the front lines, looking for that dredge line, but he goes into the Zhonya's. MLXG right on top of him, and he will trade his life for this one, but he is still alive. Fire Lolly dropping low. Uzi following after the 1-man army underneath the tower, but eventually backs away. MLXG is still alive.
Oh, so close there from EDG. That was just a couple of crits short of disaster for them. But that said, the play pays off. Risky, but they absorb RNG and they send them back.
And that's all that EDG needed to do. I mean, that kill would have been the cherry on top, but regardless, they have stymied the push, weathered the storm. And RNG need to regroup, pick up those items. Let Me did just complete his Titanic Hydra. So, it is getting worse and worse, darker and darker days for EDG as this goes on. Guinsoo is now completed as well from Zed. He's on 3 items, and he is ramping up.
But I like the fact that you pointed out Camille's items, because yes, she has seen Nurse on 7.7, but eventually she will get to that tipping point where you just can't deal with her, which means that there's another string in RNG's bow. But hold on, because Mouse, can you get out in time?
No, has to cancel the TP, and there are traps all over the place. Mouse is not going to get out, but he's going to try his best to just store as much time as he possibly can. Think about how tanky would have been in the team fight for that front line, but called off in the top lane.
And and that might be another tower falling for EDG as RNG are now going to crash on the top side of the map. It gets that much more dangerous to stand on that front line, like you said, because they don't have that tank. And if they die that close to their base...
Could be curtains on this series. RNG stepping up, taking this inner tower. We're not going to see a contest from EDG. They cannot at this stage in the game. Scout recalls back to base. We're trying to hold. Here comes the wall. And Zet caught off in the corner of this one. Drops the chain of corruption. This wall is so oppressive. And that will crack open the base. RNG playing it by the book. 5 seconds left on Mouse. EDG, once he respawns, it is their time to go. But the engage happens from MLXG, and it is a 4 versus 5. Scout goes down, but he does have the redemption. He flashes away. Mako doing what he can to keep him alive. Turns it around onto Lemmy. He has to flash away. MLXG staying on his front lines, doing what he can for Uzi, letting him in. But a miraculous defense from EDG.
And Scout is the hero that EDG do not deserve. It is time and time again. He's almost built a reputation on his ability to 1v9 pull EDG out of Mount Doom and back into games. That is absurd. He saves their life once again.
Shoutouts to Mako as well. Some clutch shielding in there. And a redemption coming down just at the right time to keep him alive.
And we had questions. This is a very different EDG that the global audience is used to seeing. Do they have the mental fortitude to come back in a series when they're this far down? Scout's got a lot of professional experience with the team, but the likes of Mouse, Firelolly, Zet, they don't. And Mouse is having a really rough game right now. 0-5-1 on this Nautilus. It just feels like the veneer is starting to crack a little bit.
Yeah, and Mouse had a lot of experience with the old lineup, of course, but this new one, new blood, new team. They're going to take this one. He has lifesteal, so he's good to go, but still 5 to 8 in kills. 34 minutes into this game. Triple Dragons over to EDG. But RNG turn it all around, and we have a fight opening up. In fact, MLXG looking for the initiate. Big barrel going down. Mouse doing the tanking that he can. Let me coming in for this flank now. Everyone stacked on top of each other from EDG. Faces down the ward. Hookshot comes in, looking for the ultimatum. Just right on top of Mako. Needs to get out of this fight. Mako's dropping low, but Mouse doing what he can to keep him alive. But a big crit out there from Uzi. And that's a kill down. 5 versus 4 now.
It's also their base being flooded with super creeps up in the top lane. Xiaohu also trying to preserve that creep wave.
Yeah, but he also blocked off his own team while that was happening, but it did give time for Uzi to take away this red buff and now move into this bottom side.
What he did was also build up 2 massive waves, because it's going to crash in right behind them. There are so many open wounds in EDG's base right now.
And he's just diving in, being an annoying mosquito off to the side, chipping away at this one. EDG needs to try and find that defense, but Uzi does so much damage, turns it onto Firelolly. Ming, meanwhile, doing what he can against Mouse, but Scout has to go down into the zonies, and there's a trap. Uzi is ready for him to come back up. Finds 1, finds 2, jumps onto the backlines, looking for the kill onto Firelolly. RNG as well, 2 more kills, take down the inhibitor, and they're looking to close.
And that is it. EDG's split right before their eyes is being decimated by Uzi's Caitlyn of all things.
Uzi is still zoning away Mako, and look at the damage, forcing him back into the spawn pad. Zet turning it around, turns onto Xiaohu. Does he have it in the tank? No, he does not. And the kill goes down. Firelolly is dead, but it is a 5-for-1. And RNG turn onto the Nexus. We'll take this down, remove EDG from the competition, and punch in their tickets to Nanjing, China.
Welcome back to the LPL Finals, Uzi. You get your chance. You can finally put that trophy in your case. It's just you and Team WE now.
Some crushed faces on the side of EDG. They were so close. But a big grin on the side of Uzi. He was serious all the way up until this point, and now he lets himself have that little chance there just to embrace the victory. But courteous as always, EDG go down with grace. And we'll move on to the 3rd place match now against OMG.
And frankly, it's looking that MSI is just the year of RNG. Every time they step up big when it comes for this tournament. Yes, they still have another opponent in front of them, but they have a massive fan base behind them and so much momentum because they made that look strikingly easy.
I'll be honest, Russ, it looked like the people we just saw were EDG fans. Just there. The cameraman, he's losing it as well, man. I mean, what a crazy victory to RNG. 3-1. And taking down a legacy, a dynasty here today in the semi-finals. This could have easily been in the previous split a finals game.
And EDG, they've had a pretty turbulent series, up and down, never, leaving that top 4 position, but it is not the same EDG of old. This is not a team that the global audience is going to be familiar with. RNG, though, picking up Ming, picking up Let Me, losing Looper and Mata, a lot of people said that this team is going to fundamentally get worse, that there's no way that they can continue to compete and be the top team in the LPL, and just proving everyone wrong with 2 rookies.
That Chinese bloodline remains strong, and EDG get taken out of the finals. What a crazy line to say. Previous splits, EDG not dropped a single series domestically until the split, and RNG in the semi-finals take them out.
And it all goes back to really that loss against QG, the fact that EDG couldn't secure themselves on the other side of the bracket and dodge their greatest rivals in RNG, and really fall at the hands of Uzi's Caitlyn's of all things.
It really was Uzi just stepping up and executing EDG at the end there with that crazy Caitlyn performance, and it was him ramping up. They lost the early game, but it didn't matter because Uzi will net you win. Sometimes he'll just do that because he is Uzi. And I just want to take a second just to revel in the fact that RNG, this full Chinese roster, have made it to the finals.
We had 2 all-Chinese rosters, the only 2 in the league that made the top 4. OMG unfortunately fell to Team WE earlier on today, although WE looking great, so congratulations to their fans as well. But now at least we got 1 all-Chinese roster, and it is definitely a conversation point and a huge thing in China right now that the Chinese fans want to see the Chinese team succeed. There's a point of saying, you can keep importing these B-tier Koreans, you can bring the superstars, but at the end of the day, the Chinese talent will be what propels the LPL forward, and RNG actually get the chance to cement that. If they can take down Team WE, it would be a big talking point for the rest of the LPL.
It would, but that series is going to be intense. That best of 5, that could very easily go to 5 games. In fact, I am expecting a full 5 games coming out of those 2 teams because RNG, they have incredible star power. I mean, that's always what they'll have over WE, but WE, those players have gotten better and better. And when they come together, that is really the strength of WE. So if RNG can overcome that when they come mid-game and late game, that was to speak more towards the Chinese talent and what RNG are as a legacy, as the start of the building blocks as we look towards even the second season and Worlds.
It's also the 2 Chinese mid laners in Xiaohu and Xie. These guys were unknown, no names, hyped up a bit. Xie, a Twisted Fate one-trick, Xiaohu, formerly known as Angel Beats, kind of rising on the Korean ladder ranking. But for them to kind of ascend to taking over the thrones of the likes of the Messiahs, of the Cools, of the Whites even, and becoming the new, premier Chinese mid lane talent is a big deal to their region and a big deal to their pride.
It's huge. And on the opposite side, you look towards even some of the new blood on the side of RNG, but we're going to take a second to look at some of the old blood. And it's going to be Uzi. 7-0-4. Could not have been anyone else as he takes the MVP. His 5th one off the split here is AD carry.
Yeah, no surprise that they were going to give Uzi an MVP in this series, taking down EDG.
How could they not?
It just tastes
regardless
so
of how
sweet.
he does.
But
he goes 0-10. Give him the MVP.
I do want to give props to his front line, because while Uzi was doing so much work in those team fights, it was facilitated so well by MLXG. And like this replay, that's all set up by MLXG. Yeah, Uzi's doing all the work, but he's got this giant Gragas just beautifully zoning and facilitating everything in front of him.
I mean, don't forget the Great Wall of China that just also propped up in front of him. I mean, Xiaohu was also putting in so much work for the team, and it was made easy for Uzi, but that is what RNG do for the team. They set him up for success, and he has a team around him that can do that. One of the criticisms coming into this game was, how is RNG going to do with Uzi back in the lineup? This is the first time we're actually seeing this whole lineup go head-to-head against an incredibly difficult team for a long time while the stakes are actually on the line. It was like 3 weeks of them being locked in first place. We didn't see RNG play at full potential. We saw MLXG out for a week, saw Uzi out for a week, and then they come back together. We saw some highlights, some lowlights from them. But when they came into this, I mean, that was the true strength of RNG.
And really, the telling day of the series is the fact that 3 MVPs went to all 3 different lanes of RNG. You had an MVP to Xiaohu, 1 to Let Me, and then 1 to Uzi. So it just goes back to the storyline and to the true power of RNG that they can choose where and when they beat you and how they're going to do it. You know, MLXG, this time around, I'm going to camp Xiaohu's lane, and we're going to beat you with our all-star mid laner. This time around, I'm going to go to our carry top laner. No one's going to see this guy coming. We think that he's a downgrade from Looper, but if you put him on Fizz, if you put him on Kled, this guy goes off. And then there's always Uzi sitting in the pocket.
Yeah, every single time. When they go up against WE, though, even topside, funny enough, that could be something that RNG could exploit, because Let Me has shown time and time again when he is put on those picks that he is familiar with, that he just completely outclass those top laners in the top teams right now.
What's really interesting is that 957 versus Let Me kind of have the same problem, but on different sides of the spectrum. 957 really struggles when he doesn't get put on those tanky champions. So again, this idea of a limited effective champion pool, whereas Let Me struggles if he's not put on the carry champions. Like, they can't bridge to meet each other.
Yeah, at the same time, in the bottom lane, though, I mean, I feel like we just have to go through every single lane when we talk about this matchup, because like Mystic up against Uzi is going to be incredibly hype as well. We had the highlight clip today where Mystic was on 5% HP and killed an Ahri from full. Like, seeing those 2 AD carries go toe-to-toe, if they come out even coming into the mid game, is going to be so hype.
They both absorb so many resources, and they both have rookie support sitting next to them. You know, Ben coming in, taking over for Zero, Ming being pretty much homegrown and raised by RNG to be their new shot caller that takes over from Mata. So there's, again, a high-pressure situation for Ben and Ming. They've come this far throughout their series. They've looked impressive. They look good on stage, but hopefully the jitters don't get to them, you know, under the big lights in that gymnasium.
Let's take a second to talk about the third place match, though. It is OMG up against EDG. And
I know you did think about it. You're like, EDG can't be in a third place match.
It almost felt like the first sentence that came out of my mouth was wrong, but it is true. And it's almost like almost a repeat of finals, right? You have this full Chinese roster going up against EDG right here, trying to make it work for them as they come together and have these great team games. So it's going to be a very similar series, actually, to how the finals are going to turn out.
And that's one of the things that EDG really struggle with. We've called it indecision, but really it comes down to kind of communication, that split-second decision-making. And the all-Chinese rosters don't suffer from that. The likes of OMG, RNG, they will turn on a dime. They will, as soon as they see a weakness, they'll jump on it and they'll tear you apart. They're very heavy, very fast-paced, very skirmish-oriented teams. I just feel like it's exploiting EDG's weakness. You know, their mid-game, bit flawed. Late game, they can come back with the 5v5 team fighting. But if they don't get snowballed early game, they just seem to disappear or fall apart.
It really is about that early game, though, because we saw it in Game 2 when EDG actually took that win. It was based around the early game. Once they had it, they were not letting go. And if they do that against OMG, they can completely shut them out of the series. And I know going into this playoffs for us, I would be like, well, if they get ahead in the early game, I wouldn't say well, but when they get into that early game, OMG, if they start shattering as a lineup and they actually can't come back, that is a major problem for the team because they have these young players. You could even say the same about EDG, but clearly both of those teams in the series that we've seen over the course of today have shown that they do have that tenacity.
Yeah, I just feel like it's going to be really difficult for EDG if they play like they did today, just because World 6, I mean, he's a very aggressive, very heavy-handed jungler. He's going to invade you, he's going to fight you, and he will find you. And OMG are not afraid to look for the dives. You know, EDG, they were constantly hesitating, second-guessing themselves, maybe trying to set up the play to its fullest extent before they pulled the trigger. OMG are not that case. And when it fails, it snowballs on them very quickly. But when it goes right, they look like gods.
Yeah, so it could actually be like an either very long series or very a short one. I would be very interested to see how a pick like the Ivan or even a composition like that from EDG would even work against them. But regardless, we are going to close the show right there. So tomorrow we'll be coming back with the third place match. So the week of LPL has not going to stop right there. I mean, we've come out of week 10 and we're still going right now. So it's going to be like day 10, day 11 of that. But it's going to be a crazy run. Tomorrow, make sure to tune in for that one. Another best of 5 in the third place. And Don will be bringing it on one as well. So make sure to tune in. Thank you very much for watching. I'm getting tired. We need to close the show. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
other's arms, and time would pass us by, and I really need you. I know there's a choice in everyone, and I know there's a promise of a way out. It's not just anyone, it's us so clearing out. It was you made it happen, you made it alright. I know you gave me the reason I'm alive. I was alone, and for the very first time in life, I needed someone